Welcome to the Nexus 616. Prepare yourself for an exciting journey through what if Harry used a heritage potion at age 7 and discovered he was the heir to the 4 founders. If this story touches your heart, don't forget to hit like and subscribe. Share it with someone who loves a good tale. Here we go. Chapter 1, The Blood Remembers. The boy learned early that silence was survival. Not the comfortable silence of a library or a sleeping house, but the hard, watchful silence of prey. The kind where you tracked footsteps through floorboards and measured the distance between a slamming door and the bottom of the staircase, because that distance was the difference between being caught and being invisible. Harry Potter was very good at being invisible. He sat cross-legged in his cupboard beneath the stairs at number 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey, and he listened. The television was on in the living room. Vernon was in his armchair. Harry could tell by the particular creak of the springs, the way the floor settled differently when that much weight dropped into one spot. Petunia was in the kitchen. The clink of dishes. Dudley was upstairs, the ceiling groaning with each stomp of his feet as he moved between his bedroom and his second bedroom, the one full of broken toys he didn't play with anymore. Harry's cupboard had a thin mattress, a blanket with a cigarette burn in the corner, and a plastic soldier with one arm missing that he'd found wedged behind the water heater. He didn't feel sorry for himself. That was a luxury that required time, and Harry spent his time on more useful things, like figuring out why strange things kept happening around him. Last week, he'd wished his hair would grow back after Petunia had shaved it nearly bald, and by morning it was exactly as it had been before the scissors. The week before that, a plate Dudley threw at his head had stopped in midair, hung there for a full second like it was thinking about it, and then drifted gently to the counter. Vernon had gone purple. Petunia had gone white. They'd both looked at Harry like he was something that had crawled out of a drain. He was 7 years old and he knew, with the certainty that children sometimes have about things adults spend lifetimes denying, that he was different. Not broken. Not a freak, whatever Vernon spat at him. Different in a way that mattered. The front door banged open. Harry's hand found the wall of his cupboard in the dark. He pressed his palm flat against the wood and felt the vibrations. Heavy footsteps. Too heavy. Vernon was angry, not the simmering, low-grade anger that was his default setting, but the hot, dangerous kind. Harry could tell from the way the man's feet hit the floor, heel first, like he was trying to stamp through the foundation. Boy. Harry didn't move. Sometimes, if he stayed quiet enough, Vernon forgot about him. Redirected his fury toward the television, toward Petunia, toward the neighbors. It was cruel math, but Harry had learned to do cruel math. Not tonight. The cupboard door ripped open. Vernon's massive hand closed around Harry's arm and hauled him into the hallway light. The man's face was the color of raw beef, veins standing out on his temples like cables. His mustache was wet. He'd been drinking, Harry could smell it, sharp and chemical over the usual smell of sweat and aftershave. What did you do? Vernon shook him, and Harry's teeth clacked together. Mrs. Henderson across the street, her cat. What did you do to her cat? Nothing, Harry said. His voice was calm. Flat. He'd learned that showing fear made it worse, the way blood in the water made sharks circle faster. It turned blue. The bloody cat turned blue, and she saw you looking at it through the window yesterday, and now she's asking questions, and I will not have questions asked about this family because of your, I didn't do anything to her cat. He hadn't. Not on purpose. But he remembered looking at the cat and thinking it would look funny if it were blue, and the memory sat uncomfortably in his stomach now. Vernon's grip tightened. His other hand came up, open, not fisted, which was somehow worse because it meant he was aiming for the head instead of the body, and Harry knew from experience that the ringing in his ears would last for hours. I have had enough of your freakishness in my house, the hand swung. And something inside Harry, something that had been coiling tighter with every insult and every locked door and every meal he wasn't given, snapped like a cable under too much tension. The world went white. Not bright, white. As if reality itself had been bleached clean for a single, infinite second. Harry felt his body compress to a point, squeezed through something narrower than a needle's eye, and then he was somewhere else entirely. He hit marble. Cold, polished, impossibly smooth marble, and his knees cracked against it hard enough to send pain lancing up his thighs. He caught himself on his hands and stared at the floor. His reflection stared back, a skinny boy with wild black hair and broken glasses and eyes the color of killing curses, though he didn't know that yet. The noise hit him next. A cavernous, echoing space full of sounds he couldn't process, the scratch of quills, the clink of metal on metal, voices speaking in a language that was almost English but sharper, more guttural. And underneath it all, a low, constant hum, like the building itself was alive and breathing. Harry looked up. He was in a hall. A vast, cathedral-sized hall with a ceiling so high it disappeared into shadow, lit by chandeliers that burned with light that didn't flicker. The floor was white marble shot through with veins of gold. On either side of the hall, stretching back as far as he could see, were counters, tall, imposing counters made of dark wood, and behind each counter sat a creature. They were short. Sharp-featured. Their skin had a gray-green quality, like old stone, and their fingers were long, with joints in places human fingers didn't have joints. They wore suits, actual suits, impeccable, with waistcoats and watch chains, and every single one of them had stopped what they were doing to stare at him. A child. Appearing from nowhere. On the floor of Gringotts Bank. Harry got to his feet slowly. His arm hurt where Vernon had grabbed him. His knees were bleeding through his too large trousers, Dudley's hand-me-downs, as always. He pushed his broken glasses up his nose and looked at the nearest creature. "I'm sorry," he said. "I don't know how I got here." The creature, a goblin, though Harry didn't know the word yet, tilted its head. Its eyes were black and ancient and deeply, unsettlingly intelligent. "Interesting," it said. Then it turned and spoke rapidly in a language Harry couldn't follow, and another goblin appeared from behind the counter, this one older, with deep lines carved into its face and a mouth full of teeth that were too sharp and too many to be comfortable. This goblin walked around Harry in a slow circle, studying him the way a jeweler might study a stone before cutting it. "Your name," the older goblin said. "Not a request." "Harry Potter." The silence that followed was so complete that Harry could hear his own heartbeat. The older goblin's eyes narrowed. Then widened. Then narrowed again in a way that suggested an entire calculation had been performed behind them. "Follow me," the goblin said, and turned, and walked toward a door at the far end of the hall that Harry was certain hadn't been there a moment ago. Harry followed. He didn't have anywhere else to go. The door led to a corridor, which led to another corridor, which led to a staircase that went down, far enough that the air changed from cool to cold to something that felt old, heavy with the weight of centuries. The goblin didn't speak. Harry didn't ask questions. He was good at reading situations, and this situation said, "Wait, watch, learn." The staircase ended at a door made of black iron, covered in symbols that seemed to move when Harry looked at them from the corner of his eye. The goblin pressed its palm against the door and spoke a word that made Harry's back teeth ache. The door opened. Behind it was an office. Not the kind of office Harry associated with the word, not a desk in a corner with a filing cabinet and a sad little plant. This was a war room crossed with a throne room, a vast semicircular space carved from living rock, with a desk the size of a small car and walls lined with weapons, maps, and what appeared to be the skulls of things that were definitely not human. Behind the desk sat the largest goblin Harry had seen yet. It was perhaps 4 feet tall standing, but sitting in its enormous chair, surrounded by the apparatus of power, it seemed to fill the room. Its eyes were like chips of obsidian, its jaw was heavy and square, and it wore a suit of such exquisite construction that Harry, even at 7, recognized it as armor of a different kind. "Director Ragnarok," the older goblin said, and bowed, and left, closing the door behind him. Harry and Ragnarok looked at each other. "Harry Potter," Ragnarok said. His voice was like gravel rolling downhill. You just performed an unassisted apparition, through muggle-repelling wards, anti-apparition jinxes, and the full weight of Gringotts security enchantments, and landed in my lobby. I didn't mean to. That, Ragnar said, is what concerns me. He opened a drawer in his desk and produced a stone bowl, about the size of a large soup tureen, carved with the same shifting symbols Harry had seen on the door. From another drawer, he took a crystal phial filled with liquid that shifted between gold and silver. Do you know what you are, Harry Potter? A boy, Harry said. You are a wizard. Ragnar set the phial on the desk with a click. Your parents were magical. Your father was James Potter, head of the noble and most ancient house of Potter. Your mother was Lily Potter, née Evans. They were killed when you were 15 months old. They died in a car crash, Harry said automatically, and then stopped, because the words tasted like a lie in a way they never had before. They were murdered, Ragnar said, without inflection. By a dark wizard. You survived. You were famous for it, in our world, before you could walk. And then you were placed with Muggle relatives, and no one from the magical world checked on you for 6 years. He said this with a contempt so cold it could have frozen water. I find that interesting, Ragnar continued. The goblins of Gringotts are, by treaty and tradition, the custodians of magical estates. Your parents' estate has been held in trust since their deaths. We have sent statements and notifications to your magical guardian, one Albus Dumbledore, annually. They have never been acknowledged. Harry filed the name away. Albus Dumbledore. What's in the bowl? He asked. Ragnar's mouth twitched. It might have been a smile. It was hard to tell with a mouth like that. The heritage potion. Gringotts' oldest and most accurate method of determining bloodline, lineage, and magical inheritance. 3 drops of blood in the bowl, the potion added, and the truth writes itself. Why would you use it on me? Because, Harry Potter, no 7-year-old wizard should be able to apparate through Gringotts wards. The power required is beyond most adult wizards. Which means one of 2 things, either you are an unprecedented magical anomaly, or your blood carries something old enough and strong enough to override the protections of this bank. He pushed the bowl toward Harry. I would like to know which. Harry looked at the bowl. He looked at Ragnar. He looked at the crystal phial with its shifting gold and silver liquid. Will it hurt? The cut? Briefly. Harry held out his hand. Ragnar produced a blade, small, silver, ornamental but sharp, and made a precise cut across Harry's left palm. 3 drops of blood fell into the bowl, bright red against the dark stone. Ragnar uncorked the phial and poured the heritage potion over them. The liquid hissed. It churned. It changed color, red, then gold, then blue, then green, then silver, cycling through faster and faster until it was all colors at once, a whirlpool of light that made Harry's eyes water. Steam rose from the bowl, thick and white, and when it cleared, the liquid had settled into a mirror-smooth surface on which words were appearing, 1 line at a time, written in golden fire. Ragnar read them. His expression didn't change. His expression very carefully didn't change, which was more frightening than if he'd screamed. He turned the bowl so Harry could see. Harry James Potter born, July 31, 1980 Father, James Charles Potter, House Potter, Gryffindor line, Hufflepuff line, Mother, Lily Marie Potter née Evans, Evans, Ravenclaw line, Slytherin line, Dormant/Squib branch, heir by blood and magic to the noble and most ancient house of Potter, the founding house of Gryffindor, the founding house of Hufflepuff, the founding house of Ravenclaw, the founding house of Slytherin. Status, heir of 4, unified founder bloodline, first convergence in recorded magical history. Vaults: Potter family vault, Gryffindor founder vault, Hufflepuff founder vault, Ravenclaw founder vault, Slytherin founder vault. Magical guardian, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, unauthorized, no blood or legal claim filed with Gringotts. Harry read it twice. He understood perhaps half of it. But the part he understood, the important part, hit him like a wave. His parents hadn't died in a car crash. He was a wizard. He had a family name that meant something. And apparently, he was heir to 4 other names that, based on Ragnar's expression, meant quite a lot more. "What are the founding houses?" he asked. Ragnar leaned back in his chair. For the first time, he looked at Harry with something beyond assessment. Something that might have been the goblin equivalent of respect, not for what Harry was, but for the fact that he was asking questions instead of panicking. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Ragnar said, was founded approximately 1,000 years ago by 4 witches and wizards of extraordinary power, Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. They built the school, and they built much else besides. Their bloodlines were considered the most powerful in the magical world. Over a millennium, those bloodlines scattered, weakened, went dormant in some branches, and were thought to have died out in others. He tapped the bowl with one long finger. They did not die out. They converged. In you. What does that mean? Practically. Ragnar's mouth twitched again. Definitely a smile this time, though not a warm one. Practically, it means you are the legal owner of 4 of the oldest and most heavily warded vaults in this bank. It means you have a legitimate claim to a seat, possibly 4 seats, on the Wisengamot, the magical parliament. It means Hogwarts itself, as the founder's creation, may recognize your authority in ways that no headmaster or board of governors can override. He paused. It also means that there are people in the magical world who will want to control you, use you, or destroy you the moment they learn what you are. You are 7 years old, you have no training, no allies, and no understanding of the world you've just entered. Harry looked at the golden word still burning on the surface of the potion. His hand had stopped bleeding. The cut had closed on its own. "Then I need to learn," he said. Ragnar studied him for a long moment. "Yes," the goblin said. "You do." He pressed a rune on his desk, and the door opened. 2 armored goblins entered, actual armor this time, dark metal etched with the same shifting symbols, carrying axes that looked like they could split a car in half. "Take Mr. Potter to the vault level," Ragnar said. The founder vaults. All 4. One of the armored goblins hesitated. "Director, the founder vaults haven't been opened in, I am aware." "Open them." The cart ride down to the vaults was the most extraordinary experience of Harry's life. The carts at Gringotts ran on rails that defied gravity, plunging through caverns so vast that the walls were invisible in the darkness, whipping around corners at speeds that should have been lethal, dropping straight down for what felt like miles. Harry gripped the sides and let the wind tear at his hair, and for the first time in as long as he could remember, he laughed. The goblin driving the cart glanced back at him. Most humans screamed on this ride. This one was laughing. The goblin filed this information away and said nothing. They stopped at the Potter vault first. It was enormous, a cavern stuffed with gold coins, jeweled weapons, stacks of books, rolls of parchment, and artifacts Harry couldn't begin to identify. The goblin guard handed him a key, a physical iron key on a chain, and Harry stepped inside. The gold meant nothing to him. He'd never had money, didn't understand its value in this world, and couldn't have carried it anyway. What caught his eye were the books. Rows and rows of them, leather-bound and preserved by magic, covering subjects he couldn't pronounce. And in a glass case near the back, 2 wands and a photograph. The photograph moved. A man and a woman, waving at him. The man had Harry's hair, that same untamable black disaster, and glasses, and a grin that was equal parts charm and trouble. The woman had red hair that fell past her shoulders and green eyes. Harry's eyes. He stood in front of the photograph for a long time. He didn't cry. He'd trained himself not to cry years ago, because crying at the Dursleys' house meant weakness, and weakness meant opportunity for Dudley and silence from Petunia and rage from Vernon. But something in his chest unlocked, a door he hadn't known was closed, and behind it was a grief so vast and raw that it took his breath away. His parents. His actual parents. They looked young. Happy. They were waving at him like they knew he'd come eventually. He touched the glass case gently, then turned away. "The founder vaults," he said. The goblin guard led him deeper. The founder vaults were not like the Potter vault. They were not storage rooms. They were something else entirely, extensions of the founders themselves, preserved in magic and stone for 1,000 years, waiting. Gryffindor's vault opened with a sound like a war horn. The door was red gold and carved with lions, and beyond it was an armory. Not a display, a working armory, with training dummies that activated when Harry stepped inside, swiveling to track him with wooden swords. Weapons lined the walls, swords, shields, spears, each one humming with enchantment. In the center of the room, on a stone pedestal, sat a leather-bound journal, its cover embossed with a lion rampant. Harry picked it up. The first page read, in bold, angular handwriting, "If you're reading this, you're either my heir or a very talented thief. Either way, you'll need what follows. GG." He almost smiled. Ravenclaw's vault was a library. Not a room with books in it, a library, in the truest sense, a vast and interconnected space where the shelves rose to impossible heights and the books were organized by a system that seemed to involve color, size, magical resonance, and the phase of the moon. In the center of the space was a desk with a crystal sphere sitting on it. When Harry approached, the sphere glowed blue and a voice spoke, clear, precise, female. "Welcome, heir. I am the index. State your query and I will guide you to the relevant texts. I have been waiting 963 years for someone to ask me a question. Please make it a good one." Harry thought about it. What do I need to know first? The sphere pulsed. An excellent start. Beginning curriculum compilation. Estimated time to comprehensive magical education at current cognitive development, 4 years, 7 months, 12 days. Shall I begin? Yes, Harry said. Hufflepuff's vault was a garden. It shouldn't have been possible, a garden underground, without sunlight, without rain, but magic, Harry was beginning to understand, had a flexible relationship with the word possible. The space was warm and green and alive, filled with plants that Harry would later learn were some of the rarest healing herbs in the magical world. In the center of the garden was a stone bench, and above the bench, suspended in a globe of amber light, was a memory. Not a physical object, a preserved moment. When Harry sat on the bench, the globe descended and touched his forehead, and he saw Helga Hufflepuff herself, a broad, strong woman with kind eyes and dirt under her fingernails, standing in this exact spot, speaking to someone he couldn't see. "The others will leave knowledge," she said. "Godric his courage, Rowena her wisdom, Salazar his cunning. I leave something simpler. I leave the memory of why we built the school. Not for power. Not for legacy. For the children. Always for the children. If our heir forgets that, everything else is meaningless." The memory faded. Harry sat on the stone bench in the underground garden and breathed in air that smelled like growing things, and he understood, dimly but truly, that he'd been given something beyond wealth or weapons. He'd been given purpose. Slytherin's vault was the one that changed everything. The door was silver and green, carved with serpents that moved, actually moved, slithering across the metal surface, tongues flickering. They hissed at Harry as he approached, and Harry, without knowing why, hissed back. The door swung open. The goblin guard took a step backward. "You speak Parseltongue," it said. Not a question. "I spoke to the door," Harry said, confused. "You spoke to the snakes on the door. In their language." Harry filed this away too. Parseltongue. Language of snakes. He could speak it. From the goblin's expression, this was significant. Inside, Slytherin's vault was a laboratory. Stone workbenches covered in preserved experiments, potions ingredients in stasis fields, half-completed enchantments frozen in crystal, and everywhere, notes. Journals and loose pages and scrolls, all in the same cramped, meticulous handwriting. Slytherin had been a researcher, Harry realized. Not just a wizard, a scientist, in the magical sense. Someone who wanted to understand how magic worked, not just use it. The main workbench held a thick, leather-bound volume with no title on its cover. Harry opened it to the first page. The Deep Seal, Research Notes Year 1, Hogwarts stands. The school functions. The children thrive. But beneath us, the thing we bound still breathes. The others want to forget it. Godric says our duty is done. Rowena says the seal is mathematically perfect. Helga says the land is at peace. They are wrong. I have been listening. Late at night, when the castle sleeps, I press my ear to the dungeon floor and I hear it. Not a sound, an absence of sound. A silence that eats. I call it the Hollow King, because it sits in the void beneath us like a monarch on a throne of nothing, and it waits. The seal holds. For now. But it was designed to be maintained, and the others refuse to discuss what happens when we are gone and there is no one left who remembers what we locked beneath this school. I fear we have built a monument on a grave, and the corpse is not dead. Harry read the entry 3 times. Then he turned the page. Year 7, I have calculated the seal's half-life. At current rates of decay, without maintenance, it will fail in approximately 1,000 years. I have presented this to the others. Rowena believes I am being pessimistic. Godric believes we will have heirs strong enough to address the problem. Helga believes in hope. I believe in contingency. If our bloodlines converge, if a single heir carries the blood of all 4, the seal can be reinforced. Or better, the Hollow King can be confronted directly. But this would require an heir of extraordinary power and will, and the confrontation might well kill them. I am leaving these notes for that heir, whoever they may be. If you are reading this, know that I am sorry for the burden. Know that the others and I did the best we could with what we understood. And know that the thing beneath the school is not evil in the way you may understand evil. It is older than evil. It is the void that existed before magic, the entropy that will exist after it. It must not be freed. But it cannot be contained forever. Find another way. SS. The pages after that were torn out. Entire sections, ripped from the binding, leaving ragged edges and gaps in the research. Someone had been here before Harry. Someone had taken Slytherin's notes. Harry closed the journal. He stood in the cold, greenlit laboratory and felt, for the first time in his life, the weight of something larger than himself pressing down on his shoulders. Not crushing. Not unbearable. Just heavy, and real, and waiting. I want to go back to the director, he told the goblin guard. Ragnarok listened to Harry's account of the vaults without interruption. When Harry described Slytherin's journal and the missing pages, the goblin's expression shifted, a tightening around the eyes, a stillness that spoke of calculations being revised. The pages were intact when the vault was sealed after Slytherin's death, Ragnarok said. No one has accessed that vault since. Not through Gringotts. Then someone got in another way. That should be impossible. But it's not, Harry said. Ragnarok looked at him. 7 years old. Skinny. Wearing clothes 3 sizes too large, with broken glasses and a scar like a lightning bolt on his forehead. Speaking to the director of Gringotts Bank with the calm of someone who had been navigating dangerous situations since before he could read. No, Ragnarok agreed. Apparently it is not. He pressed another rune on his desk. This one summoned not guards, but a goblin in formal robes carrying a scroll. This is Griphook, our legal liaison for the Potter estate. Griphook, file an emergency custody petition with the Wisengamot under Gringotts Treaty Article 17, the bank's right to protect the physical welfare of an heir whose estate it manages. On what grounds, Director? On the grounds that the heir in question arrived at our bank with bruises on his arms, blood on his knees, and no knowledge of his own heritage. Draw the petition against the Muggle guardians and against the magical guardian who placed him there. Harry looked up. You're taking me away from them. I am removing a valuable client from a situation that endangers his life and his ability to manage his estates. Gringotts protects its assets. It was the coldest, most mercenary expression of care Harry had ever encountered, and he trusted it implicitly. Ragnarok wasn't doing this because he liked Harry. He was doing it because it was correct, because the law supported it, and because goblins did not tolerate the mismanagement of things that belonged to them. Where will I go? Harry asked. Potter Manor. Your family estate in the Welsh borders. It has been sealed since your parents' deaths, maintained by house elf staff. It is unplottable, under Fidelius' charm, and protected by wards that predate the Ministry of Magic. Will anyone know I'm there? Not unless you wish them to. The secret keeper for the Fidelius is a goblin. Harry nodded. One more thing, Ragnarok said. He reached into his desk and produced a ring. It was gold, set with a stone that changed color, red, blue, yellow, green, cycling slowly, endlessly. The heir's ring. It bonds to the blood of the unified heir and no other. Wear it and the founder vaults will respond to you at distance. You will be able to access their contents remotely through enchanted trunks we will provide. Harry took the ring. It was warm, not from Ragnarok's hand, but from within, as if it had its own heartbeat. He slid it onto his right ring finger, expecting it to be too large. It fit perfectly. The stone flared once, all four colors simultaneously, and Harry felt something settle into his bones. Not power, exactly. Recognition. As if the ring had looked at him, weighed him, and decided he was acceptable. Thank you, Harry said. Ragnarok inclined his head a fraction of an inch. From a goblin director, it was practically an embrace. Learn quickly, Harry Potter. There are forces in this world that will come for you the moment they discover what you are. When they do, I would prefer you be ready. Potter Manor materialized around Harry like a held breath finally released. One moment he was holding a Gringotts port key, a battered tin cup that looked like it belonged in a rubbish bin, and the next he was standing in a foyer larger than the entire ground floor of the Desleys' house. Oak paneling. Flagstone floors softened by rugs that were probably older than the Muggle monarchy. A staircase rising to a gallery landing where portraits hung in gilded frames, and in every portrait, figures were stirring, waking, turning to look at the boy who'd just arrived. Master Harry. The voice came from knee-height. A small creature, enormous eyes, bat-like ears, wearing a clean pillowcase with the Potter crest embroidered on it, stood in the foyer, trembling with an emotion so intense it vibrated. I is Mipsy, sir. I is the Potter house elf. I has been waiting for you, Master Harry. We all has been waiting. Harry crouched down to eye level. How many of you are there? 3, sir. Mipsy, Dobby, and Winky. We has maintained the manor since, her eyes welled. Since the bad night, sir. Thank you, Harry said. For keeping it safe. Mipsy burst into tears. It took Harry 10 minutes to calm her down, and by the end of it, he had a cup of tea, a sandwich, and a bedroom on the second floor with a window that looked out over rolling Welsh hills going gold in the late afternoon sun. He sat on the bed, an actual bed, with actual sheets that smelled like lavender, in a room that was his, that no one was going to take away, and opened Gryffindor's journal. Chapter 1, Basic Magical Theory, or, Why Your Wand is Not a Stick If You're My Heir, You Probably Have Some Talent. Let's find out how much. Stand up, close your eyes, and try to feel the magic in the room around you. Harry stood up. He closed his eyes. He tried. For the first 3 months, he failed constantly. Magic, it turned out, was not like the movies Dudley watched, no pointing and shouting and things exploding. It was a discipline. A craft. A language you had to learn with your body before your mind could translate it. Gryffindor's journal was a combat manual, but it started with basics: meditation, magical awareness, channeling intent without a wand. A wand is a tool, Gryffindor wrote. Useful, sometimes necessary, but never the source. The source is you. If you can't do it without the wand, you don't understand it well enough to do it with one. Ravenclaw's index was relentless. It assigned readings, quizzed him, adjusted its curriculum based on his strengths and weaknesses with a precision that bordered on sadistic. Magical theory. Runes. Arithmancy. History, not the dry recitation of dates and battles, but the underlying patterns of magical civilization, the way power flowed and was contested and changed hands. Hufflepuff's garden taught him patience. The plants responded to his magic, growing faster or slower depending on his emotional state, withering when he was frustrated, blooming when he was calm. It was the most honest feedback he'd ever received. Slytherin's notes, what remained of them, taught him to think. Not just to solve problems, but to anticipate them. To see 3 moves ahead. To ask not, what is happening, but what does the person making this happen want me to think is happening? The training dummies in Gryffindor's vault sent him home with bruises every night for the first 2 months. They didn't hold back. They were enchanted to match the skill of their opponent and add 10%, ensuring the fight was always slightly beyond his ability. Harry got knocked down hundreds of times. He got up hundreds and won. At 8, he could levitate objects without a wand. At 9, he could duel the training dummies to a draw. At 10, he could feel the wards of Potter Manor the way he felt the walls of his cupboard at Privet Drive, intimately, instinctively, knowing every boundary and threshold. The goblins sent a combat instructor once a week. His name was Bloodfong, and he was 4 feet tall and could have killed most adult wizards with a bread knife. He taught Harry knife work, footwork, how to read an opponent's body language, and how to fight dirty. Honor is for people who've never been in a real fight, Bloodfong told him after throwing Harry across the training room for the 5th time in 10 minutes. Win first. Be honorable after. Harry spat out blood, got up, and attacked again. Ragnarok visited quarterly. These visits were not social calls. They were briefings, on the state of Harry's estates, on magical politics, on the movements and machinations of the Wizengamot. From Ragnarok, Harry learned about the political landscape he would eventually have to navigate. The magical world, he discovered, was a mess. 2 factions had been grinding against each other for centuries, the old pureblood families who wanted to preserve their power and traditions, and a loosely organized progressive movement that wanted modernization and Muggle-born inclusion. Both sides had legitimate grievances. Both sides had extremists. And sitting above it all, pulling strings with the gentle, implacable persistence of a spider, was Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore is not your enemy, Ragnarok told Harry during one of these sessions, pouring himself a goblin whiskey that smelled like burning copper. He is something more complicated. He is a good man who has decided that only he knows what good means. He put me with the Dursleys. He did. And he had reasons. Blood wards, your mother's sacrifice created a protection tied to her bloodline, to her sister. Living under your aunt's roof kept you safe from magical threats. It didn't keep me safe from my uncle. Ragnarok drank his whiskey. No. It did not. And that is the flaw in Dumbledore's thinking. He calculates the magical cost and ignores the human one. He is a chess player, Harry. An extraordinary one. But chess players forget that the pieces have feelings. Harry thought about this for a long time after Ragnarok left. He thought about it because Ragnarok had also told him something else. Dumbledore had discovered that Harry was no longer at Privet Drive. Not immediately, shockingly, it had taken him nearly 8 months, which told Harry everything he needed to know about how closely his magical guardian had been monitoring his welfare. But once he'd noticed, Dumbledore had begun searching. He hadn't found Potter Manor. The Fidelius held. But he'd been to Gringotts, and the meeting between Dumbledore and Ragnarok had been, in Ragnarok's words, educational. He knows you're under goblin protection. He knows he can't legally compel us to reveal your location. He is not happy about either of these facts. What will he do? He will wait. He is very good at waiting. When you turn 11, you'll receive a Hogwarts letter. He will expect that to bring you back into his sphere of influence. And if I don't go? Then he'll find another way. Dumbledore always finds another way. It is his most admirable and most infuriating quality. Ragnarok paused. I would recommend going. Hogwarts is the seat of your founder's legacy. The castle itself is yours by inheritance. And whatever Slytherin sealed beneath it, whatever this Hollow King, you will need to be inside the school to address it. This brought Harry to the other thing that occupied his nights. The Hollow King. He'd read Slytherin's surviving notes so many times he could recite them from memory. The founder had been clear, the deep seal was failing, had been failing for 1,000 years, and would eventually break entirely. When it did, something old and terrible would be released, not a creature, exactly, but a force. An absence. Anti-magic given will and hunger. Harry didn't fully understand what that meant. He was 10. But he understood threat assessment, and the Hollow King registered as the kind of threat that made everything else, Voldemort, Dumbledore, pure-blood politics, look like a warm-up act. He asked the Index about it once. Ravenclaw's crystal sphere had gone silent for an unusually long time before responding. There are 17 texts in this collection that reference the entity you describe. 14 are theoretical analyses of pre-magical void entities. 2 are historical accounts of the founder's binding ritual. 1 is a personal journal entry by Rowena Ravenclaw herself. Show me the journal entry. The relevant book flew from a high shelf and opened to a marked page. Ravenclaw's handwriting was small and precise, the opposite of Gryffindor's bold scrawl. We made a mistake. I see that now, though I will not say it to the others. Godric would demand we fight it again, Helga would despair, and Salazar would say, I told you so, which, though accurate, is unhelpful. The entity is not what we assumed. It is not a monster to be caged. It is a fundamental force, the counterweight to magic itself. Entropy to creation. Void to substance. It existed before us and will exist after us. We did not defeat it. We interrupted it. And interruptions, in matters of cosmic balance, are temporary. I am encoding the mathematics of the seal into the castle's ward structure. This will extend its lifespan significantly. But it will not hold forever. Eventually, someone will need to do what we could not cage the void, but integrate it. Transform it. Find a way for magic and entropy to coexist rather than war against each other. I do not know if such a thing is possible. But I have built a school dedicated to the proposition that knowledge can solve any problem, and it would be hypocritical to stop believing that now. Harry closed the book. He sat in Ravenclaw's vault, surrounded by 1,000 years of accumulated knowledge, and made a decision. He was going to Hogwarts. Not because Dumbledore wanted him there. Not because it was expected. Because the castle was sitting on top of a ticking bomb, and the founders had built everything, the school, the vaults, the training journals, the index, the garden, specifically so that one day, their heir could defuse it. Or die trying. Cheerful thought, that. He went to bed. The morning of Harry's 11th birthday started like any other. He woke at 6, ran 3 miles around the manor grounds, Bloodfang's conditioning regimen was brutal and effective, ate breakfast with Mipsy fussing over him, and went to the training room for his morning practice. He was halfway through a sequence from Gryffindor's journal, a flowing series of movements that combined physical combat with wandless casting, each strike paired with a spell, motion and magic interwoven, when Mipsy appeared with a crack that startled him so badly he almost took off the house elf's head with a stunner. Letter for Master Harry. Mipsy squeaked, holding up an envelope at arm's length. She looked torn between excitement and terror. Harry took the letter. Heavy parchment. Green ink. A wax seal bearing a crest he recognized, for animals around a central H. He'd seen it 1,000 times in the Founder's vaults. Mr. H, Potter, the training room, Potter Manor. He turned it over and broke the seal. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry read the letter through once, quickly. Standard enrollment information, a supply list, instructions for boarding the Hogwarts Express from King's Cross Station on September 1st. All very proper. All very official. And at the bottom, in a different hand, not the formal copperplate of the automated quill, but a looser, more personal script. P.S. I do hope you'll find the time to visit my office after the welcoming feast. I believe we have much to discuss. APWBD. Harry folded the letter and slid it into his pocket. Mipsy, please ask Ragnarok if he has time for a meeting this week. Yes, Master Harry. Mipsy vanished with another crack. Harry stood in his training room, the room where he'd spent 4 years transforming himself from a frightened, starving child into something else entirely, and let himself feel the moment. Not the weight of it, not the implications. Just the simple fact that he was going to school. A school for magic. A school his ancestors had built. He picked up his practice wand, a training tool from Gryffindor's vault, not bonded to him, but serviceable, and resumed his drills. The movements came naturally now, muscle memory and magical instinct braided together so tightly that the distinction between physical and magical had stopped mattering. He needed a proper wand. He needed supplies. He needed to walk into Diagon Alley for the first time since he'd crash-landed in Gringotts lobby at 7 years old, and this time, people would be watching. He was ready. But that night, as he sat in his bedroom reading the last few pages of Slytherin's incomplete journal, a wind blew through Potter Manor. Not through a window, through the walls, through the wards, through protections that had stood unchallenged for a decade. A cold that had nothing to do with temperature, a chill that reached into the marrow and whispered, in a voice that wasn't quite a voice, something that wasn't quite words. The house wards flickered. Just for a second. The portraits on the gallery landing stirred uneasily in their frames. Mipsy appeared in Harry's doorway, ears flat against her head, eyes wide. Master Harry, the wards, Mipsy felt, I felt it too. Harry set down the journal. He reached for the Manor's ward scheme with his mind, he'd learned to interface with it years ago, the way Ravenclaw's texts taught, and found it stable. Intact. But vibrating slightly, like a bell that had been struck from very far away. He reached deeper. Past the manor. Past the Welsh hills and the ancient forests and the layered magical protections. He reached toward Hogwarts, hundreds of miles north, a castle he'd never seen but knew in his blood, and he felt it. A crack. Not physical. Metaphysical. Like a fracture in the foundation of reality itself, hairline thin but growing. The deep seal was weakening. Not breaking. Not yet. But the timeline Slytherin had estimated, 1,000 years, was wrong, or something had changed, because the crack was wider than it should have been, the void behind it pressing harder than the models predicted. Something was accelerating the decay. Harry pulled his awareness back. He sat in his bedroom in Potter Manor, 11 years old, the Hogwarts letter in his pocket and the heir's ring warm on his finger, and he thought about the old man waiting for him at the end of the train ride. The chess player. The string puller. The man who had left a small boy in a cupboard for 6 years because the mathematical model said it was optimal. He thought about the thing beneath the castle, pressing against a seal that was slowly, inexorably failing. And he thought about a name Ragnarok had mentioned 3 months ago, almost as an aside, during a briefing on Wisengamot politics, Arcturus Selwyn. Head of a pure-blood house. Leader of a society called the Inheritors. A man who had spent decades collecting founder artifacts and bloodline documentation, building a legal and magical case that his family, his bloodline, deserved the founder's legacy. Selwyn had petitioned Gringotts for access to the founder vaults. Twice. Denied both times. He had then attempted to pass legislation in the Wisengamot granting the Board of Governors authority over unclaimed founder assets. The motion failed by 3 votes. He was patient. He was smart. And Ragnarok believed he had informants inside the bank. Harry looked at the Hogwarts letter one more time. I believe we have much to discuss. Yeah, Harry murmured. We do. He didn't sleep that night. He stood at his window instead, watching the stars over the Welsh hills, and planned. 2 weeks before September 1st, Harry went to Diagon Alley. He went early, deliberately, before the school shopping rush. He went in Muggle clothes, good ones this time, not Dudley's cast-offs. Mipsy had proven to be a surprisingly competent seamstress, with the heir's ring glamoured invisible on his finger. He wasn't hiding. He was choosing his moment. Gringotts first. A withdrawal from the Potter vault, enough gold for supplies, not enough to attract attention. The goblins processed him smoothly, professionally, without a flicker of recognition on their faces. They were good at this. Then the alley itself. It was everything he'd expected and nothing like he'd imagined. Narrow and crooked and alive with color and noise, shops crammed shoulder to shoulder, windows displaying everything from cauldrons to live owls to robes that changed color when you looked at them. Witches and wizards in every variety of dress moved through the crowd, and the air smelled like potion fumes and parchment and something sweet that turned out to be coming from Fortescue's ice cream parlor. Harry moved through it calmly, methodically. Trunk from the luggage shop. Cauldron and potion supplies from the apothecary. Books, not just the required texts, but a dozen extras that the index had recommended. Robes from Madame Malkin's, where a blonde boy about his age was being fitted on an adjacent stool. Hogwarts too? The boy asked. He had the pale, pointed look of someone who'd spent his whole life being told he was better than everyone else and had never been given a reason to doubt it. Yes, Harry said. Do you know what house you'll be in? I know I'll be in Slytherin. My whole family has been. I haven't given it much thought. Father says Slytherin is the only house worth being in. He says Dumbledore's the worst thing that's happened to the school. The boy leaned in conspiratorially. He was in with you-know-who, my father. Before he fell, I mean. Father says he was under the Imperius curse, but between us, I think, Malfoy, Harry said. The boy blinked. What? Your family. Malfoy. A flash of pleasure, the boy liked being recognized. Draco Malfoy. And you? Harry Potter. Draco Malfoy's face went through approximately 7 expressions in 3 seconds, settling on a queasy combination of awe, calculation, and something that might have been jealousy. You're, really? Let me see your, he glanced at Harry's forehead, where the scar was hidden by his fringe. It's just a scar, Harry said. Madame Malkin finished his robes. Harry paid, nodded politely to Draco, and left the shop before the boy could recover enough to start fishing for information. A useful encounter, though. The Malfoys were political allies of Selwyn, according to Ragnarok's briefings. Lucius Malfoy sat on the Hogwarts Board of Governors. Knowing what the son was like told Harry something about the father, entitled, status-conscious, and not nearly as subtle as he thought he was. The last stop was Ollivander's. The shop was small and dusty and smelled like old wood and something electric. The man behind the counter was thin and pale, with eyes like moons, huge, unblinking, seeing far more than the surface of things. Ah, Ollivander said. Harry Potter. I've been expecting you. Harry said nothing. He waited. I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Your father's, mahogany, 11 inches, pliable, excellent for transfiguration. Your mother's, willow, 10¼ inches, swishy, wonderful for charms. His pale eyes fixed on Harry's scar. And, of course, the wand that gave you that scar. You, 13.5 inches, Phoenix feather core. I sold that wand to Tom Riddle. Terrible things, yes. But great. I need a wand, Harry said. Of course you do. Let's see. Ollivander began pulling boxes from the shelves, handing Harry wand after wand. Each one reacted, some with sparks, some with small explosions, one with a shower of ice that froze Ollivander's eyebrows, but none was right. Harry could feel it in each one, a mismatch between the wand's magic and his own, like two gears that didn't mesh. After 37 wands, Ollivander stopped. He was staring at Harry with an expression that had evolved from curiosity to fascination to something approaching disbelief. Tricky customer. Very tricky. He disappeared into the back of the shop. Harry heard rummaging, the scrape of wood on wood, a muttered conversation that seemed to be Ollivander talking to himself. He returned with a box that was older than anything else in the shop. The wood was dark and warped, the hinges green with age. Ollivander set it on the counter and opened it with reverent hands. Inside was a wand. It was pale, almost white, and the wood had a grain that seemed to shift depending on the angle, as if it couldn't decide what it was made of. Holly, Harry thought. And then, no, elder. And then, both, somehow. This wand, Ollivander said quietly, was not made by me. It was not made by my father, or his father before him. It was found in the walls of this shop when my great-great-grandfather renovated 200 years ago. It was old then. We've never been able to identify the core or the wood with certainty. It doesn't match any known wand-making tradition. Harry picked it up. The world sang. Not literally, there was no sound. But something resonated through Harry's arm, through his chest, through the marrow of his bones, a harmonic so perfect and so deep that tears sprang to his eyes without his permission. The wand blazed with light, red and blue and gold and green, the four colors cycling through so fast they became white, and every loose object in the shop levitated, quills and papers and spare wand cores rising gently off surfaces and hovering in the air. Ollivander was gripping the counter, knuckles white. Extraordinary, he whispered. In all my years, never, the resonance, how much? Harry asked. Mr. Potter, that wand is not for sale. It is, it may be one of the founder's personal instruments. The wood analysis suggests it predates modern wand making by at least, it's mine, Harry said. Not aggressively. Not arrogantly. Just a statement of fact, the way you might say, my hand, or, my heartbeat. Ollivander looked at the wand. He looked at Harry. He saw the ring, the glamour flickered, just for a moment, as the wand's magic disrupted it, and his moon-pale eyes went very wide. 7 galleons, he said faintly. Standard price. Harry paid. He walked out of Ollivander's with the founder's wand in his hand and the afternoon sunlight catching the pale wood. It felt like an extension of his arm. Like it had always been there, waiting for him to pick it up. He had 2 weeks before September 1st. He spent them practicing with the new wand, and every spell he'd learned in 4 years of training came faster, sharper, more precise. The wand didn't amplify his magic, it clarified it, like a lens focusing scattered light into a beam. Things he'd struggled with wandlessly became effortless with this wand. Things he'd never attempted became possible. He wrote to Ragnarok. Short, factual. I'm ready. September 1st. Ragnarok's reply was shorter. Remember, the castle will know you. So will your enemies. Show strength. Show restraint. Show nothing you don't intend to use. Good advice from a goblin who'd been playing political chess longer than most wizards had been alive. Harry packed his trunk. He checked his supplies. He read the founder's journals one more time each, not for information, he had them memorized, but for comfort. Gryffindor's bold humor. Ravenclaw's precise warmth. Hufflepuff's quiet compassion. Slytherin's bitter, honest pragmatism. They were the closest thing to family he had, these 4 dead people whose blood ran in his veins, and he was about to walk into the house they'd built. The night before September 1st, he stood at his window again. The Welsh hills were dark under a half-moon. The wards hummed softly around him, steady and strong. And beneath them, beneath everything, so faint he might have been imagining it, that cold pulse. That whisper from the north. The sound of something vast and patient pressing against a door that was slowly, slowly giving way. The Hollow King knew he was coming. Harry touched the scar on his forehead, the other weight, the other legacy, the dark wizard who had killed his parents and would come for him again eventually, drawn by prophecy or hatred or the simple, relentless gravity of unfinished business. 2 threats. 2 wars. 1 school year. And he was 11. He smiled. It was not a child's smile. "Let's begin," he said to the dark, and turned away from the window, and went to pack the last of his things for Hogwarts. In a tower office in a Scottish castle, Albus Dumbledore sat behind his desk and stared at a collection of silver instruments that had spent the last 4 years giving him nothing useful. They were monitoring devices, keyed to Harry Potter's blood. They were supposed to track his location, his health, his magical development. Since the boy's disappearance from Privet Drive, they had reported only static. The Fidelius charm that hit him was too strong, the goblin protections too thorough. But tonight, one of them had twitched. Not a location reading. Something else. A magical resonance signature so powerful it had briefly overwhelmed the device's calibration. Dumbledore had seen readings like this exactly twice before, once when Voldemort had risen to the height of his power, and once when the Dark Lord had fallen. Whatever Harry Potter had been doing for 4 years, he was no longer an untrained child. Dumbledore stroked his beard and considered his options. He had made mistakes with the boy. He could admit that to himself, in the privacy of his own mind, even if he would never say it aloud. The Dursleys had been necessary, the blood wards were critical to the larger strategy, but the execution had been flawed. He should have checked. He should have sent someone. He should have done a great many things he'd been too busy, too distracted, too certain of his own plan to do. And now the boy was beyond his reach. Trained by goblins, hidden by goblins, legally emancipated, in practical terms, by goblin treaty law. Coming to Hogwarts not as a grateful child discovering a magical world, but as, what? A player? A threat? An heir? Dumbledore didn't know. And Albus Dumbledore not knowing something was a rare and deeply uncomfortable experience. He looked at the letter he drafted, the personal postscript to Harry's Hogwarts acceptance. A gentle invitation. An opening move. I believe we have much to discuss. The question was whether Harry Potter would see it as an invitation or a trap. The question, Dumbledore suspected, was whether there was a difference. In a townhouse in Belgravia that was far larger on the inside than the outside, Arcturus Selwyn poured himself a glass of Ogden's and read the report his informant had delivered 30 minutes ago. The heritage potion results from 4 years ago, the ones Gringotts had refused to release, the ones he'd spent a fortune and burned 3 informants trying to obtain, were finally in his hands. A copy, blurred and incomplete, but enough. Heir of 4, unified founder bloodline Selwyn set down his glass. His hand was steady. His face was blank. Inside, something was roaring. He had spent 30 years, building the inheritors. Collecting artifacts. Mapping bloodlines. Engineering marriages between the right families, trying to concentrate enough founder blood in a single lineage to trigger the vault's recognition protocols. He had been so close. The Selwyn line carried a partial Slytherin claim, thin but real. The Greengrasses had a thread of Ravenclaw. The Longbottoms, buried in their Gryffindor loyalty, had Hufflepuff connections they didn't even know about. 2 more generations of careful breeding and political maneuvering, and Selwyn would have had what he needed. And instead, the magic had done it on its own. A random convergence. A half-blood orphan raised by Muggles, carrying all 4 bloodlines by cosmic accident. It was, Selwyn reflected, the most infuriating thing that had ever happened to him. But Arcturus Selwyn had not become the most powerful political operator in Wizarding Britain by succumbing to fury. He breathed. He thought. He planned. The boy was going to Hogwarts. The boy would claim founder authority. The Wizengamot would react, some with awe, some with fear, most with greed. Selwyn knew this because he knew people, the way an engineer knows machines, their tolerances, their failure points, the exact amount of pressure needed to make them move. The boy was 11. Trained, yes, the goblins weren't fools, but 11. A child playing in a world of adults. And adults could be patient. Selwyn picked up his quill and began writing letters. To Lucius Malfoy, who sat on the board of governors and owed Selwyn 3 favors. To Cornelius Fudge, the minister for magic, who owed Selwyn significantly more than that. To 6 members of the Wizengamot's Heritage Committee, who could be relied upon to support a review of any extraordinary inheritance claim. He would not attack the boy directly. That was foolish, and Selwyn was never foolish. He would attack the claim. Question the process. Demand verification. Create enough legal and political uncertainty to prevent the boy from accessing his full inheritance until Selwyn could find a way to redirect it. And if all of that failed, if the boy truly was what the heritage potion said he was, then Selwyn would find another way. He always did. The night before September 1st, 3 forces aligned without knowing it. In a Welsh manner, a boy packed his trunk and smiled at the dark. In a Scottish castle, an old man stared at silver instruments and planned his opening move. In a London townhouse, a politician sharpened his knives. And beneath Hogwarts, in a darkness older than the school, older than the founders, older than the concept of magic itself, something pressed against a cracking seal and felt, for the first time in 1,000 years, the approach of the blood it had been waiting for. The blood that could free it. Or end it. The Hollow King did not think in words. It did not hope or fear. But if it could have spoken, it would have said something like this, finally. Chapter 2, The Castle Awakens. Platform 9 3/4 was chaos. Harry had expected that. What he hadn't expected was how much the chaos would bother him. For years of goblin discipline, of silence, precision, and deliberate action, had rewired his tolerance for disorder. The platform was a riot of color and noise, parents shouting last-minute instructions, owls screeching in cages, trunks being levitated and dropped and levitated again, cats weaving between legs, children running in packs. A red-headed woman was bellowing at 4 red-headed sons while a small red-headed daughter tugged at her sleeve. A round-faced boy was chasing a toad through a forest of adult legs. Someone's cauldron had tipped over and was spilling books across the platform like a literary avalanche. Harry moved through it the way Bloodfang had taught him to move through hostile terrain, smooth, economical, aware of everything. His trunk was shrunken in his pocket, a useful trick from Ravenclaw's library. His wand was in a forearm holster, also from the library, charmed to release with a flick of his wrist. He wore Muggle clothes under a plain black traveling cloak, and he'd pushed his fringe down over his scar. Not hiding. Just not advertising. He found an empty compartment near the back of the train. The Hogwarts Express was magnificent, a scarlet steam engine that thrummed with enchantment, but Harry didn't linger on the aesthetics. He stowed his trunk, sat by the window, and pulled out a slim volume from Slytherin's vault, on the nature of magical bonds and the architecture of wards. The train began to move. The platform slid away, and London gave way to suburbs, then countryside, green and gold under a September sky. His compartment door slid open approximately 14 minutes into the journey. "Excuse me, is anyone, oh?" The round-faced boy from the platform. He was clutching his toad in both hands with the desperate grip of someone who'd caught it after a prolonged chase. His face was red, his hair was damp, and he looked like he'd been running since before breakfast. "Is anyone sitting here?" he managed. Just me, Harry said. Come in. The boy dropped into the seat across from Harry with a sigh that seemed to come from his feet. Thanks. Everywhere else is full, or people told me to shove off. I'm Neville. Neville Longbottom. Harry Potter. Neville's eyes widened. His grip on the toad tightened, and the toad gave an indignant croak. You're, really? Really? Gran talks about your parents sometimes. She says your mum was the cleverest witch in her year and your dad was, he caught himself. Sorry. That's probably weird, someone talking about your parents when you never, sorry. It's not weird, Harry said. I like hearing about them. Neville relaxed slightly. Something about Harry's voice, steady, unforced, without the sharp edges most people developed when discussing painful subjects, seemed to reassure him. I'm rubbish at magic, Neville said, apparently deciding that honesty was the best approach. Gran says I'm a late bloomer. Uncle Algy dropped me out a window when I was 8 to see if I had any, and I bounced, so that was good. But I can't do spells properly. My wand's second-hand, it was my dad's. Harry looked at him. Second-hand wand. Dead parents, or as good as, the Longbottoms, he knew from Ragnarok's briefings, had been tortured into insanity by Bellatrix Lestrange. Raised by a grandmother who measured him against a standard he couldn't meet. And yet here he was, toad in hand, willing to introduce himself to a stranger, willing to be honest about his weaknesses within 5 minutes of meeting someone. Courage, Harry thought, came in different shapes. The wand matters, he said. A second-hand wand that chose someone else won't work properly for you. When you get a chance, go to Ollivander's and get your own. Neville blinked. Gran says Dad's wand should be good enough. Your grandmother isn't the one casting spells with it. A pause. Neville looked at Harry, really looked at him, and something shifted in his expression. Not hero worship. Something more grounded than that. Recognition, maybe. The look of someone who'd been told what to think his whole life and had just heard, for the first time, someone tell him what to do. Yeah, Neville said quietly. You're right. The compartment door opened again. This time it was a girl, bushy brown hair, already in her Hogwarts robes, carrying a book and an expression of determined competence. She looked at Harry. She looked at Neville. She looked at the toad. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one. Oh, you've got it. Good. She sat down without being invited, which Harry found more amusing than annoying. I'm Hermione Granger. I've read all the course books already, and I've done some extra background reading too. I know I'm Muggle-born, so I'm probably behind, but I intend to catch up as quickly as possible. She said all of this in approximately 4 seconds. Harry Potter, Harry said. I know who you are. I've read about you in modern magical history, the rise and fall of the dark arts, and great wizarding events of the 20th century. You're the boy who lived. I'm aware. Are those books accurate? They're all rather vague about what actually happened. I was 15 months old. I don't remember much. Hermione frowned, as if a primary source being unavailable was a personal inconvenience. Well. I'm sure we'll learn more about it at school. What house do you think you'll be in? I've read about all 4, and Gryffindor sounds the best. Dumbledore himself was in Gryffindor, but Ravenclaw wouldn't be terrible. As long as it's not Slytherin. What's wrong with Slytherin? Harry asked. Everyone knows dark wizards come from Slytherin. You know who was a Slytherin. Merlin was a Slytherin too. Hermione opened her mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. Was he? Yes. She looked like she wanted to argue but couldn't find the data to support it. Harry watched her process this, the slight frown, the eyes going distant, the mental bibliography being revised in real time, and decided he liked her, despite the intensity. She was honest. She cared about being right more than being comfortable, and that was a rare quality. "I'll have to look into that," she said finally. "You should. The house system is more complicated than the books make it sound." She gave him a sharp look, the look of someone who wasn't used to being told she'd missed something. But she didn't bristle. She catalogued it. Filed it away for later investigation. Smart girl. She'd figure things out on her own. Better that way. The compartment door opened a third time, and this time Harry felt the political landscape shift. A girl. About his age, dark hair, pale skin, blue eyes the color of deep ice. She stood in the doorway with perfect posture and an expression of controlled assessment, not unfriendly, but distinctly reserved. Behind her, two other girls lingered in the corridor, whispering. "I heard Harry Potter was in this compartment," she said. Her voice was cool and precise, each word placed like a chess piece. "I wanted to see for myself." "You've seen," Harry said. "Want to sit down, or are you going to stand there?" The faintest crack in her composure, a twitch at the corner of her mouth. She stepped inside and sat next to Hermione, who looked equal parts curious and territorial. "Daphne Greengrass," she said. "House Greengrass." Harry knew the name. Ragnarok's Briefings. Neutral pure-blood family. Ancient bloodline with a thread of Ravenclaw descent. Politically careful, allied with no faction firmly, which in the current climate required a specific kind of strength. Harry Potter. "But you knew that." "I did." She looked at the book in his lap, on the nature of magical bonds, and something shifted behind her eyes. Interest. She recognized the text, or at least recognized that it wasn't a first-year textbook. "Where did you get that?" she asked. "Family library. That book hasn't been in print for 300 years. It's a very old family." She studied him. He let her. Most people looked at Harry and saw the scar, the fame, the legend. Daphne Greengrass looked at him and saw the book, the posture, the calm. She was reading him the way he'd been trained to read people, by what they did, not what they said. "You're not what I expected," she said. "What did you expect?" "Someone louder." Harry almost smiled. Disappointed? Intrigued. She said it simply, without flirtation or pretense. A statement of fact. Then she looked out the window and didn't speak again for 20 minutes, which Harry found more compelling than anything she could have said. Hermione, who had been watching this exchange with the intensity of someone observing a chemical reaction, turned back to her book with an expression that suggested she was going to be thinking about this interaction for a long time. Neville fed his toad a beetle and tried to be invisible. The train rolled north. Draco Malfoy showed up an hour later, flanked by two boys who looked like they'd been selected for mass rather than intellect. He'd changed into his robes and arranged his face into what he clearly thought was a commanding expression. He leaned against the compartment doorframe. "Potter. We meet again." "Malfoy. I've been thinking about our conversation at Madame Malkin's. I think you'll find that some wizarding families are better than others, and I can help you sort out which ones." He extended his hand. "You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort." His eyes flicked to Neville, then to Hermione. The message was clear. Harry looked at the extended hand. He looked at Malfoy. He looked at the two slabs of meat behind him. "I appreciate the offer," Harry said, "but I've been sorting things out on my own for a while now. I'm pretty good at it." "You'd turn down the friendship of the Malfoy family?" "I'd turn down the friendship of anyone who tells me who I should and shouldn't talk to." The words were mild. The delivery was not. Something in Harry's tone, the absolute, unhurried certainty of someone who has already weighed you and found you manageable, made Draco Malfoy take half a step back before he caught himself. "You'll regret that, Potter." "Maybe. But not today." Malfoy left. His muscle followed. The compartment was quiet for a moment. "He's going to be a problem," Daphne said, without looking up from the window. "He's going to try," Harry agreed. The castle appeared as the sun was setting, and even Harry, who had spent 4 years preparing for this moment, felt his breath catch. Hogwarts rose from the Scottish hills like something grown rather than built, towers and turrets and walls of dark stone, windows burning with golden light, reflected in the black mirror of the lake below. It was enormous, ancient, and alive in a way that Harry felt in his bones before he understood it with his mind. The Founder's blood in his veins sang. It was a sound no one else could hear, a resonance, a harmonic, the castle's magic recognizing him the way a dog recognizes its master's footstep. Every ward, every enchantment, every protective spell layered into those stones over 1,000 years reached for him, and Harry had to actively suppress the connection to keep from being overwhelmed. He breathed through it. Controlled it. Let the castle's awareness wash over him without drowning in it. Hello, he thought, and felt, impossibly, something like an answer. The first years crossed the lake in boats. Harry shared one with Neville, Hermione, and Daphne, an unlikely quartet that drew curious looks from the other boats. The giant man steering the fleet, Hagrid, the gamekeeper, who had apparently been sent to collect Harry from King's Cross but arrived at an empty compartment looking confused, called out instructions in a booming voice. The boats glided through a curtain of ivy into a cavern beneath the castle. Stone steps led upward. The first years climbed in a nervous, chattering cluster. A stern-looking witch met them at the top, tall, thin, Scottish, with a tight bun and spectacles and an expression that suggested she had never in her life tolerated nonsense. Welcome to Hogwarts. I am Professor McGonagall. In a few moments, you will pass through these doors and join your classmates. But first, you must be sorted into your houses. She explained the house system. Harry listened politely, knowing more about it than she did. Beside him, Neville looked like he was going to be sick. Hermione was muttering spells under her breath. Daphne stood perfectly still, composed as a marble statue, but Harry noticed her hands were clenched at her sides. The doors opened. The great hall swallowed them. It was vast. For long tables stretched the length of the hall, packed with students. Candles floated overhead, thousands of them, burning without holders, beneath a ceiling that showed the night sky. At the far end, a high table held the staff, and in the center of the staff table sat a man Harry had been thinking about for 4 years. Albus Dumbledore. He looked exactly like his photographs, tall, thin, ancient, with a silver beard long enough to tuck into his belt and half-moon spectacles perched on a crooked nose. He wore robes of deep purple embroidered with stars. His eyes were blue and bright and, when they found Harry in the crowd of first years, sharpened with an intensity that the grandfatherly exterior couldn't quite disguise. Harry met his gaze. Held it. Felt the faintest brush of something against his mind, not an attack, just a probe, gentle as a breath, and shut it down with the clemency barriers he'd built from Slytherin's mental defense exercises. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose a fraction of an inch. Harry looked away first. Not from weakness, from strategy. Let the old man wonder. McGonagall set a battered hat on a stool. The hat's brim opened like a mouth, and it sang, a long, rambling song about the 4 houses and their qualities. Harry listened to it differently than anyone else in the room. He heard the hat describe Gryffindor's courage, Hufflepuff's loyalty, Ravenclaw's wisdom, Slytherin's cunning, and he thought, I carry all of them. And you know it. The sorting began. Abbott, Hannah. A blonde girl stumbled to the stool. The hat was placed on her head. A moment later, Hufflepuff. Names rolled by. Bones, Susan, Hufflepuff. Boot, Terry, Ravenclaw. Granger, Hermione. The hat took nearly 4 minutes with her before announcing Gryffindor, and Hermione looked relieved enough to cry. Greengrass, Daphne, Slytherin, which surprised no one. Daphne walked to the Slytherin table with the calm of someone who'd known since birth where she'd end up. Longbottom, Neville, another long deliberation, then Gryffindor. Neville looked stunned. Malfoy, Draco, the hat barely touched his head. Slytherin. And then, Potter, Harry. The great hall went silent. Not quiet, silent, in the way a room goes silent when a held breath becomes collective. Every head turned. Whispers erupted and were shushed. The staff table went rigid with attention. Dumbledore leaned forward. Harry walked to the stool. He sat. McGonagall lowered the sorting hat onto his head. Darkness. The brim dropped past his eyes. And then a voice, not heard, but felt, resonating inside his skull. Well, well, well. I was wondering when you'd show up. The voice was old. Not elderly, ancient, like stone and starlight and the slow turning of centuries. And it was amused. The heir of 4. I haven't seen one of you actually, I've never seen one of you. This is unprecedented. Do you have any idea how boring it's been, sorting ordinary children for 1,000 years? Can you just sort me? Harry thought. Sort you? Into what? You've got Gryffindor's nerve, more than his, frankly, the man was a bit of a hothead. You've got Ravenclaw's mind, and you've done things with it she'd be proud of. You've got Hufflepuff's heart, which is the rarest quality in this room, by the way, don't let anyone tell you loyalty isn't a weapon. And you've got Slytherin's cunning, and his darkness, and his anger, though you've done a better job managing it than he ever did. So pick one. I can't pick one. That would be lying. You are all 4, and I am the sorting hat, not the lying hat. I was created to place students where they truly belong, and you belong to this entire castle. The hat was silent for a moment. Then, I'm going to do something I've never done before. Try not to make a fuss. The hat's brim opened, and its voice boomed through the great hall, not the single-word shout of a house name, but a full sentence, spoken with a weight that made the candles flicker and the enchanted ceiling ripple. The heir of 4 cannot be sorted into a single house. He belongs to Hogwarts itself. The silence that followed was so complete Harry could hear his own heartbeat echoing off the stone walls. Then the room exploded. Not with magic, with noise. Every student talking at once, half of them standing, professors gripping the edges of the staff table. McGonagall's face had gone white. Snape, Harry recognized him from Ragnarok's descriptions, the hook-nosed, dark-haired potions master, looked like he'd swallowed a live fish. Dumbledore's expression hadn't changed at all, which was the most telling reaction of them all. Harry removed the hat from his head and stood. That's never happened before, a Weasley twin shouted from the Gryffindor table, sounding delighted. That can't happen, snapped a prefect from Ravenclaw. Is this a joke? Someone at the Slytherin table demanded. Dumbledore rose. The hall quieted, not instantly, but in a rolling wave, the old man's presence pressing down on the room like a gentle, inexorable hand. A most unusual sorting, Dumbledore said, his voice warm and measured. And one that, I'm sure, has a perfectly reasonable explanation. Perhaps, Mr. Potter, you might simply choose a house for the time being, and we can discuss the particulars, with respect, Headmaster, Harry said, and his voice carried through the hall with a clarity that surprised even him, the castle's acoustics bending to serve him, amplifying without distortion. The sorting hat was created by the 4 founders to place students where they truly belong. It has made its determination. I don't think it's appropriate for me to override the founder's own instrument. Silence. A different kind this time, not shocked, but calculating. Every politically aware student and teacher in the room had just heard an 11-year-old cite founder authority to countermand the headmaster. In public. On his first night. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. It was the most dangerous twinkle Harry had ever seen. The founder's wisdom is, of course, paramount, Dumbledore said smoothly. However, there are practical considerations, housing, scheduling, house points, the founder's wing, Harry said. He felt the castle respond to the words, a warmth in the stones, a subtle shift in the air, as if a door somewhere had just unlocked. Hogwarts has quarters designed for exactly this situation. They've been sealed, but the castle recognizes my authority to open them. He didn't say I am the heir of 4. He didn't need to. The hat had said it for him, and Harry's calm, unshakable certainty was saying the rest. Dumbledore looked at Harry. Harry looked at Dumbledore. The entire school held its breath. Very well, Dumbledore said. The twinkle dimmed slightly, controlled, contained. We shall make the necessary arrangements. Welcome to Hogwarts, Mr. Potter. He sat down. Harry stood alone in the center of the great hall, between 4 tables, belonging to none and claimed by all, and he felt the castle's magic wrap around him like armor. He also felt, from the direction of the Slytherin table, Daphne Greengrass watching him with those ice-blue eyes, and the faintest ghost of a smile on her face. He sat at the end of the Hufflepuff table for dinner. It was the closest open seat, and he liked the symbolism. Hufflepuff, the founder everyone underestimated, the house nobody chose first. The Hufflepuff stared at him like he was an unexploded bomb, but a 7th-year girl named Tonks, bright pink hair, infectious grin, made space for him and said, well, that was the most entertaining sorting in living memory. Budge over, Finch Fletchley, let the man sit. Harry ate. The food was excellent. He didn't taste much of it, he was too busy cataloging the room, reading the reactions, mapping the political terrain. Snape was staring at him with an intensity that could have etched glass. Harry met the look and felt the same mental probe Dumbledore had attempted, rougher, less subtle, and deflected it. Snape's eyes widened briefly, then narrowed. He looked away. Quirrell, the turban defense Professor Ragnarok had mentioned, was also watching. His gaze kept sliding toward Harry and then away, furtive, anxious. And from beneath the turban, Harry felt something else. Not a probe. A presence. A second magical signature, dark and oily and wrong, coiled around Quirrell like a parasite. Harry's scar twinged. Barely. He filed it away. After the feast, Dumbledore gave a start-of-term speech that was mostly whimsical nonsense, nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak, with one pointed addition, a warning that the 3rd-floor corridor on the right-hand side was forbidden, to anyone who does not wish to die a most painful death. Several students laughed nervously. Harry noted the specific location and the phrasing. Something was hidden there. Something Dumbledore wanted to protect but also, given the transparency of the warning, something he was using as bait. Chess player, Ragnarok had called him. And chess players didn't just protect their pieces, they set traps. The castle showed Harry to the Founder's wing. Not a portrait or a ghost, the castle itself. A section of wall on the 4th floor shimmered as Harry approached, revealing a door that hadn't existed moments before. It was made of dark wood, banded with iron, and carved with the crests of all 4 houses. It opened at his touch. Behind it was a suite of rooms that took Harry's breath away. A common room that blended the aesthetics of all 4 houses, warm Gryffindor reds in the upholstery, Ravenclaw blue in the ceiling enchantment that showed a perpetual night sky, Hufflepuff's earth tones in the wooden floors and growing plants that climbed the walls, Slytherin silver in the fixtures and the subtle serpentine patterns in the stonework. A study with bookshelves already stocked, the castle anticipating his needs. A bedroom with a 4-poster bed hung with curtains that shifted color. A bathroom with a tub the size of a small pool. And on the wall of the common room, a map. Not a painting. Not a decoration. A living, breathing, 3-dimensional representation of Hogwarts, projected in light and magic, showing every room, every corridor, every secret passage, every moving staircase in real time. Tiny dots of light moved through the hallways, students and staff, each one labeled with a name. Harry stared at it. The Marauder's map that Ragnarok had told him about, his father's creation, was a masterpiece. This was the original blueprint. The thing the Marauder's map had been based on, or perhaps inspired by, 1,000-fold more detailed. And at the bottom of the map, deep beneath the dungeons, beneath the Chamber of Secrets, beneath the foundations themselves, a pulsing darkness. Not a room. Not a passage. A void, represented on the map as a slow, rhythmic throb of black light. The deep seal. Harry watched it pulse. It was faster than he'd expected. Faster than the models in Slytherin's notes suggested. Something was accelerating the decay. He reached out with his magical awareness, carefully, the way you'd approach a sleeping predator, and touched the castle's ward structure. It was vast and layered and intricate, 1,000 years of enchantment woven together like a tapestry, and it was beautiful, and it was sick. Not damaged. Not broken. Sick, the way a person gets sick, subtle wrongness spreading through the system, a corruption so gradual that the body doesn't notice until it's everywhere. The wards that connected to the deep seal were fraying at the edges. The magic that should have been reinforcing the seal was being slowly, imperceptibly redirected. Drained. Siphoned. By what? Harry withdrew. He needed more information. He needed to get into the Chamber of Secrets, where Slytherin's real research was. He needed time. He also needed sleep. He'd been running on adrenaline since London, and tomorrow he had to navigate the first day of classes while half the school treated him like a celebrity and the other half treated him like a threat. He climbed into the four-poster bed. The curtains settled around him in a comforting cocoon. The castle hummed, he could feel it now, a constant background vibration, like a heartbeat that matched his own. I'm here, he thought. I know what's wrong. I'm going to fix it. And from somewhere deep in the stones, he felt something that might have been gratitude. Or might have been desperation. He slept. The first week at Hogwarts was an exercise in controlled chaos. Harry attended classes with all four houses on a rotating basis, a compromise McGonagall had worked out, looking deeply unhappy about it. Monday and Wednesday he was with the Gryffindors, Tuesday and Thursday with the Slytherins, and Fridays alternated between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. It was logistically absurd and socially fascinating. In Transfiguration, McGonagall set them to turning matches into needles. Harry did it on his first attempt, wandlessly, then with his wand, producing a needle so perfectly formed that McGonagall held it up to the light and stared at it for 10 seconds before awarding Gryffindor, his current class affiliation, 5 points with a voice that suggested she couldn't decide whether to be impressed or alarmed. In Charms, tiny Professor Flitwick had them practice levitation. Harry performed the charm silently, without the incantation, floating his feather to the ceiling while the rest of the class was still trying to pronounce Wingardium Leviosa. Flitwick fell off his stack of books. In Potions, Snape tried to humiliate him. It was a masterful performance, rapid-fire questions designed to expose ignorance, delivered with silky contempt, each one more obscure than the last. Harry answered all of them. Correctly. In detail. Without hesitation. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? The draught of living death, sir. A powerful sleeping potion. The standard recipe calls for 13 saprophyros beans, but Libatius Borgia's revision in 1957 demonstrated that 12, properly juiced with the flat of a silver blade rather than cut, produces a more stable solution. Snape's face was a study in conflict. The man clearly wanted to hate him, Harry could feel it radiating off him like heat, but the answers were too precise, too knowledgeable, to dismiss. Where would you look if I asked you to find a bezoar? The stomach of a goat. Though Eastern magical traditions prefer the gallstones of certain magical serpents for broader toxin neutralization. What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? They're the same plant. Also known as aconite. Used in the wolfsbane potion, which Damocles Belby developed in 1988 to allow werewolves to retain their minds during transformation. Snape stared at him for a long, uncomfortable moment. Your mother, he said, very quietly, was a natural at potions. It was such an unexpected thing to say that Harry was momentarily speechless. There was something in Snape's voice, a crack, a fissure, a glimpse of pain so old it had fossilized, that didn't match the cold exterior. Harry filed it away, next to everything else he was filing away about the people in this castle. "Thank you, sir," he said. Snape gave him a look that was part grief, part fury, and entirely unreadable, then swept to the next student and began criticizing Neville's cauldron with his usual venom. The classes themselves were simple for Harry, for years of founder-level training had put him far beyond the first-year curriculum. But the social dynamics were the real education. Neville attached himself to Harry with quiet, stubborn loyalty, sitting next to him at every meal, walking with him between classes, asking no questions about Harry's abilities and offering no judgments. In return, Harry started tutoring Neville in the evenings, not from the textbooks, but from Gryffindor's journal, using the physical-magical integration techniques that the founder had developed. Within a week, Neville's spellwork had improved dramatically. His confidence, though, was the thing that changed most. Someone believed in him. It mattered. Hermione was a harder case. She respected Harry's knowledge but couldn't quite accept his methods: wandless magic, silent casting, the blending of different house traditions. "That's not how the textbooks say to do it," she said at least 3 times a day. "The textbooks are training wheels," Harry told her. "They teach you one way so you don't hurt yourself. But once you understand the principles, the method is up to you." "But the method is the principle. Wand movements correspond to specific magical frequencies," "They do. And once you know the frequency, you don't need the movement. Just like you don't need to sound out words once you know how to read." She argued with him for 2 hours. Then she went to the library and spent 3 days researching wandless magic theory. She came back looking shaken and excited in equal measure. "You're right," she said, as if admitting it physically hurt. "The early magical traditions didn't use wands at all. Wands are a medieval European invention. Asian magical traditions use fans, staves, or nothing at all. So the textbooks are incomplete. Welcome to the real world." She gave him a look that was 3 parts annoyance and 1 part grudging admiration, and went back to the library. Daphne was different from all of them. She didn't seek Harry out. She didn't attach herself to him or argue with him or ask for help. She was simply present. In the library at the same times he was. In the corridors when he walked between classes. At meals, sitting at the Slytherin table, close enough to the aisle that they could exchange a word or a glance without making it obvious. She was watching him. Reading him. Making up her mind. It was 3 days before she approached him directly, and when she did, it was in the library, late in the evening, when most students had gone to bed. "You're not studying the first-year curriculum," she said, sitting across from him. Not a question. Harry looked up from the architecture of ancient ward systems. "No. What are you studying?" "The castle." She considered this. "Why?" "Because something's wrong with it." A pause. She tilted her head, a gesture so precisely calibrated between curiosity and caution that Harry almost smiled. "The staircases have been irregular. More than usual. And the portraits are restless. My grandmother used to say portraits only get restless when the magic they're painted with is disturbed." "Your grandmother was right. She usually was." Daphne leaned forward. "My family has been neutral for generations. We don't ally with Dumbledore, we don't ally with the dark families, we don't ally with the ministry. It's expensive and exhausting, and it means we have to be smarter than everyone else just to survive." "I know. I'm telling you this because I want you to understand, when I talk to you, it's not because I want something from the boy who lived. It's because I see something in you that interests me, and my instincts are very, very good." "What do you see?" "Someone who knows more than he's showing. Someone who's playing a longer game than anyone in this school realizes. And someone who might, eventually, need an ally who understands how Slytherin politics work." She stood. "Think about it." She walked away. Harry watched her go, and thought about it, and found that the thinking was easier and more complicated than he'd expected. The confrontation with Dumbledore came on his 3rd evening. An invitation, delivered by a house elf, to visit the headmaster's office. He says to mention that he's partial to sherbet lemons, the elf added. Harry went. He wasn't going to avoid this conversation, avoiding it would suggest fear, and fear was a currency he couldn't afford to spend. The gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office leaped aside before Harry gave the password. It recognized him. The spiral staircase carried him up to a circular room stuffed with silver instruments, sleeping portraits, and the weight of 2 centuries of accumulated authority. Dumbledore sat behind his desk. Fawkes, his phoenix, perched nearby, regarding Harry with eyes like drops of fire. The room was warm. Comfortable. Designed to make visitors feel welcome and off-balance simultaneously. Harry, my boy. Sherbet lemon? No, thank you, Professor. Please, sit. Harry sat. The chair was positioned slightly lower than Dumbledore's, a classic dominance arrangement. Harry noted it without reacting. Dumbledore studied him over his half-moon spectacles. The twinkle was there, but dimmer, and behind it Harry could see the calculating mind working, adjusting, recalibrating. You've grown, Dumbledore said. The last time I saw you, you were a baby. The last time you checked on me, you mean. A beat. The twinkle flickered. I deserve that. I understand you're angry about the Dursleys, Harry, and I want you to know, I'm not angry. Dumbledore paused. Anger would require me to believe you owed me better, Harry said. You made a decision. You placed me with the Dursleys for the Blood Wards. The wards worked. I survived. The method of survival wasn't what you planned, but the outcome was achieved. That's a very clinical way of describing a childhood. I had a clinical childhood. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. When he spoke again, the grandfatherly warmth was still there, but Harry could hear something else underneath, the steel, the chess player, the man who'd fought a world war and won it through strategy rather than strength. You know about your heritage. Yes. The heritage potion. The founder vaults. The heir of 4. Yes. I knew about the Potter-Gryffindor connection. I suspected the Hufflepuff link. The Evans line carrying Ravenclaw and Slytherin. He trailed off. That, I did not foresee. Would it have changed what you did? I'd like to say yes. But honestly, Harry, I don't know. The prophecy, what prophecy? The room went very still. Dumbledore looked at Harry for a long time. Behind him, Fawkes trilled a single, low note. There is a prophecy, Dumbledore said slowly, made before your birth, concerning you and Lord Voldemort. It is the reason he targeted your family. I had intended to tell you when you were older, when you were ready. I'm here. I'm ready. You're 11. I've been training in combat, magical theory, ward construction, and political strategy for 4 years. I can produce a corporeal Patronus, I can duel goblin warriors to a draw, and I've read every surviving text in 4 founder vaults. Age is a poor measure of readiness, Professor. Dumbledore closed his eyes. When he opened them, something had shifted, not surrender, exactly, but acknowledgement. The recognition that the boy in front of him was not the boy he'd planned for. The prophecy states that a child born at the end of July, to parents who had thrice defied Voldemort, would have the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. Neither can live while the other survives. Voldemort heard part of it and chose to act. He chose you. Harry absorbed this. He's not dead. No. I believe he persists, in some diminished form. I have theories about how and why, but they are, incomplete. Horcruxes. Dumbledore's expression went blank. Completely, utterly blank, the way a wall goes blank when you remove the painting that was hanging on it. Where, he said carefully, did you learn that word? Slytherin's research notes. He was studying methods of soul anchoring 1,000 years ago. He found them abhorrent but theoretically sound. If Voldemort survived the destruction of his body, soul anchoring is the most likely explanation. I have spent 10 years arriving at that conclusion. Slytherin spent 20 years researching it. They looked at each other. The fire crackled. Fawkes preened a wing. You are, Dumbledore said, a deeply inconvenient young man. I get that a lot. Something happened to Dumbledore's face, a crack in the composed exterior, unexpected and genuine. He laughed. Not the practiced, warm chuckle of a grandfatherly authority figure, but a real laugh, surprised out of him, and for a moment Harry saw the person beneath the performance, a brilliant, tired, deeply lonely old man who had been carrying the weight of the wizarding world for longer than most people had been alive. I'm going to be honest with you, Harry. I don't think I've been honest with anyone in a very long time, so forgive me if I'm rusty. Dumbledore set aside his sherbet lemons and folded his hands. I have a plan. I have had a plan since before you were born. It involves you, Voldemort, the prophecy, and a series of carefully arranged circumstances designed to ensure that when the final confrontation comes, you are in a position to win. And this plan requires me to trust you. It requires you to be guided by me. To accept my judgment on what you need to know and when you need to know it. To trust that my experience and wisdom, considerable though I am aware that sounds, will lead you to the best possible outcome. Harry considered this. He considered it seriously, because Dumbledore was not stupid, was not evil, and was not wrong about everything. The man had fought Grindelwald. He had orchestrated the resistance against Voldemort. His track record was exceptional. But you left me in a cupboard, Harry said. For 6 years. Because your plan said it was optimal. The blood wards protected me from magical threats. Not from the threat I actually faced. You calculated the magical cost and ignored the human one. Dumbledore said nothing. I respect you, Professor. I respect your experience and your intelligence. But I can't put myself under the authority of someone who treats people as variables in an equation. I'll work with you. I'll listen to your counsel. But I won't be guided by you. I won't be managed. The fire burned. The portraits on the walls, the former headmasters, were all pretending to sleep and all listening intently. And if I told you, Dumbledore said quietly, that this insistence on independence might cost lives? That there are things in motion, things beyond Voldemort, beyond the prophecy, that require a unified strategy? I'd say that a unified strategy works better when it's built on partnership, not control. Dumbledore looked at him for a long, long time. Your mother said something very similar to me once, he said. The night before she went into hiding. She told me that trusting people wasn't a weakness, and that if I couldn't learn to do it, all my plans would eventually fail. He paused. She was right about many things, your mother. He stood. The Founder's wing suits you. It does. And the castle, you can feel it. Its condition. Harry's eyes sharpened. You know something's wrong. I know the castle has been unsettled. For years. Portraits reporting unease. Magic misfiring in the lower levels. I have investigated. I have found nothing. But I am not the castle's heir. What are you asking me? I'm asking you, Harry, whether you felt what I suspect, that Hogwarts is sick. And whether you know why. Harry looked at the old man. Weighed the risks. Decided. There's something beneath the castle. Something the Founders sealed 1,000 years ago. The seal is failing. Dumbledore sat back down. Tell me everything. Harry told him some of it. Not everything, not the Hollow King's nature, not the Founder artifacts, not the specifics of Slytherin's research. Enough to establish the threat. Enough to give Dumbledore a reason to cooperate rather than control. Not enough to give him leverage. It was a Slytherin conversation. Harry could feel Salazar's ghost smirking. This changes things, Dumbledore said when Harry finished. It changes everything. Then perhaps our first collaborative effort should be establishing exactly how compromised the castle's defenses are. A pause. I will share what I know about Voldemort's Horcruxes. All of it. Not as a condition, as a gesture of good faith. And in return? In return, you allow me to be useful. I am old, Harry, and I have made mistakes, but I am not useless. And if what you're describing is real, if there is a force beneath this school that predates the founders, then neither of us can afford to fight it alone. Harry extended his hand. Partners. Dumbledore took it. Partners. His grip was strong. His eyes were bright. And behind the twinkle, Harry could see the mind already working, already planning, already 3 moves ahead. But this time, Harry was 3 moves ahead too. The next morning, Peeves the Poltergeist was waiting for Harry outside the Founder's wing. Peeves was, by all accounts, the most annoying entity in Hogwarts, a spirit of chaos and disruption who tormented students and staff with equal glee, answerable to no one except the Bloody Baron. He was floating upside down in the corridor, juggling what appeared to be stolen inkwells, when Harry emerged. Harry looked at him. Peeves looked at Harry. The inkwells stopped in midair. Peeves rotated slowly to right side up. His expression, usually gleeful, manic, predatory, went through a remarkable transformation, confusion, recognition, and then something Harry had never expected to see on a poltergeist's face. Respect. Peeves bowed. Not a mocking bow, not a sarcastic flourish, a deep, formal bow, the kind a servant gives a king. Master of the castle, Peeves said. His voice was different, not the cackling screech, but something older, more resonant, like a bell that had been rung very deep. Peeves has been waiting. The castle told Peeves you were coming. The castle talks to you. Peeves is the castle, in a manner of speaking. Peeves is the echo of every student who ever laughed in these halls, every bit of mischief and joy and chaos that soaked into the stones. The founders didn't create Peeves. Peeves grew. He floated closer. His eyes, usually mad and scattered, were focused. The castle is afraid, Master. Peeves can feel it. The laughter is getting quieter. The stones are getting cold. I know. Will you fix it? I'm going to try. Peeves nodded. Then, as if a switch had been flipped, his expression reverted to its usual manic grin. He snatched up the inkwells and hurled them at a passing suit of armor with a cackle that echoed through 3 corridors. But as he zoomed away, he called back over his shoulder, Peeves will help, Master. Just say the word. Harry watched him go and added poltergeist ally to his mental inventory. The political attack came sooner than expected. On the Friday of Harry's first week, a delegation from the Board of Governors arrived at Hogwarts. 3 wizards in formal robes, led by a man Harry recognized from Ragnarok's briefing photographs, Lucius Malfoy. Malfoy Sr. was everything Malfoy Jr. aspired to be, tall, platinum blonde, impeccably dressed, with a silver-topped cane that Harry's magical awareness identified as containing a wand. His face was a mask of polished civility over something cold and sharp. Behind him, a second man. Older, silver-haired, with a lean face and eyes like a hawk's, precise, patient, predatory. He wore no ostentation, carried no artifacts. His power was in his bearing, absolute composure, absolute confidence. Arcturus Selwyn. Harry had known this was coming. Ragnarok had warned him. But knowing and experiencing were different, and the experience of Selwyn's presence was like standing in the shadow of a glacier, cold, massive, and moving with an inevitability that mere humans couldn't redirect. They convened in the Great Hall. Dumbledore presided, looking calm. McGonagall stood behind him, looking militant. The students had been cleared, except for Harry, who'd been invited to attend, meaning summoned, meaning this was the ambush. Mr. Potter, Lucius Malfoy began, with a smile that showed too many teeth, the Board of Governors has received reports of your unusual sorting. And of your claim to the so-called Founder's Wing. It's not a claim, Harry said. The castle recognized me. The Sorting Hat confirmed it. The Sorting Hat is an artifact. Artifacts can be tampered with. The Sorting Hat was created by the 4 founders personally and has operated without error or interference for 1,000 years. Are you suggesting someone tampered with it? Malfoy's smile thinned. I'm suggesting that extraordinary claims require extraordinary verification. I agree. Which is why I was verified by Gringotts' heritage potion 4 years ago. Gringotts has the documentation on file. Any accredited magical authority can request a copy. We have requested it, Selwyn said. His voice was different from Malfoy's, no silk, no performance. Direct, measured, the voice of a man who didn't need to impress because he was already certain of his superiority. Gringotts has declined. Gringotts protects its clients' privacy. That's rather the point of banking with goblins. Privacy is one thing. Accountability is another. Selwyn stepped forward. Mr. Potter, I have no personal animosity toward you. But you are asking the wizarding world to accept that an 11-year-old boy, raised by muggles, with no verifiable magical education, is the legitimate heir to all 4 Hogwarts founders. This claim, if accepted, gives you legal authority over the school itself, over founder estates worth billions of galleons, and over a political legacy that has shaped our world for a millennium. He paused. Let the word settle. Surely you can understand why we might want proof. It was beautifully done. Reasonable, measured, framed as common sense rather than hostility. Harry could feel the room shifting, even Dumbledore was nodding slightly, the bastard, because Selwyn's argument was the kind that made people feel sensible for agreeing with it. Harry stood. Lord Selwyn, members of the board. You're right. My claim is extraordinary, and it deserves verification. He reached into his pocket and produced a sealed scroll, Gringotts parchment, goblin seal, authenticated by Ragnarok personally. He'd been carrying it since the first day, waiting for this moment. This is a certified copy of my heritage potion results, authenticated by the director of Gringotts under goblin law. It is legally admissible in any magical court in Europe. He placed it on the table. But verification of my bloodline is only part of the question. The real question is whether the castle itself recognizes me as heir. He raised his hand. And the castle responded. Not dramatically, Harry wasn't interested in spectacle. But the torches in the great hall flared brighter. The house banners rippled without wind. The enchanted ceiling, which had been showing a grey autumn sky, cleared to blazing blue. And most tellingly, the 4 suits of armor flanking the hall, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin, decorative pieces that hadn't moved in centuries, turned their heads to face Harry and brought their swords to salute position with a crash of metal on metal that echoed through the hall. Every person in the room flinched. Except Harry. The castle knows who I am, Harry said quietly. The question isn't whether I'm the heir. The question is what you're going to do about it. He sat down. Selwyn looked at the armored suits. He looked at the blazing torches. He looked at the clear sky overhead. Then he looked at Harry, and for the first time, his composure cracked, not into fear or anger, but into something more complex. Reassessment. The recognition that the opponent across the board was not a child playing dress-up. The board will review the documentation, Selwyn said. We reserve the right to request independent verification. Of course. And we will be monitoring the situation closely. I'd expect nothing less. Selwyn turned to leave. Malfoy followed, looking less composed, his jaw was tight, his grip on his cane white-knuckled. But Selwyn paused at the door. You're very polished, for an 11-year-old, he said, without turning around. I've had good teachers. Goblins. Among others. Selwyn turned his head. Just enough to look at Harry over his shoulder. The founders built this school for the magical world, Mr. Potter. Not for one person. Remember that. I do. Every day. Selwyn left. The door closed behind him. The suits of armor returned to their resting positions. Dumbledore looked at Harry. Well handled, he said, and the twinkle was back, though whether it was admiration or calculation, Harry couldn't tell. McGonagall looked like she wanted to either award him 50 points or give him detention. She settled for a stiff nod. Harry picked up the Gringotts scroll and put it back in his pocket. The first battle was over. The war was just beginning. Cassandra Vane found him 2 days later. She was a 7th-year Ravenclaw, tall and sharp-featured, with black hair cut short and eyes that burned with an intelligence so fierce it was almost uncomfortable to meet. She cornered him in the library, literally cornered, backing him into the restricted section alcove with the determination of someone who had been stewing for a week and was done waiting. "You," she said, "are a fraud." Harry looked at her. "Nice to meet you too. I've spent my entire life studying the founders. My family has documented Ravenclaw lineage going back 400 years. I have legitimate claim to Ravenclaw's legacy, partial, yes, but real, verified, researched. And you walk in here with your famous scar and your goblin lawyers and you just, take it? I didn't take anything. The heritage potions measure blood, not merit. Blood is an accident. Merit is earned." Her voice was shaking, not with weakness, but with passion so intense it vibrated. "I have earned this. I have spent 7 years at this school mastering every branch of magic Ravenclaw valued. I have read every text, solved every puzzle, pushed every boundary. And you're 11. You've been in the magical world for 4 years. How dare you claim what I've spent my life working toward?" Harry looked at her, really looked, the way Ragnarok had taught him to read people, not just their words but the architecture of their feelings. Cassandra Vane wasn't jealous. She wasn't petty. She was hurt. She had built her identity around a heritage that had just been superseded by a child, and the ground beneath her feet had crumbled. "You're right," he said. She blinked. Whatever she'd expected, it wasn't agreement. "Blood is an accident," Harry continued. "I didn't earn this. I was born with it, the way I was born with green eyes and bad eyesight. It doesn't make me better than you, and it doesn't make your claim invalid. But it also doesn't change what I am. The heritage potion doesn't lie. The castle recognized me. I can either ignore that and let whatever's coming happen without anyone standing against it, or I can accept it and try to be worthy of it." "What do you mean, whatever's coming?" Harry hesitated. "Then, have you felt it? The castle. Something wrong, underneath." Cassandra's expression changed. The anger didn't disappear, but something else joined it, the look of a researcher who has been ignoring data that doesn't fit her model and has just been told the data is the answer. "The ward fluctuations," she said slowly. "The portrait unrest. The restricted section books that keep rearranging themselves. I wrote a paper on it last year, Anomalous Magical Behavior in Hogwarts Ward Architecture. Professor Flitwick said it was the best student paper he'd read in 20 years, but he couldn't explain the findings. How would you like to know what's causing it?" She stared at him. The anger warred with the curiosity. Curiosity, as it tends to do in Ravenclaws, won. "I challenge you to a duel," she said. Harry blinked. "That's not the response I expected. If you're really the heir of 4, you should be able to fight like it. I want to see what you can do. Not your paperwork, not your castle tricks, your magic. If you can beat me, I'll listen. If you can't, you admit that bloodline doesn't equal ability, and you let me help you as an equal, not a subordinate. Those sound like the same outcome." "They are. I just want to duel you." Harry almost laughed. "Deal." The duel was held in the Room of Requirement, which Harry had discovered on his second day, the castle having practically shoved him toward the 7th-floor corridor with emphatic directional hints. He'd told Cassandra where to meet, and she'd arrived with 3 seventh-year friends as witnesses, plus a formal dueling stance and an expression of focused determination. Harry had brought Neville. Not as a second. Neville, at this point, would have been more danger to himself than to an opponent, but because Neville asked if he could come, and Harry didn't believe in refusing people who wanted to show up. Rules? Cassandra asked, taking her position. Standard tournament rules. No unforgivables, no permanent harm. First to yield or be disarmed. Fair. She raised her wand, 12 inches, cedar, dragon heartstring, the kind of wand that suited precision work. On 3. On 3. One of her friends counted. Harry watched Cassandra's feet, her shoulders, the angle of her wand arm. For years of Bloodfang's training had made reading body language instinctive. She was going to open with a feint right, strike left. Classic Ravenclaw, misdirect, then exploit the gap. 3. Cassandra moved. Fast, precise, exactly as Harry had predicted, a stinging jinx right, snapping into a disarming charm left, beautifully executed. Harry sidestepped the jinx and caught the disarming charm on a wandless shield, his left hand up, palm out, the shield forming from pure will. Cassandra's eyes went wide. He didn't counterattack. Not yet. He let her come. She was good. More than good, she was brilliant, 7 years of elite magical education honed to a razor's edge. She cast with fluidity and creativity, chaining spells together in combinations that most adults couldn't manage, a blasting curse into a freezing charm into a transfiguration of the frozen debris into a swarm of stone wasps that launched at Harry from 3 angles simultaneously. Harry dissolved the wasps with a wave of heat, Hufflepuff's elemental manipulation, drawn from the Garden Vault's teachings on nature magic, and closed the distance. He didn't fire spells. He moved, flowed, using Gryffindor's combat mobility to cut angles and deny Cassandra clear lines of attack. She adjusted. Cast a tripwire jinx, layered an area denial charm behind it, covered the flanks with stinging hexes. It was a trap, a beautifully constructed magical kill zone. Harry stepped into it. The tripwire jinx hit him. He absorbed it, another Slytherin technique, redirecting hostile magic through his own channels and converting it to power, and used the energy to fuel a disarming charm so fast and so focused that it crossed the room like a whipcrack. Cassandra's wand flew from her hand. She caught it, a desperate snatch, fingers closing around the shaft a foot from her face, and immediately cast again, a nonverbal impediment jinx that Harry deflected with his wand. He could have ended it there. She was off balance, her rhythm broken, her planned sequences disrupted. 3 more seconds of pressure and she'd be disarmed for real. Instead, he backed off. Gave her space. Let her reset. She stared at him. Understanding bloomed in her eyes, he wasn't trying to humiliate her. He was showing her what he could do, and then he was showing her that he chose not to use it to crush her. Her jaw set. She attacked again. This time she went all out. 7th-year spells, complex chains, environmental manipulation, she transfigured the floor into quicksand, transmuted the air into a sleep-inducing fog, cast a Patronus not for defense but as a distraction, a silver hawk, beautiful and distracting, and behind it all, a silent full-body bind that came from an angle Harry didn't expect. It hit him. His arms locked to his sides. His legs snapped together. He toppled, and stopped, hovering an inch from the ground, held up by pure wandless magic, his own magic raging against the bind, cracking it, shattering it like ice in sunlight. He stood up. The fog cleared. The quicksand resolidified. The silver hawk dissolved. Harry looked at Cassandra. She was breathing hard, wand raised, eyes blazing. He raised his wand. 1 spell. A disarming charm, not the fast, focused version, but a full-power cast that lit the room gold and red and blue and green, all 4 colors spiraling together, and Cassandra's wand ripped from her grip and flew across the room to land in Harry's outstretched hand. The room was very quiet. Harry walked across the room and held out her wand. "You're brilliant," he said. "I mean that. 7 years of study, and you pushed me harder than the goblin training dummies." Cassandra took her wand. Her hand was trembling, but her eyes were clear. "You use techniques from all 4 founders' traditions?" "Yes. Combined. Simultaneously." "That shouldn't be possible, the magical frequencies are incompatible." "They're not incompatible. They're complementary. Like instruments in an orchestra. No one's tried to play them together because no one's had access to all 4. She stared at him for a long, silent moment. Then she laughed. Not a happy laugh, a broken one, the laugh of someone whose worldview has just been dismantled and rebuilt. "You absolute bastard," she said, without heat. "You're the real thing. I don't want to be your enemy, Cassandra." "No. I don't think you do." She holstered her wand. "I still think bloodline is an absurd way to determine magical authority." "I still agree with you." "Good. Then we understand each other." She turned to leave, then stopped. "Those ward fluctuations I studied. You said you know what's causing them." "I do. I want in. When I'm ready to share it, you'll be the first person I call." She nodded once, sharply, and walked out with her friends. At the door, she paused. "Potter. For what it's worth, Ravenclaw would have been proud of that duel. Both of us." Then she was gone. Neville, who had been sitting in the corner throughout with his eyes the size of dinner plates, said, "Harry, what just happened?" "I made a friend." "That's how you make friends?" "Sometimes." The days folded into weeks, and Harry began to feel the castle's rhythm, its moods, its cycles, the way its magic ebbed and flowed with the lunar calendar and the seasons. He felt the students like sparks of light, the staff like larger, more complex flames. He felt the wards like a nervous system, and the sickness in them like a low, persistent fever. He also felt Quirrell. The defense professor was, on the surface, a stammering, nervous wreck, flinching at his own shadow, smelling of garlic, wearing a turban he claimed was a gift from an African prince. Harry's classmates dismissed him as pathetic. Harry's magical senses screamed danger every time Quirrell was in the room. The second signature was always there, the dark, oily presence coiled around Quirrell's magical core like a parasite. Harry could feel it reaching, probing, pressing against Quirrell's consciousness with a constant, suffocating pressure. It was feeding on Quirrell. Using him as a vessel. Harry knew what it was. Or rather, he knew what it had to be, given the prophecy, the Horcruxes, the fact that Voldemort was not dead and needed a body. He didn't act. Not yet. Acting without information was how people died. Instead, he watched. Quirrell made trips to the third-floor corridor. Harry tracked him on the Founder's map, watching the labeled dot pace back and forth outside a locked door, sometimes for hours. Whatever Dumbledore had hidden behind the protections, Quirrell, or the thing riding Quirrell, wanted it. The Philosopher's Stone. Harry had worked that out within the first week. Nicholas Flamel's creation, the source of the elixir of life, reportedly moved from Gringotts to Hogwarts for safekeeping after an attempted break-in during the summer. Dumbledore was using it as bait. A trap for Voldemort, laid inside a school full of children. Chess player. Harry added it to his list of things to deal with and kept watching. The first real sign of the Hollow King came on a Thursday night in late September. Harry was in the Founder's wing, studying the castle map, when the lights went out. Not slowly, not a gradual dimming, every torch, every candle, every magical light source in his quarters extinguished simultaneously, plunging him into absolute darkness. The map stayed lit. Its glow, the only light in the room, cast strange shadows on the walls. Harry looked at it and felt his blood go cold. The darkness at the bottom of the map, the void beneath the castle, the deep seal's location, was pulsing. Not the slow, steady rhythm he'd observed before. This was faster. Urgent. And with each pulse, it was growing. Expanding upward through the map like ink soaking through paper. Harry felt it in the stones. The castle was shuddering. Not physically, magically. The wards were vibrating at a frequency that set his teeth on edge, and beneath them, something was pressing upward with a force that made the flagstones groan. Then it spoke. Not in words. Not in any language. It spoke in absence, the removal of sound, the negation of warmth, the subtraction of hope. Harry felt it in his chest, a hollowing out, as if someone had reached inside him and scooped out everything that mattered, leaving a void shaped like a boy. I know you're here. That was the message. Not spoken, not heard. Felt. Communicated through the bone-deep wrongness of anti-magic pressing against the castle's foundations. I know you're here, and I am patient, and the seal is failing, and when it breaks, everything you love will become nothing. Harry gripped the edge of the map table. His hands were shaking. Not from fear, from the sheer psychic weight of the contact, the proximity of something so vast and old and empty that his mind couldn't process it without screaming. He pushed back. Not with magic, with will. With identity. With the stubborn, unbreakable core of Harry Potter, the boy who'd survived a cupboard and a killing curse and 4 years of goblin combat training, the boy who refused to be nothing because he had already been nothing and had built himself into something. I know you're here too, he thought. And I'm not afraid of you. A lie. He was terrified. But the Hollow King didn't need to know that. The darkness receded. The lights came back. The map's void pulse returned to its normal, slower rhythm. Harry sat on the floor of the Founder's Wing and breathed until his hands stopped shaking. Then he got up and went to find Daphne. She was in the Slytherin common room, which he couldn't enter, but the castle, reading his intent, opened a passage from the Founder's Wing that emerged behind a bookshelf in the Slytherin study area. Harry stepped through, and Daphne, who was reading alone in a corner, looked up from her book with an expression of absolutely minimal surprise. You look terrible, she said. I need to talk to someone. About what? About something that's going to sound insane. She closed her book. Set it aside. Folded her hands. I grew up in a world where owls deliver mail and the dead talk from paintings. My threshold for insanity is higher than you think. Harry sat across from her and told her about the Hollow King. Not everything. Not the Founder trials yet, not the artifacts. But the basics, the entity beneath the castle, the failing seal, the Founder's original binding, the accelerating decay. He told her because he needed someone who would listen without judging, without panicking, and without trying to take control. Daphne listened. Her expression didn't change. When Harry finished, she was quiet for a long time. How long before the seal fails? She asked. I don't know exactly. Months. Maybe less. And you're the only one who can fix it. I'm the only one who can try. Who else knows? Dumbledore knows part of it. The goblins know most of it. Now you. She looked at him. The ice-blue eyes were steady, unafraid, but Harry could see the calculation behind them, the Slytherin mind processing threat levels, alliance structures, cost-benefit analyses. And beneath all of that, something warmer. Concern. Real, unstrategic concern for the boy sitting across from her, who looked tired and young and scared in a way he'd never let anyone else see. Why are you telling me? She asked. Because you asked what I was studying, and you deserved the truth. And because I think I'm going to need someone who sees the world clearly, and you see it more clearly than anyone I've met. A long pause. Flattery. Honesty. They're not mutually exclusive. She stood. Come on. Where? The kitchens. You need tea and about 4 sandwiches. You look like a ghost. I can handle, Potter. Shut up and eat something. He shut up. He ate something. They sat in the Hogwarts kitchens. The castle had opened a passage for them, the house elves had provided tea and sandwiches and cake and biscuits and a frankly alarming quantity of shepherd's pie, and they didn't talk about the Hollow King or the seal or the end of the world. They talked about books. About the idiotic house rivalry system. About Neville's toad, which had escaped again. About Hermione's crusade to reorganize the library by a more logical system, which had nearly given Madame Pants an aneurysm. Harry laughed. Actually laughed, not the sharp, bitter amusement he usually managed, but a real laugh that came from somewhere light and unexpected. Daphne smiled. Not her usual controlled micro-expression, a real smile, small and private, the kind that reached her eyes. "Better?" she asked. "Better." "Good. Because if the world is ending, I prefer the person trying to save it not be a sleep-deprived wreck." She picked up her teacup. "You're not doing this alone, Harry. I don't care what the heritage potion says, you're 11, and this is too big for one person." "I know." "Do you?" "Because you have a look about you. The look of someone who thinks I'll handle it myself is a plan. That's not, it's exactly that. And it stops now. You have allies. Use them." She fixed him with a look that combined Slytherin steel with something softer. "Next time you feel that thing pressing against the seal, you come find me. Not Dumbledore. Not the goblins. Me. Because Dumbledore will turn it into a strategy, and the goblins will turn it into a transaction, and sometimes you just need someone to sit with you until the shaking stops." Harry looked at her across the kitchen table, amid the remains of sandwiches and the steam rising from teacups, and felt something shift inside him. Not the dramatic, earth-shaking shift of the heritage potion or the castle's recognition. Something quieter. Something human. "Okay," he said. "Okay," she said. And they sat there, in the warmth of the kitchens, while the castle hummed around them and the Hollow King stirred in its prison far below, and something between them, fragile, unnamed, too new to be tested, began to grow. Late that night, Harry stood in the Founder's wing and placed his hand on the castle wall. The stone was warm under his palm. He could feel Hogwarts, the full, immense, ancient reality of it, the corridors and classrooms and dormitories, the ghosts drifting through walls, the house elves moving through hidden passages, Dumbledore pacing in his office, Snape brewing potions in his dungeon, Quirrell lying awake in his chambers while something dark whispered to him from inside his own skull. He could feel the students sleeping. Hundreds of them, small flames of magic, each one unique, each one trusting that the castle would keep them safe. He could feel Neville dreaming something peaceful, and Hermione sleeping with a book on her chest, and Daphne, 2 floors down and a world away, still awake, reading by wandlight. And he could feel, beneath it all, the heartbeat of the castle and the counter-heartbeat of the void below it. 2 rhythms, out of sync, grinding against each other like tectonic plates. The seal holding, barely, stubbornly, cracking along fault lines that grew wider with every pulse. "I hear you," Harry thought, to the castle and to the thing beneath it. "I hear both of you." The castle hummed. The void pressed. Harry pressed back. And somewhere in the deep foundations of Hogwarts, a sound began, so faint, so low, that only the air could hear it. A sound like breathing. Like something vast and patient drawing breath for the first time in 1,000 years. Not yet. But soon. Harry took his hand off the wall. He looked at the Founder's map one more time, the labeled dots, the secret passages, the slow pulse of darkness at the bottom. He had a castle to protect. Students to defend. A chess-playing headmaster to outmaneuver. A political predator to outfight. A parasitized professor to deal with. A 1,000-year-old seal to reinforce. And an entity of primordial anti-magic to confront. He was 11 years old. He was the heir of 4. And somewhere in the dark, the breathing continued. Chapter 3, the trials of Blood October came to Hogwarts like a slow bruise. The leaves turned, the air sharpened, the lake went dark and still under grey skies, all of it normal, all of it seasonal, and none of it explained the wrongness that was spreading through the castle like rot through wood. It started small. Staircases that had been moving in predictable patterns for centuries began stuttering, freezing mid-swing, jerking backward, occasionally refusing to move at all. Students were late to classes. Filch blamed Peeves. Peeves, for once, was innocent, and said so with an earnestness that disturbed everyone who heard it. Then the portraits. Not all of them. Just the old ones, the really old ones, the paintings that predated the ministry, that had hung in these halls since the founder's time. They stopped talking. One by one, they went still, their painted figures standing rigid in their frames, staring at nothing, mouths slightly open as if they'd been interrupted mid-sentence by something that had stolen the words from their throats. Sir Cadogan, the ridiculous knight who occupied a painting near the Gryffindor common room, was the last to go. He'd been shouting challenges at passing students for decades. On October 4th, he stopped shouting, lowered his visor, and stood in his frame with his sword raised, facing downward. Toward the foundations. Nobody else understood why. Harry did. He was monitoring the deep seal daily now, using the founder's map and his direct connection to the castle's ward structure. The void was growing. Not dramatically, inches per day, measured in magical resonance rather than physical space, but steadily, relentlessly, the way water rises in a flooding room. Each pulse of the Hollow King pushed the seal a fraction wider. Each fraction let a little more anti-magic seep into the castle's foundations. It was the anti-magic that was causing the symptoms. Not destruction, corruption. The slow negation of enchantments that had been running smoothly for a millennium, the erosion of magical bonds that held the castle together not physically but metaphysically. Hogwarts was a building, yes, but it was also a spell, arguably the most complex and enduring spell ever cast, and the Hollow King was unpicking it thread by thread. Madame Pomfrey reported a surge in students visiting the hospital wing. Insomnia. Nightmares. A vague, persistent unease that no calming draught could fully dispel. The students described identical dreams, a dark room, a stone floor cracking, something rising from beneath. They woke with the taste of emptiness in their mouths and a cold that lingered long after morning. Harry had the dreams too. But in his version, the dark room had walls he recognized, the seal chamber, deep beneath the castle, the place the founders had performed their original binding. And the thing rising from beneath the cracking floor had a shape. Not a body. A presence. An absence given form, like a hole cut in the fabric of reality, shaped vaguely like a crowned figure sitting on a throne of nothing. He woke from these dreams gasping, his scar burning, the air's ring hot on his finger and the castle's ward screaming in frequencies only he could hear. Something had to be done. The problem was that Harry didn't know what. He had Slytherin's research, but it was incomplete, the torn pages haunted him, the missing data a gap in his understanding that could be the difference between success and catastrophe. He had Ravenclaw's texts on the theoretical nature of the entity, but theory wasn't strategy. He had Gryffindor's combat techniques and Hufflepuff's elemental magic, but you couldn't punch anti-magic, and you couldn't heal entropy. He needed Slytherin's complete research. And there was only one place it might still exist. The Chamber of Secrets. Harry had known about the chamber since reading Slytherin's vault notes at age 8. It wasn't the monster's lair that legend described, or rather, it wasn't only that. It was Slytherin's private laboratory, the place where he'd conducted his most sensitive research, protected by Parseltongue wards that ensured only his true heir could access it. The basilisk was a guardian, not a weapon. The chamber was a library, not a dungeon. Getting there required Parseltongue. Using Parseltongue required going public with an ability that, in the wizarding world, was associated almost exclusively with dark wizards and Voldemort himself. Harry weighed the cost. Weighed it against the alternative, letting the seal fail, letting the Hollow King rise, watching the castle collapse and every student inside it be consumed by void. Not a difficult calculation, but a painful one. He went on a Saturday morning, early, when the corridors were empty. The entrance was in the second-floor girls' bathroom, an absurd location that Slytherin had clearly chosen for the comedy of it, the man's sense of humor having been drier than a desert's bones. Harry found the tap with the serpent etching, leaned close, and spoke. The word came out as a hiss. Not English, not any human language, a sound that bypassed the thinking parts of his brain and emerged from somewhere older, deeper, inherited through blood and magic across 1,000 years. The sink moved. The floor opened. A pipe, enormous, dark, descending into the earth like the gullet of some vast stone beast, yawned beneath him. Harry jumped. The slide was long and steep and smelled like centuries. He emerged in a tunnel, stone-walled, lit by a phosphorescent moss that cast everything in pale green light. Bones crunched under his feet, small animals, the basilisk's meals, accumulated over decades. The tunnel opened into the chamber. It was vast. Enormous carved serpents lined the walls, their stone eyes catching the green light. A long channel of dark water ran the length of the floor. And at the far end, dominating the space, a massive stone face, Slytherin himself, rendered in granite, the carved expression caught between wisdom and warning. Harry walked the length of the chamber. His footsteps echoed. The air was cold and still and charged with magic so old it felt geological. "I know you're here," he said, in Parseltongue. The sound came from everywhere, a dry, vast rustling, like scales over stone, like a river of leather moving through darkness. The basilisk emerged from behind Slytherin's statue, its coils filling half the chamber, its body thicker than an oak tree, its scales the deep green-black of old forests. Harry didn't look at its eyes. He knew what they could do. Instead, he focused on the massive head as it descended toward him, the forked tongue tasting the air around him, reading his magical signature. "Speaker," the basilisk said. Its voice in Parseltongue was deep and resonant, like a cello played by something that had been alive since before cellos were invented. "You carry the blood. All of it. Not just the serpent line." "All four," Harry confirmed. "I'm the unified heir. The master said one would come. He said it would take 1,000 years. He was nearly right." A sound that might have been laughter, if laughter could be made of scales and shadow. The master was usually nearly right. "I need his research. The complete notes on the deep seal." Pages were torn from the journal in the Gringotts vault. "The master kept copies here. He kept copies of everything here. He trusted no one, not the other founders, not the goblins, not time itself. Only the chamber." The great head swung toward a section of wall behind the statue. "Speak to the wall. It will open." Harry spoke. The wall opened. And behind it was Slytherin's true laboratory, not the sanitized version in the Gringotts vault, but the real thing, the working space where the founder had spent decades trying to solve a problem that might not have a solution. It was smaller than Harry expected. A stone workbench, heavily warded, covered in preserved experiments. Shelves of journals and scrolls. And on a central pedestal, protected by a stasis field that crackled with silver light, a thick leather journal, twin to the one in the vault, but complete. Every page intact. Harry reached through the stasis field, it recognized his blood and parted like water, and took the journal. He opened it to where the vault copy had been torn. "Year 15, I have found the mechanism. The Hollow King does not simply exist beneath the castle, it exists beneath reality. The seal doesn't contain a creature. It contains a hole. A wound in the fabric of magic itself, left over from the creation of the magical world. The entity we call the Hollow King is the wound's immune response, the void's attempt to heal itself by consuming the magic that was torn from it when our world was born. It is not evil. It is not conscious in the way we understand consciousness. It is a force of nature, as impersonal and unstoppable as gravity. But it has been imprisoned. An imprisonment has changed it. A wound that should have healed naturally has been infected by the seal, our magic, poured into the binding for centuries, has become a toxin. The Hollow King is no longer trying to heal. It is trying to destroy. We created the threat we sought to prevent. Harry read the passage 3 times. The implications settled into his stomach like cold stone. The founders hadn't just failed to solve the problem. They'd made it worse. Their seal, their greatest collaborative achievement, had corrupted a natural force into something hostile. The Hollow King wasn't attacking Hogwarts. It was in agony, and Hogwarts was the source of its pain. He read on. Year 20, I have developed a theoretical framework for resolution. Not containment, resolution. The wound must be allowed to heal, which means the seal must be opened, which means the Hollow King must be confronted and calmed rather than caged. This requires 4 things. 1. A unified heir who carries all 4 bloodlines, providing access to the full spectrum of founder magic. 2. The 4 founder artifacts, my locket, Godric's sword, Rowena's diadem, Helga's cup, which together form a resonance matrix capable of channeling enough magical energy to transform the Hollow King's corrupted state. 3. The heir must pass the founder trials, tests embedded in Hogwarts itself, designed to ensure the heir is worthy not just by blood but by character. The trials will attune the heir to the castle's deepest magical frequencies. 4. The heir must choose. Not be forced, not be tricked, not be bound by prophecy or duty. Must choose, freely and fully, to open themselves to the void and let it pass through them. This choice cannot be made from obligation. It must be made from understanding. The risk, the void may consume the heir. The transformation may fail. The heir may die. There is no guarantee. There never is. I leave these notes with the hope that the heir who reads them is braver than I was, wiser than Rowena, more loyal than Helga, and more cunning than me. They'll need to be all 4. Harry closed the journal. He sat on the cold stone floor of the Chamber of Secrets, next to a 1,000-year-old basilisk that was watching him with ancient, patient eyes, and he processed. The seal was killing the Hollow King. The Hollow King's thrashing was killing the castle. The castle's death would release the Hollow King in its corrupted state, and a corrupted force of primordial anti-magic, freed into the world, would consume every scrap of magic it could reach. Hogwarts first. Then Britain. Then everything. Unless Harry opened the seal himself, on his terms, and tried to heal what the founders had wounded. Which might kill him. You are afraid, the basilisk observed. Terrified, Harry said. Good. The master always said that courage without fear is just recklessness with good publicity. Harry laughed. It came out slightly hysterical, bouncing off the chamber walls, but it was better than the alternative. I need the founder trials, he said. Slytherin's notes say they're embedded in the castle. How do I activate them? You don't. The castle decides when you're ready. And the castle, the basilisk added, with a note of something that might have been sympathy, has been waiting a very long time. Harry left the chamber with the journal tucked inside his robes and a head full of information that rearranged everything he thought he knew. He emerged from the bathroom and walked straight into Hermione Granger. She was standing in the corridor with a book under her arm, her expression caught between curiosity and suspicion. Her eyes went to the bathroom door behind him, then to his face, then to the slight bulge of the journal under his robes. That's the girls' bathroom, she said. I'm aware. Why were you? She stopped. Her nostrils flared. You smell like stone and old magic. You've been underground. Hermione, there are rumors about a hidden chamber beneath the school. Salazar Slytherin's secret laboratory. Most of the texts I've found dismiss it as myth, but 3 independent sources from the 12th century reference it with enough specificity to suggest. She looked at his face and stopped again. You found it. Harry considered lying. Considered deflecting. Looked at Hermione's sharp, honest, relentless face and decided against both. Yes. Using Parseltongue. His silence was confirmation enough. Hermione's expression went through a rapid evolution: shock, processing, recalibration. She'd heard him hiss at a snake in the grounds last week. She'd filed it away without comment, because Hermione filed everything away without comment until she had enough data to form a conclusion. "You're a Parselmouth," she said. "Like you know who. Like Slytherin. Whose blood I carry. It's an inherited ability, Hermione, not a moral choice." "I know that." She said it quickly, almost defensively. "I've read the research. Parseltongue is genetically linked to the Slytherin bloodline. It has no inherent dark magical properties. It's just, most people won't see it that way." "I know. If you use it publicly, I know." She looked at him. Really looked, the way she did when she was solving a problem, and the problem was more complicated than she'd expected. "You're going to use it anyway," she said. "If I have to." "Why?" "Because there's something wrong with this castle, and fixing it requires access to things only a Parselmouth can reach." Hermione chewed her lower lip. The internal battle was visible: the rule follower versus the truth seeker, the girl who wanted to trust authority versus the girl who knew that authority was sometimes wrong. "I want to help," she said. "Why?" "Because I came to this school to learn, and whatever you're doing is more important than anything in the curriculum. And because," she hesitated. "Because you're the only person here who treats me like my questions matter, even when they're annoying. Your questions are never annoying. Your timing sometimes is." She smiled. It was small, reluctant, and genuine. "Fair. I'll tell you what I can, when I can. Not everything at once, some of it isn't mine to share." "That's not," she stopped herself. "Okay. I trust you." She said it like it cost her something, which made it worth more. The Parseltongue revelation went public 3 days later, and it went public in the worst possible way. Harry was in the dungeons, heading to potions, when a snake appeared. Not a magical snake, a common adder that had somehow gotten inside the castle, probably through one of the heating ducts that connected to the grounds. It was coiled on the flagstones near the entrance to Snape's classroom, and a group of students had gathered around it with the instinctive combination of fascination and fear that snakes provoked. Justin Finch-Fletchley, a Hufflepuff, was closest. The snake was frightened, cornered, surrounded by large, loud creatures, its body language screaming threat. It reared, hood flaring. Harry didn't think. He stepped forward and spoke. "Stop. He's not a threat. Calm down." The snake froze. Its hood folded. It turned to Harry with an expression that, on a reptile, could only be described as confused relief. "Speaker. Here. The cold house is strange. Too many warm bloods. I want out. Follow the wall to the left. There's a gap behind the third stone. It leads to the grounds." The snake slithered away. Crisis averted. Life saved. Harry turned around and found 30 students staring at him in absolute horror. The silence lasted about 2 seconds. Then it shattered. "He's a Parselmouth. Dark wizard, I knew it," he was telling it to attack. "Did you hear those sounds? That's snake language, only dark wizards." Harry stood in the corridor and let the wave of fear wash over him. He'd known this was coming. He'd planned for it. But planning and experiencing were different, and the experience of being looked at by people who had, 30 seconds ago, been neutral or friendly, and seeing their eyes fill with revulsion and terror, that was something you couldn't plan for. You could only endure it. Draco Malfoy, who had been lurking at the edge of the crowd, looked like Christmas had come early. "Potter's a Parselmouth. Wait until Father hears about this. The heir of Slytherin, maybe we should all be worried about what else he inherited." The whispers spread through the school like wildfire. By dinner, half the student body was avoiding Harry's gaze, and the other half was staring at him with a suspicion that bordered on hostility. The Hufflepuffs, who had been warm to him since his first night dinner at their table, now edged away when he entered the Great Hall. The Ravenclaws watched him with clinical fascination and kept their distance. Even some Gryffindors, students who cheered his name a week ago, looked at him sideways. Harry sat at the end of the Hufflepuff table, in his usual spot. The space around him was conspicuously empty. Then Neville sat down next to him. Without hesitation. Without comment. He pulled a plate toward himself and started loading it with food. "You're not scared?" someone down the table hissed. Neville looked at them. For a moment, the shy, uncertain boy was gone, replaced by someone with a spine forged from something harder than steel. "He told a snake not to bite someone. If that's dark magic, I'd hate to see what you lot consider light." He turned back to his dinner. Harry looked at him. Neville looked at Harry. Neither of them spoke. Neither of them needed to. 2 minutes later, Hermione sat down on Harry's other side. She opened a book and began reading, pointedly ignoring the stares. 5 minutes after that, a presence settled across the table, and Harry looked up to find Daphne Greengrass sitting in the Hufflepuff section, her Slytherin robes earning scandalized looks from both tables. She met Harry's eyes, and her expression said, clearly and without ambiguity, "I told you." Not alone. The Great Hall buzzed with whispers. Harry ate his dinner. The people who mattered were beside him. The rest would come around or they wouldn't, and either way, he had work to do. The next morning, however, was harder. The Morning Post brought a howler, a red envelope that began screaming obscenities about dark wizards and Slytherins ere the moment Harry opened it. Before he could react, 3 more appeared. Then 6. Then a dozen. The Great Hall erupted in red-letter chaos, the enchanted envelopes shrieking over each other in a cacophony of parental outrage. Harry sat in the center of the storm and let his wand drop into his hand. One spell, silent, precise, and every howler in the hall burst into flames simultaneously, their screams cut short in a whoosh of fire and ash that rained down like black snow. The hall went silent. Harry looked at the staff table. McGonagall's mouth was a thin line. Flitwick looked impressed despite himself. Snape, and this was the strangest reaction of all, gave Harry a look that contained something almost like recognition. Dumbledore's expression was unreadable. He caught Harry's eye, and in the glance was a message, "This is the cost. I tried to warn you." Harry held the look. "I know the cost. I'm paying it." The howlers kept coming for a week. Harry burned every one. Eventually, they stopped. But the damage was done. The boy who lived was now the boy who spoke to snakes, and in the magical world, that was barely one step removed from the boy who would become the next Dark Lord. Letters to the Board of Governors piled up. Selwyn, who hadn't been seen at Hogwarts since the first confrontation, began a quiet campaign in the Wizengamot. Surely an 11-year-old Parselmouth with unprecedented founder claims required closer supervision. Surely the magical community deserved assurance that this child's abilities weren't a threat. The political pressure built like water behind a dam, and Harry felt it pressing against him from one direction while the Hollow King pressed from beneath and Dumbledore pressed from above. 3 fronts. 3 wars. 1 boy. It was Daphne who gave him the strategy to survive it. They met in the Founder's Wing. She'd become a regular visitor, the castle granting her access through a passage from the Slytherin common room that definitely hadn't existed before Harry arrived. She sat in the armchair by the fire, legs tucked under her, and dissected the political situation with the precision of a surgeon. "Selwyn's playing the long game," she said. "He doesn't need to prove you're dangerous. He just needs to create enough doubt. Doubt leads to oversight. Oversight leads to restrictions. Restrictions lead to control. So how do I counter it? You don't counter it directly. Direct opposition just confirms his narrative, powerful young wizard, uncontrolled, aggressive. You counter it by being useful. By being undeniably, publicly beneficial." She tapped her chin. The Parseltongue panic is emotional. Emotions are countered with results. What can you do that nobody else can? The castle. The castle. The staircases are getting worse. 3 students were injured last week when one collapsed mid-swing. If you can fix that, publicly, visibly, you shift the narrative from dangerous dark wizard to the only person who can keep this school standing. It was brilliant. It was ruthless. It was exactly the kind of thinking that made Harry glad Daphne Greengrass was on his side. He fixed the staircases the next morning. Stood in the entrance hall, placed both hands on the stone walls, and poured his awareness into the castle's ward structure. The anti-magic corrosion had weakened the enchantments that controlled the moving staircases, not destroyed them, but frayed them, like wires stripped of insulation. Harry reinforced them. Rewove the magical connections. Fed his own power into the castle's systems to replace what had been drained. The staircases shuddered, groaned, and resumed their normal patterns. The students on them yelped, then cheered. McGonagall watched from the landing above. Her expression, when Harry withdrew his hands and stepped back, was complicated, gratitude warring with concern warring with the slow, reluctant realization that this boy might be the most important person in the building. "Mr. Potter," she said. That was impressive. And disturbing. "I'll take both, Professor." The next day, Harry restored the portraits. Another hands-on intervention, this time in the gallery landing where the oldest paintings hung frozen and silent. He touched each frame, reaching through the painted surface to the magical bonds beneath, and fed them warmth and intent until the figures stirred, blinked, and returned to life. Sir Cadogan was the first to recover. He lowered his visor, spotted Harry, and bellowed, "The heir returns. Stand fast, noble knight." The castle lives, before charging off through adjacent frames to spread the news. The portraits talked. They talked to everyone. And what they said, that the castle had been dying, that its magic had been failing, and that Harry Potter had reached into the walls and healed them, spread faster than any howler. The narrative shifted. Not completely, not everywhere, but enough. The whispers about dark magic were gradually replaced by whispers about founder magic, about the castle itself choosing its protector, about the heir of 4 and what that might actually mean. Selwyn adjusted. Harry knew he would. The man was too smart to lose ground without adapting. The new approach came through the Daily Prophet, an independent investigation into the heritage potion process, questioning whether goblin-administered potions could be fully trusted, suggesting that foreign magical entities, meaning goblins, were exercising undue influence over a British magical institution. It was xenophobia dressed in academic robes, and it was effective. Harry didn't counter this one publicly. Instead, he wrote to Ragnarok. The goblins' response was a masterpiece of financial warfare. Within 48 hours, Gringotts had frozen the Selwyn family's vault access pending a routine compliance review, and Lucius Malfoy's Board of Governors expense account had been flagged for irregularities. Both men received politely worded letters suggesting that further attacks on goblin credibility might result in extended review periods. The Daily Prophet articles stopped. Harry filed the victory under temporary, and turned his attention to the thing that was eating his castle alive. Dumbledore made his offer in late October. He came to the Founder's Wing, which Harry found slightly alarming. The castle wouldn't have admitted him without Harry's implicit consent, which meant the castle was making strategic decisions on its own. The old man sat in the second armchair, accepted a cup of tea from Mipsy, and got directly to the point. "I've been researching your Hollow King," he said. Discreetly. "Using resources you don't have access to, the Department of Mysteries, International Magical Archives, personal contacts in fields of magical theory that haven't been practiced in centuries. And I've found references. Fragmentary, scattered, but consistent. Multiple magical civilizations have encountered similar entities, primordial void forces, manifestations of anti-magic. In every case, the response was the same: containment. And in every case, the containment eventually failed. Because containment doesn't work. It corrupts the entity and weakens the seal. Slytherin figured that out. Yes. His complete research, which I gather you've now recovered, appears to be the most advanced understanding of the phenomenon in recorded magical history. Dumbledore set down his teacup. I am offering you everything I have, Harry. My research. My contacts. My knowledge of Voldemort's Horcruxes, all 7 of them. 7. 7. I have identified 6 with reasonable certainty. The 7th. He paused. The 7th is problematic. Tell me. The Diary of Tom Riddle. The Ring of Marvolo Gaunt. The Locket of Salazar Slytherin, a replica, not the true founder artifact. The Cup of Helga Hufflepuff, also a replica. The Diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw, a replica as well. His snake, Nagini. And... Dumbledore looked at Harry. The twinkle was completely gone. What remained was bare, painful honesty. And you? The room went very quiet. The night Voldemort killed your parents, Dumbledore said, his soul was already so unstable from creating 6 Horcruxes that the killing curse, rebounded by your mother's sacrifice, shattered a fragment loose. That fragment attached itself to the only living thing in the room. Harry touched his scar. The gesture was involuntary. I'm a Horcrux. You contain a piece of his soul. Whether that makes you a Horcrux in the traditional sense is debatable. The fragment is not anchored in the way a deliberate Horcrux would be, it's parasitic, clinging to your scar, feeding on proximity to your magic. I believe. He trailed off. You believe it will need to be destroyed. I believe it can be destroyed without destroying you. But the method I've identified requires precision. And trust. And time. And control. Dumbledore met his eyes. I am offering you information, Harry. Not seeking control. I've learned my lesson on that front, or I'm trying to. Harry looked at the old man. Measured him. Read the body language, the vocal patterns, the micro-expressions that Blood Fong had taught him to decode. Dumbledore was being honest. As honest as a man who had spent a century hiding behind masks could be. The vulnerability was real. The offer was genuine. But if I accept your research, your contacts, your guidance on the Horcruxes, I'm dependent on you. On your interpretation of the data, your assessment of the threat, your timeline. That's true of any alliance. It's not an alliance if one side has all the information and the other has none. An alliance is partnership. I told you that. Then what do you propose? Harry thought about it. The fire crackled. The Founder's map pulsed on the wall behind him. Share the Horcrux research. All of it. Give me copies of everything, the identifications, the locations, the destruction methods. Let me verify independently. If our conclusions align, we work together to destroy them. If they don't, we discuss and reach consensus. And the soul fragment in your scar? We research that together. No unilateral decisions. You don't decide when or how it's removed, we decide. Together. Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. You are asking me to treat an 11-year-old as an equal partner in the most dangerous magical undertaking of the century. I'm asking you to treat a person as a person. It shouldn't be this hard. Another silence. Then Dumbledore did something Harry hadn't expected. He laughed. The same real laugh from their first meeting, surprised, genuine, almost painful. Your mother, he said, would have been magnificently proud of you. He reached into his robes and produced a thick sheaf of parchment, notes, maps, diagrams, a decade of research compressed into a bundle. He set it on the table between them. Everything I have. Unredacted. Harry took it. The weight of the parchment was nothing compared to the weight of what it represented, the old man letting go, just a little, of the control that had defined his life. "Thank you, Albus." The use of the first name was deliberate. Dumbledore's eyes glistened. "You're welcome, Harry." The Horcrux information was invaluable but secondary. The immediate crisis was the seal, and the seal required the Founder trials. November passed. The castle's condition stabilized slightly. Harry's ongoing repairs had slowed the degradation, but the underlying decay continued. The void pulsed. The breathing in the deep places grew louder. Harry could feel it now even during the day, a constant background pressure, like a headache that wouldn't quite form. The trials activated on the 1st of December. Harry didn't trigger them. The castle did. He was walking through the 7th-floor corridor after breakfast when the wall beside him dissolved. Not opened, not revealed, dissolved, the stone turning to mist and reforming behind him, leaving him standing in a space that hadn't existed a moment before. A circular room. Stone walls, stone floor, stone ceiling. No doors, no windows. In the center, a plinth, and on the plinth, a single glowing rune, the combined crest of all 4 founders, burning with white fire. A voice filled the room. Not the hat, not any individual founder, the castle itself, speaking with a voice that was all 4 founders blended into one. "Heir of the 4. The trials await. You may begin, or you may refuse. There is no shame in refusal. There is only truth in acceptance. Once begun, the trials cannot be stopped. You will be tested in body, mind, heart, and soul. Failure in any trial does not mean death, but it means the seal cannot be reinforced, and the castle will fall. Do you accept?" Harry thought of the breathing in the deep places. The pulsing void. The students sleeping in their dormitories, trusting the walls around them. "I accept," he said. The rune flared. The rune shifted. And the first trial began. Gryffindor's trial. The circular room became a battlefield. Not a metaphor, an actual battlefield, rendered in perfect, visceral detail. A muddy plain under a gray sky, scattered with the debris of combat, broken wands, shattered shields, scorch marks in the earth. Rain was falling. The air smelled like blood and ozone. Across the field, 3 figures appeared, a girl and 2 boys, about Harry's age, dressed in Hogwarts robes. They were translucent, illusory, but they felt real. Their fear was real. They were running toward him, stumbling through the mud, and behind them came the enemy. It was enormous. A construct, not alive, but animated by magic, a golem of stone and dark fire, 15 feet tall, with arms like battering rams and eyes that burned with malevolent intent. It was fast, impossibly fast for its size, closing on the 3 students with ground-eating strides. Harry's wand was in his hand before he finished processing the scene. He assessed, 3 civilians, 1 enemy, open terrain, no cover. He ran. Not toward the golem, toward the students. He reached them in seconds, pushed them behind him, and turned to face the construct. It was on him before he could cast. The first blow came like a falling wall, a massive stone fist that would have crushed him to paste. Harry Dove, rolled, came up casting. Reducto. The blasting curse hit the golem's chest and bounced off. The stone didn't crack, didn't chip, didn't react at all. The construct swung again. Harry deflected the blow with a shield that shattered on impact, the force throwing him backward into the mud. He got up. Cast again, a chain of 4 spells, Gryffindor's combat sequence, each one building on the last. Blasting curse into cutting curse into concussion hex into piercing charm. All 4 hit. All 4 failed. The golem was unbeatable. That was the point. Harry understood, even as the 3rd blow sent him skidding across the field, even as his shield arm went numb and his ribs screamed. This wasn't a test of power. It was a test of choice. What do you do when you can't win? The three illusory students were huddled behind a rock formation. The golem was turning toward them. Harry was between them, bleeding from a cut above his eye, his wand arm shaking. He couldn't beat it. He couldn't run, the students couldn't run fast enough. He could only do one thing. He stood up. Spread his arms. Put himself between the golem and the children. And he held. Shield after shield after shield, each one shattered by the golem's blows, each one reformed by will alone, Harry standing in the mud with blood in his eyes and his magic draining like water through cupped hands. He held. For 1 minute. For 5. For 10. The golem hammered him, and he broke, and he held the pieces together with stubborn, bloody-minded refusal to fall. The golem stopped. The battlefield dissolved. Harry was on his knees in the circular room, breathing hard, his hands shaking, his magic dimmed to embers. On the plinth, where the rune had been, a sword rested. Red and gold, rubies in the hilt, the blade inscribed with a name, Godric Gryffindor. Courage is not the absence of fear. It is the choice to stand when standing costs everything. Harry took the sword. It hummed in his hand, warm, alive, furious with contained power. He could feel Gryffindor's spirit in the metal, the founder's wild, brave, reckless heart beating in time with his own. The room shifted again. Ravenclaw's trial. A labyrinth. Walls of crystal, translucent, refracting light into rainbow fragments that scattered across the floor. The passages twisted and turned and branched, and every time Harry chose a direction, the walls shifted, the path he'd just walked rearranging itself behind him, the labyrinth reconfiguring in real time. Harry walked. He mapped. He used every technique Ravenclaw's library had taught him, spatial reasoning, pattern recognition, mathematical modeling. He tracked his turns, counted his steps, built a mental map of the labyrinth structure. The labyrinth changed. His map became obsolete. He rebuilt it. It changed again. After an hour, he stopped. He was standing at an intersection of 4 paths, all identical, all leading into crystal corridors that would rearrange the moment he entered them. The labyrinth was unsolvable by conventional means. Every solution generated a new problem. Every map was outdated before it was finished. Harry closed his eyes. He stopped trying to solve the labyrinth. Instead, he listened to it. Felt it. Reached out with the magical awareness that 4 years of training had honed, and instead of mapping the paths, he mapped the changes. Not the labyrinth itself, the pattern of its transformation. It wasn't random. It looked random, it felt random, but underneath the chaos was a structure, a mathematical order so complex it masqueraded as disorder. The labyrinth wasn't changing to prevent him from reaching the center. It was changing according to a pattern, and the pattern was the answer. The labyrinth was a puzzle whose solution was understanding that the chaos was the design. Harry opened his eyes. He walked forward, not following a path, but following the pattern, stepping where the labyrinth's transformations predicted the next stable point would be. Left. Right. Right. Straight. Left. Down a corridor that didn't exist yet but formed under his feet as he walked, the crystal walls parting like curtains. The center of the labyrinth was a small, circular chamber, crystal walls, crystal floor, crystal ceiling, refracting light into a single beam that illuminated a pedestal. On the pedestal sat a diadem, silver, delicate, set with a single sapphire, engraved with words, "Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure." Wisdom is not the accumulation of answers. It is the recognition that the question is the answer. Harry took the diadem. It was cool and light, and when he placed it on his brow, the world sharpened, colors brighter, sounds clearer, thoughts faster, as if a lens he didn't know he needed had clicked into place. The labyrinth dissolved. The room shifted. Hufflepuff's trial. The circular room became a corridor. Stone walls, torchlight, the familiar architecture of Hogwarts. Ahead, the corridor split into 2 paths. Down one path, Harry could see a golden door, the trial's end point, pulsing with warm light, clearly the objective. A timer hung in the air above the entrance, 5 minutes, counting down. Down the other path, he heard a voice. Harry! Help! Harry, please! Neville! Harry ran down the second path without hesitation. He didn't think about the timer. He didn't weigh the costs. The voice was Neville's, panicked, genuine, terrified, and Harry's feet were moving before his brain engaged. He found Neville, illusory, but perfectly rendered, trapped beneath a collapsed section of ceiling, stone blocks pinning his legs, his face white with pain. The corridor around him was crumbling, debris falling, the structural magic failing. Harry dropped to his knees. He reached for the stone with both hands and his magic, lifting, shifting, channeling Hufflepuff's earth magic to stabilize the corridor while he worked Neville free. The stones were heavy. The magic was fighting him, the trial making it hard, making him earn every inch. The timer was ticking. He could hear it, even from here, counting down toward 0. He had a choice. Leave Neville, reach the golden door, pass the trial. Or stay, save Neville, fail the objective. He stayed. 3 minutes of desperate work, heaving stone, pouring magic into the collapsing corridor, his muscles burning and his magic guttering. He freed Neville. Pulled the boy clear. Shielded them both as the corridor gave way behind them in a cascade of stone and dust. The timer hit 0. The golden door vanished. Harry sat in the rubble, holding an illusion of his best friend, and waited for the trial to declare him failed. Loyalty is not a strategy. It is the willingness to fail for the right reason. The rubble dissolved. The corridor dissolved. The golden door reappeared, not at the end of a path, but right in front of Harry, opening onto the circular room, where a golden cup sat on the pedestal. Helga Hufflepuff's cup, small and unassuming, with 2 handles and a badger engraved on the side. Harry took it. It was warm, not the fierce heat of the sword or the cool clarity of the diadem, but a gentle, steady warmth, like hands cupped around a mug of tea. Comfort. Home. The reminder that strength didn't always roar. The room shifted one final time. Slytherin's trial. Darkness. Complete, absolute, the kind of darkness that had weight and texture and presence. Harry stood in nothing and saw nothing and felt nothing except the floor beneath his feet and the founder artifacts he now carried, sword at his hip, diadem on his brow, cup in his hand. Then the voice. It came from the darkness itself, smooth, measured, achingly familiar. Not Slytherin's voice. Harry's own voice, but older, colder, stripped of warmth and humor and everything that made it human. You've done well, the voice said. 3 trials passed. 3 artifacts claimed. You're almost there. A figure materialized in the darkness. Harry, but not Harry, taller, sharper, wearing robes of black and silver, the heir's ring blazing on his finger, power radiating from him like heat from a forge. This Harry's eyes were flat and cold. This Harry smiled, and the smile had no warmth in it. I'm what you could be, the figure said. What you will be, if you accept what's being offered. The darkness bloomed with visions. Not images, experiences, felt with the full weight of reality. Vernon Dursley, cowering, begging, as Harry stood over him with the power to do anything, anything at all. The memory of every blow, every locked cupboard door, every missed meal, rising up and demanding payment. Arcturus Selwyn, broken, his political empire dismantled, his name destroyed, stripped of everything he'd built, looking up at Harry with the same broken expression from the board meeting. Political annihilation. Total victory. Dumbledore, finally honest, finally stripped of his masks, kneeling, admitting that Harry had been right, that the old man's plans were built on arrogance, that Harry was the better strategist, the better wizard, the better person. The Wizengamot, the ministry, the whole magical world, bowing. Not out of fear, out of genuine recognition. Harry Potter, the heir of 4, taking his rightful place at the top of magical civilization, reshaping it according to his vision, correcting every injustice, fixing every broken system. Power. Not the vague, abstract concept, but the real thing, the ability to change the world, to make it what it should be, to ensure that no child ever sat in a dark cupboard wondering why no one came. You deserve this, the voice whispered. After everything you've endured. After everything you've sacrificed. Take it. It's yours. Harry stood in the darkness and felt the weight of the offer. It wasn't a trick. It wasn't an illusion. The power was real. The future it promised was achievable. He could have it. All of it. He wanted it. That was the terrifying part. He wanted it with every fiber of his being. The revenge, the validation, the control, all of it called to something deep inside him, something that the cupboard had forged, something that the years of training had sharpened rather than dulled. He wanted to never be powerless again. He wanted to never be small again. He wanted the world to see him and know that Harry Potter was not someone you put in a cupboard. He stood with the want burning in his chest for a long, long time. Then he said, "No." The darkness rippled. "Not because I don't want it," Harry continued. "I do. All of it. Especially the part about Dursley." A breath. "But wanting something isn't the same as needing it. And if I take this, if I let the want drive me, then I'm just another person using power to fill a hole inside themselves. And the hole doesn't fill. It just gets hungrier." The figure of Dark Harry stared at him. Its expression was unreadable. "Slytherin wasn't evil," Harry said. "He was afraid. Afraid of the Hollow King, afraid that the other founders didn't take the threat seriously, afraid that his legacy would be twisted by people who didn't understand him. Fear made him build walls. Walls became isolation. Isolation became the caricature that history remembers." He looked at his dark reflection. "I won't repeat his mistake. I won't let fear, or want, turn me into a wall." The darkness shattered. Light poured in, not the harsh white of the Gryffindor trials battlefield or the refracted rainbow of Ravenclaw's labyrinth, but a clean, simple, silver light that illuminated the circular room and the pedestal where a locket lay. Silver, heavy, set with a serpentine S in green stones. Slytherin's locket. Cunning is not the absence of feeling. It is the discipline to feel everything and choose wisely anyway. Harry reached for the locket with a hand that trembled slightly, from exhaustion, from emotion, from the aftermath of confronting a version of himself that he couldn't entirely disown. The moment his fingers closed around the metal, the room exploded. Not violently, transcendently. All 4 artifacts activated simultaneously. The sword blazed red gold. The diadem flared sapphire. The cup pulsed amber. The locket burned emerald. The 4 colors spiraled together, braiding into a helix of light that rose from the artifacts and struck the ceiling and kept going, up through stone, through wards, through the entire height of Hogwarts. Harry felt the castle respond. Every ward, every enchantment, every protective spell in the school lit up like a nervous system firing all at once. The castle sang, a chord, a harmony, for notes in perfect alignment for the first time in 1,000 years. And then it stopped. The light faded. The artifacts went quiet. Harry stood in a circular room with a sword, a diadem, a cup, and a locket, and he was shaking from head to toe, and he was alive, and he was worthy, and the trials were over. "The heir is proven," the castle said. "The artifacts are attuned. The path to the sealed chamber is open. Be ready, heir. The Hollow King knows what you've done. And it is no longer patient." Harry sat on the floor and didn't move for a long time. He found out later that the trials had been visible from outside. Not the trials themselves, the light. The entire castle had been bathed in it, a pillar of 4-colored radiance visible from Hogsmeade, from the Forbidden Forest, from the far side of the lake. Staff and students had poured into the grounds, staring up at a spectacle that hadn't been seen since the founder's time. Dumbledore, standing on the front steps, had watched with an expression that several witnesses described as awestruck. Snape, standing behind Dumbledore, had watched with an expression that several witnesses described as like he was seeing a ghost. Cassandra Vane, standing on the Ravenclaw Tower parapet, had watched with an expression no one could describe because no one had ever seen her cry before. The aftermath was chaos, and Harry navigated it the way he navigated everything, by being direct. He found Cassandra first. She was in the library, predictably, surrounded by books on Founder magic, her eyes red-rimmed but fierce. "I saw it," she said, before he could speak. "The light. The four-color harmonic. That's the resonance cascade described in Ravenclaw's third theorem. It's supposed to be theoretically impossible without." She stopped. "You passed them. The Founder trials. All four. Nobody's ever, in 1,000 years, I know." She looked at him. The rivalry was gone. The anger was gone. What remained was something raw and honest, the look of someone who had spent their life chasing a dream and had just watched someone else achieve it, not through theft or luck, but through genuine worthiness. "What do you need?" she asked. "No hedging. No conditions. Just the question. I need your expertise in ancient ward construction. The seal beneath the castle, I know what it is and why it's failing, but reinforcing it long enough for me to confront the entity directly requires ward work beyond my current ability." "Beyond your current ability," she repeated, and something like her old spark returned. "So I'm better than you at something. At ward construction?" "Significantly." She almost smiled. "When do we start?" "Now." He told her everything. The Hollow King, the corrupted seal, Slytherin's research, the Founder artifacts, the plan, or the outline of a plan, because the truth was that Harry was operating on theory and instinct and the stubborn hope that the Founder's 1,000-year preparation had been enough. Cassandra listened with the focused intensity of someone who was simultaneously processing information and solving equations. When Harry finished, she didn't ask questions. She started drawing diagrams. "The ward geometry is wrong," she said, sketching runic patterns on parchment with furious speed. "The Founders used a 4-point containment matrix, standard for their era, but we know now that 4-point matrices develop harmonic blind spots at the resonance frequencies. If the Hollow King is a void entity, it would naturally gravitate toward those blind spots. Can you fix it?" "I can redesign the matrix to eliminate the blind spots. But the power requirements are enormous. You'd need to channel all 4 Founder frequencies simultaneously through the artifacts, while I maintain the structural geometry. It's a 2-person operation at minimum." "3, Harry said. "I need someone anchoring the elemental balance while you handle the wards and I channel the Founder magic." Cassandra looked at him. "Who?" "Neville. Longbottom. He can barely levitate a feather. He can barely levitate a feather with a wand that doesn't belong to him. His natural magical affinity is earth-based, Hufflepuff alignment, strong and deep. He doesn't need to cast complex spells. He needs to stand in the center and be a rock." She opened her mouth to argue, closed it, thought about it, and nodded. "Fine. But if he drops the elemental anchor and we all get consumed by primordial void energy, I'm blaming you." "Fair." The Quirrell confrontation happened 2 weeks before Christmas, and it happened because Voldemort got impatient. Harry had been tracking Quirrell on the Founder's map for months. The professor's nightly visits to the third-floor corridor had grown more frequent, more agitated. The dark signature wrapped around his core was pulsing, straining, as if the entity riding Quirrell was growing too large for its host. On December 15th, Quirrell made his move. Harry felt it through the castle, a breach in the third-floor protections, wards being dismantled with a combination of skill and brute force that no stammering professor should have possessed. He was on his feet and moving before the castle's alarm systems could react. He reached the third-floor corridor in 3 minutes. The door was open. Beyond it, the three-headed dog was asleep, enchanted, not killed, which told Harry that Quirrell had some restraint or at least some strategic sense. The trapdoor was open. The protections beyond, devil's snare, flying keys, giant chess set, troll, potion puzzle, had been bypassed. Harry dropped through the trapdoor and ran. He found Quirrell in the final chamber, standing before the mirror of Eriste, the turban unwound, his expression twisted between concentration and agony. The back of his head was exposed, and on it, a face. Flat, serpentine, with red eyes and slits for nostrils. Tom Riddle. Lord Voldemort. Reduced to a parasitic growth on another man's skull, but radiating power and malice and a hunger that made Harry's scar burn like a brand. "Potter," Voldemort said. The voice was high, cold, stripped of everything human. "How convenient." "Step away from the mirror, Professor," Harry said. His wand was drawn. The sword of Gryffindor was at his hip. Every sense was screaming. "He can't hear you," Voldemort said. "Quirrell is occupied. We're having a disagreement about who controls this body. I'm winning. You're losing. You're a fragment clinging to a dead man's skull, wearing him like a suit. That's not winning. That's the opposite of winning." Voldemort's red eyes narrowed. Brave words from a child. "But I know what you are now, Potter. The heir of 4. The unified bloodline. A smile that had nothing warm in it. How delicious. I spent decades trying to claim Slytherin's legacy through blood ritual and soul magic, and a half-blood orphan raised by muggles achieved it by accident. Life's funny that way. I'm not laughing." Voldemort's eyes blazed. "Give me the stone, boy. The Philosopher's Stone is in that mirror, and I need a body, and once I have one, we can discuss this like civilized wizards." "We're civilized now. That's new." Harry didn't give him time to respond. He struck first, a disarming charm that crossed the room like lightning, aimed not at Quirrell's wand hand but at the turban fabric on the floor, which Harry had noticed was enchanted as a secondary weapon. The fabric disintegrated. Voldemort hissed. Quirrell's body spun, wand up, and the duel began. It was fast and brutal and nothing like the measured duel with Cassandra. Quirrell's body was a puppet being jerked by 2 sets of strings, Voldemort's killing intent and Quirrell's survival instinct, fighting each other even as they fought Harry. The spells were dark, vicious, thrown without precision but with tremendous power. Harry ducked a killing curse, green light, the color of his eyes, the color of the spell that had killed his parents, and answered with a combination from Gryffindor's combat sequences. 3 spells, chained, each one forcing Quirrell to dodge in a specific direction, hurting him away from the mirror and toward the chamber wall. Quirrell hit the wall. Harry closed the distance and pressed his wand to Quirrell's chest. Then Quirrell's skin began to burn. Where Harry's hand touched bare flesh, his left hand, grabbing Quirrell's wrist to pin him, blisters erupted. Smoke rose. Quirrell screamed, a sound torn from both mouths, the professor and the parasite shrieking in unison. Harry didn't let go. The burning was his mother's protection, the blood ward, the sacrificial magic, still alive in his skin, anathema to Voldemort's fractured soul. He held on while Quirrell thrashed and Voldemort screamed and the room filled with the stench of burning flesh. He didn't enjoy it. He didn't revel in it. He held on because letting go meant Voldemort would get the stone, and getting the stone meant a body, and a body meant war. Quirrell collapsed. The dark presence, Voldemort's wraith, tore free of the professor's body with a sound like ripping silk, a dark, smoking, barely visible shape that hung in the air for a moment, red eyes blazing in a formless face. "I know what sleeps beneath your precious school, Potter," the wraith hissed. "I felt it. The Hollow King. It called to me, void recognizes void. Perhaps I'll help it wake. Perhaps I'll find a way to use it. Or perhaps I'll simply wait until it destroys you and pick up the pieces." The wraith fled. Up through the ceiling, through stone and ward, gone into the night. Harry stood over Quirrell's body. The man was still breathing, barely, his face blistered, his magical cord guttering like a candle in the wind. Alive, but not for long without help. Harry sent a Patronus to Dumbledore, a stag, his father's form, silver and shining, galloping through the corridors with a message, 3rd floor. Quirrell down. Voldemort fled. I need Madame Pomfrey. Then he sat on the stone floor and waited. Dumbledore arrived first. He took in the scene, the unconscious professor, the unwound turban, the mirror of Ariste, and Harry, sitting calmly with blood on his hands, Quirrell's, and burns on his palm, his own, and for just a moment, the mask slipped entirely. What Harry saw beneath it was fear. Not of Harry. For him. Are you hurt? Burns on my left hand. Nothing serious. The stone. Still in the mirror. I didn't try to get it. That's not what I was here for. Dumbledore looked at the mirror. Looked at Harry. Looked at Quirrell. He said something before he left, Harry said. Voldemort. He said he knows about the Hollow King. He said it called to him. The color drained from Dumbledore's face. Void recognizes void, he murmured. A soul torn into 7 pieces, the entropy of that act, of course the Hollow King would sense him. They're resonating on the same frequency. Which means Voldemort could accelerate the seal's decay. Or worse. He could attempt to harness the Hollow King's power. They looked at each other. The timeline just got shorter, Harry said. Yes, Dumbledore agreed. It did. Christmas came and went. Harry stayed at Hogwarts, he had no home to return to, and the castle needed him. Neville stayed too, his grandmother having been informed, by Neville himself, with a confidence that surprised them both, that he had important work to do at school. Daphne went home for the holidays but wrote to Harry daily. Her letters were precise, informative, and occasionally funny in a way that snuck up on you, dry observations about her family's holiday traditions. Her father insisted on hand-delivering gifts to political allies, which required wearing formal robes from dawn till midnight, wrapped around tactical analyses of Selwyn's latest Wizengamot maneuvers. Harry wrote back. His letters were shorter, more direct, but they always ended the same way, thank you for being here. He didn't specify where here was. He didn't need to. She understood that here wasn't a place. It was a choice. January brought the cold, and with it, a worsening of the castle's symptoms. The lake froze, not gradually, as it should have, but overnight, the water turning to ice so suddenly that the giant squid was trapped mid-motion, its tentacles frozen in reaching gestures beneath the surface. The forbidden forest went silent. The centaurs, who normally kept their distance from the castle, were seen standing at the forest's edge, staring toward Hogwarts with expressions that even Hagrid found unsettling. And the nightmares spread. Not just students now. Staff. Filch was found sleepwalking in the dungeons, heading toward the lowest levels, muttering about cold. Trelawney, the divination professor, went into a trance during dinner and spoke in a voice that wasn't hers, the seal breaks. The blood burns. The hollow throne waits for its king. She collapsed and remembered nothing. The great hall went very quiet for a very long time. Harry was running out of time. He began the preparations for the seal reinforcement in February, working with Cassandra on the ward redesign and with Neville on the elemental anchoring. They used the room of requirement as their workshop, spending hours each night running calculations, practicing formations, and arguing about resonance frequencies. Neville, armed with a new wand, holly and unicorn hair, purchased by owl order from Ollivanders on Harry's advice, was a revelation. His earth magic was extraordinary. Not flashy, not impressive in the traditional sense, but deep and steady and enormously powerful, like the roots of a mountain oak. When he stood at the center of Cassandra's ward diagrams and reached into the stone floor, the castle responded to him with a warmth that made the walls hum. It likes you, Harry told him. Neville went red. The castle likes me. Hufflepuff's magic. It recognizes your quality. My quality? Loyalty. Steadfastness. The willingness to stand somewhere and not move, no matter what. Neville looked at the floor. When he looked up, his eyes were suspiciously bright. Nobody's ever said I had a quality before. Then nobody's been paying attention. Cassandra, for her part, was a machine. She redesigned the ward geometry 3 times in 2 weeks, each iteration more elegant and more robust, incorporating principles from Ravenclaw's theoretical texts that hadn't been applied in centuries. She and Harry argued constantly, about methods, about risks, about whether Harry's plan to open himself to the void was courageous or suicidal. Both, Harry said. That's not reassuring. It's not meant to be. She threw a protractor at his head. He caught it. They kept working. Daphne returned for the spring term and walked into the room of requirement on her second night back, took one look at the ward diagrams covering every surface, and said, "You started without me." "We started the technical work," Harry said. "The strategic work was waiting for you." She gave him a look that was equal parts exasperation and warmth. Flatterer. Strategist. She sat down and, within an hour, had reorganized the entire operational plan. Where Cassandra thought in mathematics and Harry thought in magic, Daphne thought in systems, how the pieces fit together, who needed to be where, what could go wrong and how to mitigate it. She identified 3 critical failure points in their plan that no one else had seen and proposed solutions for all of them. "You're terrifying," Cassandra told her, with genuine admiration. "Thank you," Daphne said. The 4 of them, Harry, Cassandra, Neville, Daphne, became a unit. Not a formal group, not a named alliance, just 4 people who trusted each other and were working toward the same goal with the focused intensity of people who understood what failure meant. Hermione noticed. She noticed because Hermione noticed everything, and because being excluded from something hurt her in a way she couldn't quite articulate. She confronted Harry in the library, late one night. "You're planning something." "Yes." "Something to do with the castle." "The seal." "The thing you won't tell me about." "Yes." "Why won't you tell me?" Harry looked at her. She was hurt. Not angry, hurt, in the specific way of someone who valued being trusted and felt that trust being withheld. "Because what I'm planning is dangerous," Harry said. "Potentially fatal. And the people involved are involved because they have specific skills I need. Cassandra's ward expertise. Neville's earth magic. Daphne's strategic mind. And what's my specific skill? Brilliance. Research. The ability to find information nobody else can and synthesize it into understanding. Then let me help. I am. Just not in the field." He reached into his bag and produced Slytherin's complete journal, the one from the chamber. "I need you to read this. Every page. Cross-reference it with everything in the Hogwarts library on void entities, primordial magic, and founding era ward theory. Build me a complete picture of what the Hollow King is and how it was changed by the seal." Hermione took the journal. Her eyes went wide when she read the first page. Harry, this is Slytherin's original research. This should be in a museum, it should be in the hands of the smartest researcher I know, being used to save the school. Can you do it?" She looked at him. The hurt faded, replaced by something fiercer, purpose. "I can do it. I know you can." She took the journal and disappeared into the library for 6 days. When she emerged, she had a 40-page analysis that made Cassandra swear in admiration and Dumbledore go very, very quiet. The crack in the seal opened on a Thursday. Harry felt it through the castle, a sound like a gunshot, felt rather than heard, resonating through every stone and timber and enchantment in the school. The Founder's map showed the void pulse spike, the darkness at the bottom of the map expanding visibly, reaching upward like fingers clawing through rock. The dungeons went cold. Not cool, cold, bone deep, the kind of cold that had nothing to do with temperature and everything to do with absence. Students in the Slytherin common room reported seeing their breath. The lake, already frozen, groaned, a deep, tectonic sound that echoed across the grounds and sent the birds in the forbidden forest erupting skyward in a panicked cloud. Harry ran. Not to the seal, not yet. To the people. To Daphne first, because she was closest, pulling her out of the common room with a grip on her wrist and a look on his face that told her everything without words. "It's happening," she said. "It's starting." They found Neville in the Gryffindor common room, already on his feet, already pale. He'd felt it too, the earth magic in his blood had registered the crack like an earthquake. Cassandra met them in the room of requirement. She had her ward diagrams rolled under her arm and a look of grim determination that made her look less like a student and more like a soldier. "How long?" she asked. Harry pressed his hand to the wall. Felt the castle. Felt the seal. "Weeks," he said. "Maybe days. Something's accelerating it, I think Voldemort's wraith, the soul fragment resonating with the void. The crack is wider than it should be. Then we move the timeline up. We're not ready. We're as ready as we're going to be," Cassandra said, with the pragmatism of someone who'd run the calculations and didn't like the answers. "Every day we wait, the seal weakens further. If it fails before we can act, there's no second chance." Harry looked at his team. Daphne, calm and sharp-eyed. Neville, frightened but standing. Cassandra, brilliant and ready. "We need more people," he said. "This is bigger than the four of us." He went to Dumbledore. The old man listened. Didn't interrupt. Didn't argue. When Harry finished outlining the plan, Cassandra's ward redesign, Neville's elemental anchoring, Harry's direct confrontation with the Hollow King through the Founder artifacts, Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. "You're asking me to let you walk into the heart of a primordial void entity and attempt to heal it through pure magical will. I'm asking you to help me. I need the castle's external wards reinforced while I'm below. I need the students protected. And I need someone who can hold a defensive line if things go wrong. If things go wrong, Harry, a defensive line won't matter. Then make sure things don't go wrong." Dumbledore looked at him. Then he stood, crossed to the window, and looked out at the frozen lake and the dark forest and the castle he'd spent 60 years protecting. "I have spent my entire life," he said, "trying to prevent moments like this. Trying to arrange events so that the terrible choice never has to be made. Trying to ensure that no one, especially no child, ever has to stand at the edge of an abyss and decide whether to jump." He turned back. "I have failed. Here you are. 11 years old. Standing at the edge." "I'm not jumping blind," Harry said. "I have a plan. I have people. I have the Founder's own tools. This is what I was born for, literally. The bloodlines converged for this. The bloodlines converged by accident. Maybe. Or maybe 1,000 years of magical inheritance isn't as random as we think." Dumbledore searched his face. Whatever he found there, determination, clarity, the absolute refusal to be anyone's chess piece, including fate's, seemed to settle something. "What do you need from me?" Harry told him. Dumbledore agreed. And for the first time, the partnership felt real, not a power struggle, not a negotiation, but two people who disagreed about almost everything, trusting each other because the alternative was unthinkable. The night before the operation, Harry sat in the Founder's wing and stared at the map. The void was pulsing. Faster now. The crack was visible on the map as a jagged line of darkness, reaching upward through the castle's foundations like a vein of shadow. It had reached the dungeon level. The Slytherin common room was evacuated, officially for plumbing issues, which fooled absolutely no one. There was a knock at his door. Not the castle's internal passages, the actual door, which was unusual. Almost everyone who visited him came through the hidden routes. "Come in," he said. Daphne entered. She was in her nightclothes, a simple robe over a sleeping shirt, and her hair was down, which Harry had never seen before. It changed her face entirely, softening the sharp lines, making her look younger and more vulnerable than the controlled, composed mask she usually wore. She sat in the armchair across from him. Neither spoke for a while. The fire crackled. The map pulsed. "I couldn't sleep," she said. "Me either. I keep running scenarios in my head. Probability assessments. Risk analyses. The numbers aren't good, Harry. They never are. I'm serious. Cassandra's ward redesign is elegant but untested. Neville's anchoring technique is based on theory, not practice. And your plan, opening yourself to the void, letting it pass through you, there's no precedent. No data. No evidence that a human body can channel that much anti-magic without being destroyed. I know. Then why are you doing it?" He looked at her. In the firelight, her eyes weren't ice, they were sky, clear and deep, and in them he could see something she was trying very hard not to show. "Because if I don't, the castle falls. The students die. The Hollow King, corrupted and maddened by 1,000 years of imprisonment, breaks free and devours every scrap of magic in Britain. And everyone I care about, you, Neville, Hermione, Cassandra, the first years who are scared of the dark, the 7th years who are pretending they're not, they all become nothing. That's the logical answer." "Yes. What's the real answer?" Harry was quiet for a moment. Then, "Because I know what it's like to be trapped. To be locked in a small, dark space with no one coming to help you. The Hollow King has been in its cage for 1,000 years, and every year the cage has hurt it more, and no one has come. No one has even tried." His voice was steady. His eyes were not. "I know what that feels like, Daphne. And I can't walk away from it. Even if it kills me." She looked at him for a long time. Then she stood, crossed the space between them, and sat on the arm of his chair. Close enough that their shoulders touched. Close enough that he could feel the warmth of her through the thin fabric of her robe. "You're an idiot," she said softly. "So I've been told. If you die tomorrow, I will find a way to bring you back just so I can kill you myself. That seems counterproductive." "Shut up." She leaned her head against his shoulder. "I'm coming with you. Daphne, not into the seal. Not into the void. But I'm going to be there, in the seal chamber, standing with Neville and Cassandra. And when it's over, when you've done whatever insane, impossible, beautiful thing you're going to do, I'm going to be the first person you see when you open your eyes." Harry turned his head. She was right there, close enough that he could count the flecks of darker blue in her irises, close enough that the space between them was warm and charged and full of everything they hadn't said and didn't need to. "Okay," he said. "Okay," she said. She didn't move. He didn't want her to. They sat together in the Founder's wing, shoulder to shoulder, while the fire burned down and the map pulsed and the Hollow King pressed against its cracking prison, and something between them, fragile, unnamed, precious, held steady against the dark. Outside the window, the stars burned cold and clear over a frozen landscape. Hogwarts hummed in its sleep, dreaming of founders and heirs and the children it was built to protect. Below them, far below, the breathing grew louder. Tomorrow, Harry would descend into the dark. Tonight, he was not alone. And that, he thought, might be enough. In her office on the 7th floor, Cassandra Vane checked her ward calculations for the 42nd time. They were perfect. She'd made them perfect. She'd spent 7 years becoming the best ward theorist Hogwarts had produced in a generation, and she had poured every drop of that knowledge into these diagrams. They were still untested. Still theoretical. Still the work of a 17-year-old who had never faced anything more dangerous than Newt-level examinations. She looked at her reflection in the window. Sharp features. Dark hair. Fierce eyes. You wanted to be the heir, she told her reflection. You wanted the legacy, the power, the recognition. You wanted to be the one who mattered. Her reflection stared back. He matters more. He earned it. Stop being jealous and start being useful. She rolled up the diagrams, tucked them under her arm, and went to bed. She didn't sleep either. In the Gryffindor dormitory, Neville Longbottom sat on the edge of his bed and held his wand, the one Harry had told him to get, the one that had chosen him, the one that sang when he touched it, and he was scared. He was always scared. That was his secret, the one he carried like a stone in his chest. He was afraid of everything. Of failure. Of disappointing his grandmother. Of being the boy who wasn't good enough, who would never be good enough, who would spend his whole life in his parents' shadow. But Harry had looked at him and seen something else. Harry had said your quality and had meant it, and the mentness of it was the most powerful spell Neville had ever encountered. He gripped his wand. Holly and unicorn hair. It was warm in his hand. Tomorrow, he was going to stand at the center of an ancient magical formation and anchor the elemental balance while his friend walked into the abyss. He was going to be a rock. He was going to stand and not move. He was terrified. He was going to do it anyway. That, Harry would have told him, was the whole point. In his office, Dumbledore sat with Fawkes and did not pretend to be anything other than afraid. He was 110 years old. He had fought wars, defeated Dark Lords, shaped the political landscape of magical Britain, and held the world together with string and stubbornness for longer than most people had been alive. And now an 11-year-old boy was going to do what Dumbledore could not, and Dumbledore's role was to stand aside and hold the door. I have made so many mistakes, old friend, he told the Phoenix. Fawkes trilled. The sound was neither comfort nor condemnation. It was simply true, in the way that Phoenix song always was, a reminder that truth, however painful, was better than the alternative. I know, Dumbledore said. I know. The castle settled into silence. The stars turned. The void breathed. And in a fissure in the dungeon floor, the crack widened by another millimeter, and cold poured upward through the stones, and every ghost in Hogwarts turned to face the same direction, downward, toward the deep places, toward the broken seal and the thing that pressed against it with a patience older than time and a hunger deeper than the dark. Tomorrow. Everything changed tomorrow. Chapter 4, The Heir Ascendant. The morning began with silence. Not the natural silence of early dawn, the absence of sound that comes before birdsong and breakfast and the slow waking of a castle full of children. This was a hollow silence, a carved-out space where noise should have been, as if the world had taken a breath and forgotten to let it out. Harry was awake before the silence registered. He'd been awake for hours, sitting in the Founder's wing with the 4 artifacts arranged on the table before him, Gryffindor's sword, red gold and blazing faintly in the pre-dawn dark. Ravenclaw's diadem, silver and sapphire, cool as starlight. Hufflepuff's cup, small and warm and steady. Slytherin's locket, heavy with serpentine engravings, radiating a focused, deliberate energy. 4 pieces of 4 people who had lived 1,000 years ago and built something extraordinary and flawed and beautiful and doomed. 4 pieces that Harry was going to use to either save or destroy everything they'd created. He'd been staring at them all night, not studying them. He knew them by heart, knew their resonance frequencies and magical signatures and the way they harmonized when brought close together, but listening. They hummed. Each one in a different key, each one carrying the echo of its creator's voice, and together they made a chord that was almost, but not quite, complete. The missing note was Harry. He stood. Dressed. Black robes over practical clothing, Muggle trousers and a shirt, because Blood Fong had taught him that you fight in what lets you move, not in what looks impressive. Wand in the forearm holster. Sword at his hip. Diadem wrapped in cloth and tucked into an inner pocket. Cup secured in an expanded belt pouch. Locket around his neck, cold against his chest. He looked at himself in the mirror. 11 years old. Thin. Scarred. Green eyes that were too old for the face they lived in. Wild black hair that no spell or comb had ever tamed. His mother's eyes. His father's hair. A scar given by a murderer. And beneath all of it, the blood of 4 founders, converged by chance or destiny or something in between. Right, he said to his reflection. Let's go save a school. The castle was wrong. Harry felt at the moment he stepped out of the founder's wing, a wrongness that had gone beyond subtle and arrived at visceral. The torches in the corridor were burning, but their light was thin, washed out, as if something were draining the magic that sustained them. The stones under his feet were cold, not cool, cold, the deep, permanent cold of a tomb. The air tasted of nothing, which was its own kind of taste, an absence of scent and flavor that made his mouth feel empty. The staircases had stopped moving entirely. They hung in their shafts, frozen mid-swing, some of them at angles that made them impassable. Students were already struggling. Harry could feel them on the founder's map, clusters of dots stranded on landings, separated from their common rooms and classrooms by gaps that no staircase would bridge. He reached for the castle's wards. The connection was there, it would always be there, as long as his blood ran and the castle stood, but it was like reaching through water, sluggish and resistant. The ward structure was compromised. Not shattered, not collapsed, but riddled with interference, the Hollow King's anti-magic seeping through the cracks in the seal and disrupting the enchantments that held Hogwarts together. Harry pushed power into the wards. Steadied them. It was like trying to hold back a river with his hands. The moment he reinforced one section, another weakened. He couldn't maintain this. Not for long. Not while doing everything else that needed to be done today. He went to the Great Hall. Breakfast was chaos. Students clustered at tables, scared, whispering, glancing at the ceiling. The enchanted sky that normally showed the weather was flickering, alternating between a grey winter morning and absolute darkness, as if the spell couldn't decide which reality to display. Food appeared on the tables but tasted wrong, not spoiled, just flat, the magic that enhanced the flavors draining away even as the house elves replenished it. The staff table was tense. McGonagall was on her feet, directing prefects, her wand out, her face set in the expression of a woman who had survived 2 wars and recognized the opening notes of a third. Flitwick was moving between tables, casting cheering charms on the worst affected students, his small face tight with concentration. Sprout was at the Hufflepuff table, a hand on the shoulder of a first-year who was crying. Snape was absent. Harry found his dot on the map, in the dungeons, near the fissure, standing guard. Dumbledore sat at the center of the staff table and radiated calm. It was a performance. Harry could feel the old man's magic churning beneath the surface, could feel the strain of projecting serenity while the building fell apart around him, but it was a masterful one. The students looked at Dumbledore and felt, despite everything, that someone was in control. Harry walked to the staff table. Every head in the room turned to watch him. He ignored the attention and spoke to Dumbledore directly. It's today. Dumbledore's twinkle was gone. In its place was something harder and clearer, the war commander, the man who had fought Grindelwald in the ruins of Nurmengard, emerging from behind the grandfather mask. How long? Hours. Maybe less. The seal's decay has accelerated overnight. I think the Wraith did something when it left. Seeded a resonance pattern that's amplifying the crack. Voldemort's parting gift. He said void recognizes void. I think he meant it literally. His soul fragment left an echo in the castle, and the Hollow King is using it as a lever. Dumbledore stood. He didn't raise his voice, didn't cast a sonorous, he simply spoke, and the Great Hall, responding to his authority and his magic, carried his words to every ear. Prefects. All students are to return to their common rooms immediately. House heads, initiate lockdown protocols. The castle is experiencing a magical disturbance that requires immediate attention. This is not a drill. The hall erupted. Prefects scrambled. Students shouted questions. McGonagall cut through the noise like a blade, directing traffic with the efficiency of a general marshalling troops. Harry caught Neville's eye across the room. The boy was pale but standing. Ready. Harry nodded once. Neville nodded back. Daphne appeared at Harry's side, materializing from the Slytherin crowd with a Slytherin's talent for moving through chaos without being touched by it. She was dressed for action, practical robes, hair pulled back, wand drawn. "I'm here," she said. "I know." Cassandra pushed through the crowd from the Ravenclaw table, ward diagrams under her arm, her face hard with determination. "I need 30 minutes to set up the formation in the seal chamber. Can you give me that?" "I'll give you whatever you need. Then clear my path. I need to get to the lower levels, and the staircases." Harry raised his hand. The castle responded, reluctantly, painfully, like a sick animal being asked to stand, but it responded. A staircase unfroze, swung into position, and locked. A corridor cleared. A path opened from the great hall to the dungeons, straight and unobstructed. Cassandra didn't thank him. She ran. Hermione appeared. She was carrying a sheaf of notes, her analysis of Slytherin's research, annotated and cross-referenced and organized with a precision that would have made Ravenclaw herself weep with joy. "I found something," she said, breathless. "In the cross-reference between Slytherin's void theory and the Gringotts ward schematics. The anti-magic isn't random, it follows a fractal pattern. If you can identify the root frequency, you can invert it." English, Hermione. The void has a signature. A magical frequency, like a note. If you can hear it, really hear it, you can sing the counternote. Harmony instead of discord. Harry stared at her. Hermione, that's brilliant. I know. Now go save the school." She thrust the notes into his hands. "And Harry?" "Yeah. Come back." "I will." He wasn't sure if that was a promise or a lie, but it was what she needed to hear, and sometimes that was the same thing. The evacuation was Dumbledore's domain, and the old man was magnificent. Harry had seen Dumbledore perform, the twinkle, the humor, the gentle eccentricity. He had never seen Dumbledore work. The difference was staggering. Dumbledore moved through the castle like a force of nature, his wand weaving complex enchantments without visible effort, reinforcing wards, stabilizing corridors, opening passages that even the Founder's map didn't show. He directed staff with crisp, precise instructions that left no room for argument or delay. "Minerva, seal the Gryffindor Tower. Full lockdown, blood wards on the portrait entrance. Filius, the Ravenclaw common room, your personal ward set, nothing less. Pomona, the Hufflepuff basement, earth wards, tied to the grounds. Severus," Snape appeared from the dungeon stairs, his face white, his robes dusty. "The fissure has widened. I can see the void through the crack. It's, Albus, it's consuming the stone." "How fast?" "Inches per minute. Accelerating." Dumbledore's jaw tightened. "Seal the dungeon level. Everything below the ground floor, seal it. The Slytherin common room has been evacuated. Do it, Severus." Snape's eyes found Harry. For a moment, just a moment, the man's mask dropped entirely, and what Harry saw beneath it was not hatred, not contempt, but something aching and fierce and protective. "Your mother would want you to survive this," Snape said. Then he turned and swept back down the stairs, wand blazing, and the sound of wards being erected followed him like thunder. Harry watched him go and filed away the moment for later examination. If there was a later. "Harry." Dumbledore's hand on his shoulder. "It's time. I know. I will hold the castle above you. Every ward, every enchantment, every ounce of power I possess. But if the Hollow King breaks free before you can complete the transformation, then evacuate. Get everyone out. The castle can be rebuilt. Can it? The magic can't be rebuilt. But the people can survive. That's what matters. Dumbledore looked at him. 11 years old. Carrying 4 founder artifacts and the weight of 1,000 years. Ready to walk into the dark. I owe you an apology, Dumbledore said. Not for the Dursleys, I've already given that one, inadequately. For underestimating you. For seeing a chess piece where I should have seen a person. For assuming that my plan was the only plan. Albus, let me finish. When you walk down those stairs, you're going to face something I can't help you with. Something beyond my power, beyond my understanding, beyond every weapon in my considerable arsenal. And the only thing I can give you, the only thing that matters, is this: I believe in you. Not in the heir of 4. Not in the prophecy. In Harry Potter. The boy who refused to be nothing. His grip on Harry's shoulder tightened. Come back. Second person to say that today. Miss Greengrass being the first. Harry gave him a look. Dumbledore's mouth twitched, not quite a twinkle, but close. Go, Dumbledore said. I'll be here. Harry went. The path to the sealed chamber led down through the castle's oldest layers, below the dungeons, below the Chamber of Secrets, below the foundations, into living rock that predated the school by millions of years. Cassandra had gone ahead. Harry followed, with Neville and Daphne flanking him, the 3 of them descending through passages that the castle opened before them and sealed behind them, the stones groaning with effort. The temperature dropped with every step. Not mundane cold, magical cold, the heat-death chill of anti-magic, the void's breath seeping through the cracks in the seal. Harry's breath crystallized. Neville's teeth chattered. Daphne's hands were blue, but she didn't complain, because Daphne Greengrass did not complain about anything, ever, as a matter of principle. The basilisk met them at the entrance to the deepest passage. It coiled in the tunnel like a living wall, its enormous body blocking the way forward, its eyes, hooded, safely averted, regarding the 3 humans with ancient patience. Speaker. You bring others. Bear with me, Harry said, in Parseltongue. The small one smells of earth. Good. The castle needs earth today. A pause. The female smells of ice and intention. Also good. You will need cold clarity where you're going. Will you help? I will guard this passage. Nothing comes through, not from above, not from below. The Master's last command was to protect the heir. I have waited 1,000 years to fulfill it. Thank you. Don't thank me. Survive. Harry walked past the basilisk. Neville followed, swallowing hard, his eyes fixed firmly on the tunnel floor. Daphne walked past the enormous serpent with her chin up and her back straight, and if her hand trembled slightly as she passed its coils, neither Harry nor the basilisk mentioned it. The sealed chamber was vast. Harry had seen it in visions, in the Founder's map, in Slytherin's diagrams. None of them had prepared him for the reality. It was a cavern carved from living rock, not by human hands, but by magic, the stone shaped and smoothed by the combined will of 4 of the most powerful magical beings in history. The ceiling was high enough to be lost in shadow. The floor was smooth and flat and covered in runic inscriptions that spiraled outward from the center in patterns that made Harry's eyes hurt if he looked at them too directly. 4 pillars stood at the cardinal points, north, south, east, west, each one carved with the crest of a founder and inscribed with enchantments so dense they looked like text from a distance but dissolved into pure magical notation up close. Once, these pillars had blazed with light, red, blue, yellow, green, the 4 colors of the 4 houses, the 4 pillars of the seal. Now they were dark. Cracked. The enchantments flickering like dying candles, their light guttering and fading and reigniting in sputtering bursts that cast mad shadows on the cavern walls. And in the center of the chamber, the crack. It was not a crack in the floor. It was a crack in reality. A jagged line of absolute darkness, not shadow, not absence of light, but the negation of existence itself, running across the chamber floor like a wound in the fabric of the world. It was 2 feet wide and growing. Through it, Harry could see, or rather, could unsee, the void. The Hollow King's domain. A space where space didn't exist, where magic went to die, where the concept of something was replaced by the concept of nothing with a thoroughness that made his mind recoil. The breathing was louder here. Not a sound, a rhythm. The pulse of anti-magic, pressing upward through the crack with each beat, each pulse a little stronger, a little wider, a little more. Cassandra was already at work. She'd set up her ward formation around the crack, a complex geometric pattern drawn in chalk and silver and her own blood, the runic inscriptions precise enough to make a Gringotts ward master nod in approval. She was kneeling at the northern pillar, hands flat on the stone, pouring her magic into the failing enchantments and trying to stabilize them long enough for the main operation. "The pillars are worse than I expected," she said without looking up. "The northern and eastern enchantments are at maybe 15%. Southern and western are at 30%. I can reinforce them temporarily, but once you start channeling the artifacts, I'll need to redirect all my energy to the new ward geometry." "How long can you maintain the formation?" "Under normal conditions. Hours. With the void actively fighting me?" She looked up. Her face was drawn, sweat on her brow despite the cold. "Minutes. Maybe 10. Maybe less. I'll work fast." "You'd better." Neville took his position at the center of the formation. Harry had shown him where to stand, the exact intersection of Cassandra's ward lines, the point where all the geometric angles converged. The elemental anchor point. The place where earth met magic met will. Neville's new wand was in his hand. He was shaking. "Neville," Harry said. "I know. Stand here. Be a rock. Don't move. Are you okay?" Neville looked at the crack. Looked at the dark. Looked at the void that was eating reality 2 feet from where he was standing. "No," he said. "But I'm here." Harry gripped his shoulder. "That's all I need." Daphne stood near the southern pillar, outside Cassandra's formation but close enough to observe, close enough to act if something went wrong. She had her wand drawn and a look on her face that combined Slytherin calculation with something rawer and more desperate. "Harry." He turned. She looked at him. In the flickering light of the dying pillars, her eyes were dark and bright and full of things neither of them had time to say. "You promised you'd come back." "I didn't actually promise. I said, I will, which is technically a statement of, Harry. I'll come back." "You'd better." He turned to the crack. Drew Gryffindor's sword. Placed Ravenclaw's diadem on his brow. Hung Slytherin's locket around his neck. Held Hufflepuff's cup in his left hand, the sword in his right. 4 artifacts. 4 founders. 4 pillars of magic, represented in metal and gem and enchantment. 1 heir. Cassandra. Begin. Cassandra's hands moved. The ward formation blazed to life, silver light erupting from the chalk lines, the runic inscriptions activating in sequence, a cascade of magical energy that raced through the geometric pattern and connected the 4 pillars in a web of shimmering power. The chamber rang like a bell, the resonance of the wards echoing off the stone walls and ceiling. The pillars responded. Faintly, reluctantly, like old machines being forced back to life, their cracked surfaces glowing with dim light, red and blue and yellow and green, the 4 colors of the 4 houses, flickering and weak but present. Neville planted his feet. Pressed his wand to the stone floor. And reached. The earth magic came. Not from Neville, through him, drawn up from the bedrock beneath the castle, the deep, ancient, patient magic of the land itself. It poured through his wand and into the formation like water finding its level, filling the geometric channels, stabilizing the ward structure, providing the foundation that Cassandra's elegant architecture needed to stand. Neville's eyes went wide. His mouth opened. No sound came out. He was channeling more magic than he'd ever touched in his life. More than most adult wizards would touch in a lifetime. It was enormous and terrifying and beyond his ability to control, but he wasn't trying to control it. He was trying to be a conduit. A channel. A rock. Harry looked at his friends. Cassandra, brilliant and fierce, pouring her expertise into the wards. Neville, brave beyond any reasonable expectation, anchoring the formation with a strength he hadn't known he possessed. Daphne, standing guard, watching everything, ready for anything. He stepped toward the crack. The artifacts reacted. All four blazed to life simultaneously, the sword erupted in red-gold flame, the diadem flared sapphire, the cup burned amber, the locket blazed emerald. The four colors spiraled around Harry like a cloak, braiding together, merging, the resonance building toward the same harmonic he'd felt during the trials but stronger, deeper, more complete. The counternote. Hermione's insight. The void had a frequency, and the founder artifacts, properly attuned, could produce the inverse. Harry closed his eyes. Felt the frequencies. The sword's fierce courage, a battle cry in C major. The diadem's clear wisdom, a perfect fifth. The cup's warm loyalty, a gentle third. The locket's sharp cunning, a minor seventh. Together, they made a chord. Not a simple harmony, a complex, shifting, living chord that changed with each pulse, adapting, responding, a musical expression of everything the founders had been and everything they'd built. Harry opened his mouth and sang. Not literally, he didn't produce a sound with his vocal cords. But his magic sang, channeled through the artifacts, shaped by four bloodlines converging in a single body, and the sound that wasn't a sound filled the seal chamber like light fills a dark room. The Hollow King responded. The crack widened. The void surged upward, a column of absolute nothing erupting from the earth, and the chamber filled with the presence of something so vast and old and empty that Harry's mind buckled under the weight of it. It wasn't a creature. It wasn't a being. It was an absence, the absence that had existed before magic, the entropy that would exist after it. A force of cosmic significance reduced by 1,000 years of imprisonment to something raw and desperate and in agony. Harry felt its pain. Not through empathy, through resonance. The soul fragment in his scar, Voldemort's accidental Horcrux, vibrated in sympathy with the void, and through that connection Harry felt what the Hollow King felt, the burning, endless, maddening pain of magic forced into a wound that needed to heal, a seal that was not a bandage but a blade, cutting deeper with every century. Stop. Not a word. A concept. The void's one coherent message, screamed through 1,000 years of agony. Stop, 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 I'm trying, Harry said. He said it out loud, his voice tiny in the vastness of the chamber, ridiculous against the cosmic weight of the entity before him. I'm trying to stop it. That's why I'm here. The void pulsed. The crack widened another inch. Cassandra screamed, not in fear, in effort, as the ward formation bucked against the surge, her silver lines flaring white-hot. Neville groaned, his knees bending, the earth magic pouring through him threatening to burn him hollow. Harry stepped to the edge of the crack. Looked down into the void. Into the nothing that was everything that magic wasn't. He remembered Gryffindor's words from the trial, courage is not the absence of fear. It is the choice to stand when standing costs everything. He remembered Ravenclaw, wisdom is the recognition that the question is the answer. He remembered Hufflepuff, loyalty is the willingness to fail for the right reason. He remembered Slytherin, cunning is the discipline to feel everything and choose wisely anyway. He remembered his mother, in a photograph, waving. He remembered Daphne, leaning her head against his shoulder, saying you absolute idiot. He stepped into the void. The world ended. Not literally. Not physically. But everything Harry knew, sight, sound, touch, warmth, self, was stripped away in a single, annihilating instant. He fell into the nothing and the nothing consumed him, and for a moment that lasted forever, he was gone. Then the artifacts blazed. Deep in the heart of the void, 4 points of light ignited, red, blue, yellow, green, and they burned with a ferocity that the nothing could not extinguish. The sword in Harry's hand became a torch. The diadem on his brow became a star. The cup in his fist became a sun. The locket on his chest became a heart. And Harry became a bridge. He hung in the void, suspended between existence and annihilation, his body a conduit for the 4 founders' combined magical legacy, and he sang the counternote. The harmonic that Hermione had identified, the inverse frequency of the void itself, shaped by 1,000 years of preparation and poured through the only instrument that could produce it, a human being carrying all 4 bloodlines. The void screamed. Not in anger, in shock. In the sudden, overwhelming, incomprehensible experience of being met not with force but with music. For 1,000 years, the seal had pressed against it with the blunt, grinding pressure of containment. For 1,000 years, magic had been a weapon, a cage, a source of endless pain. Now it was singing. I hear you, Harry thought, into the void. I know you're in pain. I know the seal hurt you. I know the founders made a mistake. They were afraid, and afraid people build walls. The void pulsed. The anti-magic pressed against Harry's body, trying to unmake him, to dissolve the magic in his blood and bones and leave nothing behind. The artifacts held. The harmonic held. Harry held, through will and stubbornness and the absolute refusal to let go. I'm not afraid of you. I'm not going to cage you. I'm going to open the door, and I'm going to let you heal. He reached deeper. Into the void's core. Into the wound that the founders had covered but never treated, the tear in reality that had been festering for a millennium. He found it. Not a physical thing, a concept, a mathematical relationship, a broken equation where magic and entropy had once been balanced and were now at war. The seal had disrupted the balance. The void had adapted to the disruption by becoming hostile. The hostility had fed on the seal's magic, growing stronger, more desperate, more dangerous. A feedback loop. A cycle of pain producing more pain. Harry broke the cycle. He didn't use force. He didn't use cleverness. He used the one thing the Hollow King had never encountered in 1,000 years of imprisonment, compassion. He opened himself. Not his magic, himself. His memories. His emotions. His identity. The cupboard under the stairs. The locked door. The darkness and the cold and the certainty that no one was coming. The years of isolation. The hunger. The fear. The slow, grinding understanding that the world had put him in a box and forgotten about him. I know what it's like, he thought, and meant it with every fiber of his being. I know what it's like to be locked in the dark. To be hurt by the people who were supposed to protect you. To be treated as a problem to be contained rather than a being to be understood. You're not a monster. You're a wound. And wounds heal. But they don't heal in cages. They heal in the open. They heal with time and warmth and the willingness to feel the pain instead of hiding from it. The void listened. For the first time in 1,000 years, it listened. And something changed. The anti-magic didn't stop. It didn't reverse. But it shifted, subtly, fundamentally, the way a river shifts when the dam breaks. The hostile, destructive force of entropy began to transform, channeled through Harry's body and the founder artifacts, reshaped by the harmonic and the compassion and the sheer, impossible act of a human being standing in the heart of annihilation and choosing love over fear. The void became the dark side of magic. Not its enemy, its complement. The shadow to its light. The rest between the notes. The silence that gives music meaning. Harry felt the transformation like a wave, a massive, reality-altering wave of energy that surged through his body, through the artifacts, through the ward formation, through the pillars, through the castle itself. It was too much. far too much. His body was not designed for this, no body was, no human being was meant to channel the combined output of 4 founder legacies while simultaneously bridging the gap between magic and void. The artifacts shattered. Gryffindor's sword cracked along the blade, the red gold light erupting from the fractures like lava. The diadem split down the center, its sapphire exploding into a shower of blue sparks. The cup crumbled, amber light pouring from the fragments like liquid gold. The locket's chain snapped, the emerald stones bursting from their settings, and the metal twisted and melted and dissolved. 1,000 years of enchantment, released in a single instant. The energy, 4 founders' worth of magical legacy, combined with the transformed void energy, unified in Harry's body, had nowhere to go. So it went into the castle. Above them, Hogwarts blazed. Every ward, every enchantment, every protective spell that had accumulated over a millennium ignited simultaneously, fed by a surge of power that dwarfed anything the school had ever experienced. The golden light erupted outward in a dome that expanded from the castle's foundations to its highest tower, from the dungeons to the sky, visible from 100 miles in every direction. The enchanted ceiling in the great hall blazed like a second sun. The suits of armor along every corridor stood at attention and held their salute. The portraits came alive, not just moving, living, their painted figures stepping forward in their frames with expressions of wonder and joy. The staircases unfroze and began moving again, smoothly, gracefully, more precisely than they had in centuries. The lake thawed in seconds, the ice dissolving into warm water that steamed in the morning air. The forbidden forest straightened, trees that had been leaning toward the castle for months stood upright, and the birds returned, and the centaurs at the forest's edge lowered their bows and watched the golden light with something approaching reverence. The crack in the seal chamber closed. Not sealed. Not contained. Healed. The stone knit together, the void energy and the magic finding their balance, the wound that had festered for a millennium finally, impossibly, allowed to mend. The crack narrowed, thinned, became a line, became a scar, became nothing. The 4 pillars blazed with full light, red and blue and yellow and green, brighter than they'd burned since the founders themselves had lit them. The enchantment stabilized. The wards locked. The chamber hummed with a power that was clean and whole and new. Harry fell. He fell because there was nothing left. The artifacts were gone. The transformation was complete. His magic was burned to its foundations, emptied like a well drained to the bedrock. His body, pushed beyond every limit, finally surrendered to the simple, animal reality that human beings are not designed to be bridges between worlds. He hit the stone floor of the seal chamber, and the last thing he felt before the darkness took him was hands, small, cold, desperate hands, catching his shoulders and pulling him close, and a voice saying his name with a terror that had nothing to do with void entities or ancient seals or the end of the world. Just a girl, afraid that the boy she cared about was dead. Harry. Harry, wake up. Harry, please, and then nothing. The castle shone. Students pressed against windows, staring at a world transformed. The grounds were green, impossibly, unseasonably green, the grass erupting into spring growth in the middle of February, flowers blooming along the pathways, the whomping willow standing straight and still for the first time anyone could remember, its branches reaching skyward instead of lashing at passers-by. The magic was different. Everyone could feel it, a richness, a depth, a vitality that hadn't been present before. Spells came easier. Enchantments lasted longer. The very air felt charged, alive, saturated with a power that was both ancient and entirely new. Dumbledore stood on the castle steps and watched the golden light fade. His eyes were wet. His hands were shaking. The Elder Wand, the most powerful wand in existence, hummed in his grip, responding to the transformed magic with a resonance that made his teeth ache. He'd felt Harry's descent. Felt the boy's magic surge, peak, and then, horribly, terrifyingly, go silent. The silence had lasted 3 seconds. 3 seconds in which Albus Dumbledore, the most powerful wizard in the world, had been as helpless as a child, standing above a cavern where an 11-year-old boy was fighting a battle that should never have been his to fight. Then the golden light. Then the transformation. Then the castle, reborn around him, more powerful and more whole than it had been in living memory. And somewhere below his feet, silence. He turned to go inside. To find out. To see. The commotion at the gate stopped him. They arrived through the main gate, a dozen wizards in formal robes, wands drawn, moving in a formation that spoke of practice and preparation. At their head, Arcturus Selwyn, silver-haired and composed, his hawk eyes scanning the transformed grounds with an expression that combined fascination and fury. Behind him, Lucius Malfoy and 3 members of the Board of Governors. And behind them, 4 figures in the heavy, enchanted armor of the inheritors, Selwyn's personal guard, the most skilled duelists his organization could field. Albus. Selwyn's voice carried across the grounds. The school appears to be experiencing a significant magical event. The board has authorized an emergency inspection. Dumbledore regarded them. The calm was back, the performance, the grandfatherly demeanor, but beneath it, the steel. The school is quite well, Arcturus. Better than it has been in centuries, in fact. The light display was visible from London. Parents are panicking. The ministry is demanding answers. Selwyn climbed the steps, his guard fanning out behind him. We are here to provide them. You are here, Dumbledore said quietly, to take advantage of a crisis. As usual. Selwyn smiled. It did not reach his eyes. I'm here to ensure that the Hogwarts founder's legacy is being managed responsibly. Given that an untrained child has apparently just performed magic of unprecedented scale, I think the concern is justified. The child in question is currently unconscious, having just saved this school and everyone in it from a threat you couldn't begin to comprehend. Unconscious. Something shifted in Selwyn's expression. Then he can't object to a review of the artifacts he's been hoarding. The founder artifacts, Gringotts records indicate that 4 items of immense historical and magical significance were released from the founder vaults. If Potter is incapacitated, the board has authority to take protective custody of, the artifacts are destroyed. Selwyn stopped. The calculation behind his eyes faltered. Destroyed. Used. Consumed. Sacrificed in the process of healing the castle. They no longer exist. The silence that followed was profound. Selwyn's composure held, barely, but Harry, had he been conscious to see it, would have recognized the look. It was the look of a man watching his life's work crumble. 30 years. 30 years of planning, manipulating, engineering bloodlines and building alliances, all aimed at claiming the founder's artifacts and the power they represented. And a boy, an 11-year-old half-blood, had used them up and thrown them away like spent matches. I want to see Potter, Selwyn said. He is in the hospital wing. I want to see the seal chamber. You do not have the authority to access the castle's internal structures, and even if you did, the chamber is sealed, permanently, I suspect. Dumbledore, Arcturus. The grandfatherly tone was gone. What remained was the wizard who had defeated Grindelwald, the man whose name was synonymous with power in the magical world. The boy just saved your world. All of it. Every wizard, every witch, every magical creature on these islands. He did it at 11 years old, alone, in the dark, while you were sitting in your townhouse plotting how to steal his inheritance. Selwyn's jaw tightened. Go home, Dumbledore said. Write your letters. File your motions. Play your political games. But know this, the castle recognizes Harry Potter as its heir. The magic of 4 founders, renewed and strengthened, is bound to his blood. And when he wakes up, which he will remember who stood with him and who stood against him. Is that a threat? It's a prediction. I'm rather good at those. Selwyn looked at Dumbledore. Looked at the castle behind him, blazing with golden light, more alive and more powerful than it had been in 1,000 years. Looked at his inheritors, who were shifting uncomfortably, feeling the castle's magic press against them with the gentle, implacable authority of a closed door. He turned to leave. But he paused. And what he did next surprised everyone, including himself. "Is the boy alive?" he asked. Not calculating. Not political. The question of a man who, for all his ambition and ruthlessness, was not entirely dead inside. "He's alive," Dumbledore said. Selwyn nodded. "Once." Then he walked down the steps, his guard falling in behind him, and crossed the grounds toward the gate. Lucius Malfoy followed, looking like he wanted to argue but lacked the nerve. At the gate, Selwyn stopped one last time. He looked back at the castle he'd spent 3 decades trying to claim, and his expression was one Harry would have recognized. Not anger. Not defeat. Grief. The grief of a man who had wanted something so badly and for so long that the wanting had become the whole of him, and now the wanting was gone, and he didn't know what was left. He walked through the gate. It closed behind him. Dumbledore stood on the steps for a long time after Selwyn left. Then he went inside, and climbed the stairs, and went to the hospital wing. Harry was lying in a white bed, surrounded by white curtains, looking small and pale and very young. His hands were bandaged, burned, the skin raw where the artifacts had shattered in his grip. His face was drawn, the scar on his forehead livid against his bloodless skin. The heir's ring, still on his finger, was dark, its stones unlit, the enchantment dormant, waiting for its bearer's magic to return. Madame Pomfrey hovered nearby, running diagnostic charms with the grim efficiency of a healer who has done everything she can and is waiting for nature to do the rest. "Magical exhaustion," she said, without being asked. "The most severe I've ever seen. His core is intact but depleted, completely drained. It will refill, given time, but..." She shook her head. "He should be dead, Albus. The amount of magic he channeled, no human body is built for that. He's not entirely human, Pomfrey. Not in the magical sense. He's 11. In the 11-year-old boy who needs rest and time and someone to take care of him sense, he is very, very human." Dumbledore accepted the rebuke. He sat in the chair beside the bed and looked at the boy and did not pretend that this was acceptable. It was not acceptable. An 11-year-old should not have to save the world. An 11-year-old should be worried about homework and friendships and whether the person they fancied liked them back. Not about ancient seals and primordial void entities and the weight of 4 founders' legacy. But the world was not acceptable. The world was what it was, and in it, this boy, this brave, brilliant, impossible boy, had done what no one else could. Dumbledore sat with him through the night. He was not the only one. Daphne Greengrass arrived 20 minutes after Harry was brought to the hospital wing and did not leave. Madame Pomfrey tried to send her away. Daphne looked at the healer with an expression of such glacial determination that Pomfrey, who had faced down Dumbledore himself in matters of patient care, simply conjured a second chair and said nothing. Daphne sat. She took Harry's bandaged hand in both of hers, carefully, gently, with a tenderness that looked alien on a face normally so composed, and she held it. She didn't cry. Daphne Greengrass did not cry. But her grip on his hand was tight enough to turn her knuckles white, and her eyes, fixed on his face, did not waver. Neville came. He was leaning on Cassandra, who was leaning on him, both of them drained and unsteady but upright. Neville's hands were shaking, after effects of channeling the earth magic, tremors that would take days to subside. Cassandra's face was lined with exhaustion, her eyes bloodshot, her hair falling out of its normally severe cut in messy strands. They sat. They waited. Hermione arrived at a run, skidding into the hospital wing with her shoes squeaking on the stone floor, her face white, her eyes enormous. "Is he alive?" Daphne said, without looking up. "Sleeping. Exhausted." Hermione's legs gave out. She sat on the floor beside Harry's bed, her back against the wall, her arms wrapped around her knees, and she shook. "I should have been there," she whispered. "I should have, you were there," Cassandra said. Quiet. Firm. "Your research. The counternote frequency. Without that, the transformation wouldn't have worked. You saved him from up here." Hermione looked at Cassandra, the 7th year she'd barely spoken to, the rival who'd become an ally, and something passed between them. An understanding that crossed the boundaries of house and year and personality. "Thank you," Hermione said. "Don't thank me. Thank the idiot in the bed." They sat together through the night. For young people in chairs and on floors around a hospital bed, keeping vigil, holding space, refusing to leave. Snape came, late, after everyone else was asleep. He stood in the doorway and looked at Harry for a long time. Then he walked to the bedside, reached down, and adjusted the blanket, a small, precise gesture, pulling the fabric higher over Harry's chest, smoothing the wrinkles. He didn't notice Daphne watching him through half-closed eyes. Or perhaps he did, and simply didn't care. He left without a word. But the blanket was warmer after he touched it, and the diagnostic charms Pomfrey had cast glowed a little brighter. Potions masters knew healing magic that healers didn't, and Snape had just cast 3 of his most closely guarded restorative charms on the son of the woman he had loved and the man he had hated. The contradictions of Severus Snape were not for tonight. Harry slept for 3 days. The castle hummed around him. The wards pulsed with steady, healthy rhythms, the first truly healthy rhythms in centuries. The lake was clear. The forest was calm. The portraits sang to each other across the halls, their voices carrying songs that hadn't been heard since the founder's time. On the morning of the 3rd day, Harry opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was white, the hospital wing ceiling, bright with winter sunlight streaming through tall windows. The second thing he saw was Daphne Greengrass, asleep in the chair beside his bed, her head tilted at an angle that was going to give her a terrible neck ache, her hand still holding his. She looked different in sleep. Younger. The composure that she wore like armor was absent, and what remained was a girl, just a girl, 11 years old, who had spent 3 days in a chair because the boy she cared about might not wake up. Harry's hand tightened on hers. Not much. Just a fraction. Her eyes opened. Instantly, completely, the way a predator wakes, not gradually, but all at once, from sleep to full awareness in a single heartbeat. She saw his eyes. Open. Looking at her. "You absolute idiot," she said. Her voice cracked on the last word. "Just barely. Just enough." Harry grinned. It was weak, barely there, more a suggestion of a grin than the real thing, but it was there. "Told you I'd come back," he said. His voice was a rasp. 3 days. You've been unconscious for 3 days. I've been sitting in this chair for 3 days. My back is destroyed. My reputation in Slytherin is in ruins. Tracy Davis told everyone I've gone soft. Have you? Don't push it. He laughed. It hurt, everything hurt, muscles he didn't know he had were screaming, but it was a real laugh, alive and warm and human. Daphne's grip on his hand tightened. Her other hand came up and pressed against his cheek, a brief, fierce touch, lasting less than a second, withdrawn before anyone else could see it. Don't ever do that again, she said. Can't promise that. I know. That's the worst part. She stood. Smoothed her robes. Reconstructed her composure with the speed of someone who had been practicing it since birth. I'll get Madame Pomfrey. And Neville. And Hermione. They've been driving the hospital wing staff insane with hourly check-ins. And Cassandra? Cassandra Vane has been in the library since yesterday, writing a paper on the ward formation we used. She said, and I quote, Tell Potter I'll visit when I'm done documenting the most significant magical event of the millennium, and not before. That's very Cassandra. She also said to tell you that you owe her a life debt, and she intends to collect by making you co-author on the paper. That's also very Cassandra. Daphne paused at the curtain. She turned back. Harry. Yeah. The castle is beautiful. He felt it. Even with his magic drained, even lying in a hospital bed, he could feel the castle around him, alive, whole, stronger than it had ever been. The Hollow King's transformed energy, integrated into Hogwarts' magical foundations, had made the school something new. Something that would stand for another 1,000 years, at least. Yeah, he said. It is. Daphne left. Harry lay in his bed and felt the castle hum around him and knew, with a certainty that went deeper than blood or magic, that he was exactly where he belonged. The visitors came in waves. Neville first, bursting through the curtains with a grin that split his round face in half. Harry. You're awake. Madame Pomfrey said you might not, but I knew. Gran wrote, she actually wrote to say she was proud of me, Harry, she said, well done, and she's never said that before. You earned it, Neville. 100 times over. I just stood there. I just stood in one spot and, you held the foundation of a ward formation against a primordial void entity for 10 minutes without moving. Most adult wizards would have collapsed in 30 seconds. You were the rock. Without you, none of it works. Neville went red. His eyes went bright. He gripped Harry's hand with a strength that surprised them both. Thanks, Harry. For seeing me. You were always there to see. Everyone else just wasn't looking. Hermione came next, and she didn't try to hide the tears. She hugged him, carefully, mindful of his bandages, and then pulled back and immediately began asking questions about the magical mechanics of the void transformation with such intensity that Madame Pomfrey had to physically remove her from the bedside. He needs rest, Miss Granger, not an interrogation. But the resonance patterns, rest. Hermione went, but not before pressing a rolled parchment into Harry's hand. My full analysis. Updated with observations from the event. When you're better, we need to discuss the implications for magical theory, Miss Granger. Hermione fled. Cassandra came on the 4th day, when Harry was sitting up and eating solid food. She walked in with her ward diagrams rolled under her arm and a look of professional satisfaction that bordered on smugness. The formation held, she said, sitting on the edge of his bed uninvited. Every line, every rune, every geometric angle. Held for 11 minutes and 37 seconds against active void interference. Do you know what that means? That you're brilliant? Obviously. But beyond that, it means the theoretical framework is sound. The ward redesign I developed isn't just a one-time solution. It's a new paradigm. I've already written to the Department of Mysteries. And to the International Confederation of Wizards Ward Standards Committee. And to 3 academic journals. You've been busy. I've been productive. There's a difference. She looked at him, and the professional facade dropped for just a moment, revealing something warmer. You scared me, Potter. I scared myself. Good. Fear is data. She stood. I'm graduating in June. I've already applied for the runes professorship. Flitwick says there's an opening next year. You want to teach here? I want to study the transformed ward structure. A Hogwarts teaching position gives me access. Also, she paused. Someone needs to keep an eye on you. You have a distressing tendency to do impossible things without adult supervision. You're 17. You barely count as adult supervision. I'm more adult than you'll be at 30. She squeezed his shoulder, briefly, precisely, in the exact manner of someone who wasn't accustomed to physical affection but was trying. Don't destroy any more priceless historical artifacts while I'm gone. Some of us value preservation. She left. Harry smiled at the ceiling and felt something that he hadn't felt in a long time. Home. He felt home. Dumbledore came last. He entered the hospital wing in the early evening, when the light through the windows was amber and long, and the castle was settling into the quiet rhythms of a school at rest. He carried no silver instruments, no enigmatic gifts, no political maneuvering disguised as concern. He carried a photo album. He sat in the chair that Daphne had claimed for 3 days and set the album on the bed beside Harry. "Hagrid made this," he said. "He wrote to everyone who knew your parents, asked for photographs. He's been working on it since September, meant to give it to you at Christmas, but events intervened." Harry opened the album. The first page held a wedding photograph, James and Lily Potter, young and radiant and so alive it made his chest ache. James was grinning, his arm around Lily's waist. Lily was laughing at something outside the frame, her red hair catching the light, her green eyes bright with joy. Harry turned the pages. More photos. His parents with friends, a handsome man with dark hair, Sirius Black, the caption said, a tired-looking man with kind eyes, Remus Lupin, a small, mousy man who stood slightly apart, Peter Pettigrew. His parents at Hogwarts, in this very castle, walking these same corridors, sitting at these same tables. His parents holding a baby. Harry, at 3 months old, wrapped in a blue blanket, looking up at the camera with wide green eyes. Harry closed the album. He didn't trust his voice. "I have something to tell you," Dumbledore said. "About the soul fragment in your scar." Harry touched the scar. He'd been so consumed by the Hollow King that he'd pushed the Horcrux issue aside, but it was still there, he could feel it, the dark, oily presence nestled behind the lightning bolt, diminished but not destroyed. "The transformation," Dumbledore said carefully. "The void energy that passed through you, I've been analyzing the residual magical signatures, and I believe." He paused. Chose his words. "The void, in its passage through your body, scoured everything that didn't belong. The corrupted energy, the anti-magic, it consumed magical parasites as it passed. Including, I believe, the Horcrux fragment." Harry went very still. "It's gone. I cannot detect it. The scar remains, it's a physical wound, and physical wounds don't vanish, but the dark magic behind it is, absent. As if it were never there." Harry pressed his fingers to the scar. Felt for the familiar, hateful presence, the cold, the wrongness, the whisper of Voldemort's fractured soul. Nothing. Clean skin over healed bone. A scar and nothing more. "The void healed it," Harry said. "The way it healed the crack. The way it healed itself. Entropy in creation, imbalance. The void consumed what was corrupt and left what was whole. Your soul is your own, Harry. Entirely, completely your own." Harry sat with this for a long moment. The relief was so vast it felt physical, a weight lifting, a pressure releasing, a door opening in a room he'd been locked in without knowing it. "1 down," he said. 6 to go." Dumbledore blinked. Then he laughed, the real laugh, the one Harry had heard only twice before, surprised and genuine. "Indeed. 6 to go. And I have, as promised, the complete research on their locations and the methods for their destruction." He reached into his robes and produced a familiar sheaf of parchment. "Updated with new data. The diary is with Lucius Malfoy. The ring is in the Gaunt Shack in Little Hangleton. The locket replica is in a cave by the sea. The cup replica is in Bellatrix Lestrange's vault at Gringotts. The diadem replica was in the room of requirement, I've since retrieved and isolated it. Nagini is with Voldemort's wraith, wherever it has fled. 6 Horcruxes. 6 targets. For another day. Today, you rest. Albus, today, Harry, you rest. The Horcruxes aren't going anywhere, and you've earned 1 day without the weight of the world on your shoulders." Harry looked at the old man. Dumbledore's eyes were bright, not with the calculated twinkle, but with something warmer and less guarded. "Partners?" Harry said. "Partners," Dumbledore agreed. "And, if you'll permit an old man's presumption, friends." "Friends." They shook hands. Dumbledore's grip was strong, his hand warm. When he released Harry's hand, he stood, straightened his robes, and walked to the door. He paused. "Your mother told me once that the greatest magic in the world wasn't in any spell or artifact or bloodline. She said it was in the choice to love someone despite knowing it could destroy you." He looked back. She was right. About everything. He left. The door closed softly behind him. Harry held the photo album and looked at his parents' faces and felt the last, stubborn knot of grief in his chest loosen and unravel, not into nothing, but into something manageable. Something he could carry without being crushed. They would have been proud of him. He knew that now, not as hope, but as certainty. He was going to be okay. The days that followed were strange and wonderful. Hogwarts was transformed, and the transformation rippled outward through everything, the magic, the people, the atmosphere. Spells worked better. Potions brewed more reliably. The enchanted ceiling in the great hall showed skies of such vivid beauty that students stopped eating to stare upward. The suits of armor began humming, not words, just melodies, fragments of Founder-era songs that the castle remembered and shared with anyone who listened. The students adapted. Children are resilient, and magical children doubly so. The whispers about the Hollow King and the golden light and the heir of 4 circulated for a week and then, as school gossip does, gave way to newer, more pressing concerns, upcoming exams, Quidditch matches, who was seen talking to whom in the library after hours. Harry returned to classes. He was weaker than before, his magic was refilling, but slowly, like a deep well being fed by underground springs. For the first time since arriving at Hogwarts, he struggled. Spells that had been effortless now required concentration. Wandless magic, his signature ability, was temporarily beyond him. He had to cast with his wand, with incantations, like a normal student. He found, to his surprise, that he didn't mind. There was something freeing about being ordinary. About sitting in charms and having to practice the wrist movement like everyone else, about getting a potion wrong in Snape's class. Snape looked appalled, then alarmed, then almost concerned, which was the most openly emotional Harry had ever seen him, about studying for exams and worrying about grades. Neville sat next to him in every class. Their friendship, forged in fire and sealed in the sealed chamber, was the bedrock of Harry's social world, quiet, steady, unshakable. Neville didn't need Harry to be the heir of 4. He just needed Harry to be Harry. Hermione organized study groups. She'd come out of the crisis with a new perspective. She still valued knowledge and rules, but she'd learned that knowledge without courage was useless, and rules without compassion were just walls. She argued less. She listened more. She was still the smartest person in every room, but she'd learned to carry it more lightly. Daphne was a constant presence. Not clingy, Daphne Greengrass did not cling, but present. In the library when Harry studied. At meals, sitting across from him regardless of which house table he chose. In the corridors between classes, falling into step beside him with the ease of someone who had decided where she belonged and didn't intend to be moved. They didn't talk about what had happened in the Founder's Wing the night before the seal. They didn't need to. It was there, in the way she sat closer than necessary, in the way his hand found the small of her back when they walked through crowds, in the way they could have entire conversations with their eyes across a room full of people. It was new. It was fragile. It was real. And it was exactly what both of them needed. Spring came early. The grounds burst into bloom weeks ahead of schedule, the transformed magic in the earth expressing itself in wildflowers and green grass and a warmth that had nothing to do with the weather and everything to do with the castle's renewed vitality. Hagrid's garden grew so exuberantly that several pumpkins achieved the size of small automobiles. The giant squid, freed from its ice prison, performed acrobatic displays in the lake that drew crowds of students to the shoreline. Peeves, irrepressible as ever, celebrated by organizing a castle-wide water balloon ambush that left every corridor on the third floor ankle-deep in enchanted water that changed color when you stepped in it. Harry let the chaos wash over him. For the first time in his life, maybe the first time ever, he was just a kid at school. A kid with extraordinary responsibilities and a complicated future, yes, but a kid nonetheless. 11 years old. Learning magic. Making friends. Navigating the bewildering, thrilling, occasionally terrifying experience of caring about people and letting them care about him. It was, he decided, the most powerful magic he'd ever encountered. May brought exams, and with them, a letter from Ragnarok. The goblin's correspondence was, as always, brutally direct. Potter, the Wisingamot has formally recognized your heritage potion results. The founder estates are legally confirmed under your authority. Selwyn's challenge has been withdrawn. The man is apparently taking an extended holiday in the south of France, which in political terms means he's regrouping, not surrendering. The Gringotts board has voted to extend full treaty protections to the Hogwarts estate, which means the ministry cannot interfere with the castle's magical governance without goblin concurrence. This was not done as a favor. It was done because the transformed ward structure has increased the castle's value as a magical asset by approximately 4,000%, and goblins protect their investments. The founder vaults are empty. The artifacts, as you know, were destroyed. The gold and books and research materials remain. I recommend you establish a scholarship fund. It will generate political goodwill and reduce the target on your back. I have taken the liberty of drafting the paperwork. Lastly, well done. You have proven yourself worthy of the blood you carry. The Goblin Nation recognizes you not as a client, but as an ally. This distinction has not been extended to a wizard in 400 years. Don't make me regret it. Ragnarok. Harry smiled. From a goblin, that was practically a love letter. Cassandra graduated in June. The ceremony was held in the Great Hall, under the enchanted ceiling's perfect summer sky, and Harry sat in the audience and watched the girl who had challenged him to a duel and called him a fraud and then stood beside him in the seal chamber, pouring 7 years of expertise into a ward formation that saved the world. She crossed the stage with her usual composure, sharp, proud, fierce, and accepted her newt results with a handshake so firm that Professor Flitwick winced. Afterward, she found Harry in the corridor outside the Great Hall. She was carrying a trunk and wearing traveling robes and looking, for the first time since he'd known her, slightly uncertain. I got the rune's position, she said. Starting in September. Professor Vane. Has a ring to it. Don't call me that. Not when we're alone. What should I call you? Cassandra. Or, the brilliant witch who designed the ward formation that saved Hogwarts. Whichever comes more naturally. Cassandra's shorter. She rolled her eyes. Then she looked at him, really looked, the way she had the night of their duel, seeing not the scar or the title but the person. You know, she said, when I challenged you, I thought I was fighting for Ravenclaw's legacy. For the right to be seen, to be recognized, to have my work valued as much as your bloodline. And now? Now I think Ravenclaw's legacy isn't about being the smartest person in the room. It's about using your intelligence in service of something bigger than yourself. She paused. You taught me that. I'm not sure I've thanked you. You held a ward formation against a void entity. We're even. She smiled. It was small and real and more vulnerable than anything he'd seen from her before. I'll see you in September, Potter. See you in September, Cassandra. She walked away. At the end of the corridor, she turned back. And Potter? If you break the castle again before I get back, I will end you. Noted. She left. Harry watched her go, and the corridor was quiet, and the castle hummed around him, and somewhere inside its walls, a poltergeist was singing. The last day of term was warm and golden, and Harry stood on the astronomy tower and looked out over the grounds. The lake glittered. The forest stood tall and dark and mysterious, exactly as a magical forest should. The village of Hogsmeade was visible in the distance, its chimneys trailing lazy smoke. And Hogwarts, his castle, his responsibility, his home, spread out below him in all directions, ancient and renewed and alive. He'd come a long way from the cupboard under the stairs. The door behind him opened. He didn't turn around. He knew who it was before she spoke, knew by the sound of her footsteps, by the way the air changed when she entered a room, by the subtle shift in his own heartbeat. Daphne stood beside him. They looked out at the view together. "My father wants to meet you," she said. "Over the summer. He says he's neutral, which means he's curious, which means he's deciding whether to align with you. What do you think?" "I think you should let him make the decision on his own. He's smarter than most people give him credit for. Like his daughter. Flattery. Observation." They stood in comfortable silence. The wind played with Daphne's hair, loose today, a concession to the warmth that Harry privately appreciated. The sunlight caught the blue of her eyes and made them luminous. "What happens now?" she asked. "Summer. Rest. Training. Getting my magic back to full strength. Starting the Horcrux hunt." He paused. "Coming back here in September and doing it all again, but hopefully with fewer primordial void entities. And the long term? I don't know. I'm 11. I think I'm allowed to not know." She glanced at him. Something played at the corners of her mouth, not quite a smile, but the promise of one, held in reserve, waiting for the right moment. "For what it's worth," she said, "I think the long term looks good." "Yeah. You've survived the Dursleys, goblin combat training, a sentient hat, a 7th-year Ravenclaw, a primordial void entity, and Hermione Granger's study schedule. I think you can handle whatever comes next." Harry laughed. The sound carried across the grounds, bright and free, and the castle caught it and held it in its stones, another note in the endless song of Hogwarts. "Will you write to me?" he asked. "Over the summer?" "Every day." "That seems excessive." "Then don't read all of them." She looked at him. Her hand found his, a deliberate choice, made in full daylight, on top of the tallest tower, where anyone looking up could see. "I'll write when I have something to say. And I always have something to say. I've noticed." "Good." They stood there, hand in hand, looking out at a world that was dangerous and broken and beautiful and worth fighting for. Two 11-year-olds who had seen the void and come back, who had found each other in the dark and held on. Then Harry's scar burned. Not the old pain, the Horcrux was gone, the fragment destroyed. This was different. Sharper. External. A signal, not a symptom. Harry's hand went to his forehead. The burn faded as quickly as it had come, but the message was clear. Somewhere out there, in a forest in Albania, in a cave by the sea, in the corridors of power and the shadows of fear, Lord Voldemort was alive. Diminished, disembodied, but alive. And he had felt what had happened at Hogwarts. He had felt the golden light and the transformed magic and the destruction of the soul fragment, and he knew what it meant. He was one piece weaker. And the boy who had done it was getting stronger. Harry touched his scar. The pain was gone. The scar was just a scar. But it was a reminder, a lightning bolt carved into his skin, the signature of a war that wasn't over, a villain who wasn't finished, a story that was only beginning. He looked at Daphne. She'd felt him tense, seen the hand go to the scar, and her eyes were sharp and steady in asking the question. "Voldemort," he said. "He's coming. Eventually. Then we'll be ready." Harry looked out at the grounds. The lake. The forest. The castle. His castle. His people. His world. 6 Horcruxes. A dark lord. A corrupt ministry. Ancient powers stirring. Enemies who were smart and patient and dangerous. And on his side, a loyal friend who stood like a mountain. A brilliant researcher who never stopped asking questions. A ward genius who was coming back to teach. A girl whose hand in his felt like an anchor in a storm. A goblin nation that had called him ally. An old man who was learning, slowly and painfully, to trust. And Hogwarts. Alive and whole and humming beneath his feet, ready for whatever came next. Harry smiled. It was not a child's smile. But it wasn't a soldier's smile either. It was something in between, the smile of someone who had seen the worst the world could offer and had decided, deliberately and joyfully, to love it anyway. "Let him come," Harry said, and turned away from the parapet, and walked with Daphne back into the castle, and the door closed behind them, and the astronomy tower stood empty against a sky that was very blue and very deep and full of stars that were just beginning to appear. Below, the castle settled into the evening. Torches lit. Portraits murmured. Ghosts drifted through familiar halls. Peeves sang a bawdy song about a goblin and a broomstick, and the Bloody Baron didn't stop him, because even the Bloody Baron could appreciate a good tune now and then. In the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey organized potions and noted, with satisfaction, that no one was injured tonight. In his office, Dumbledore fed Fawkes a biscuit and began planning the Horcrux hunt with the meticulous care of a man who had finally learned that plans worked better when you included the people they affected. In the dungeons, Snape brewed a potion he'd been developing for 10 years, a refinement of the Wolfsbane, improved by recent theoretical breakthroughs. He would send it to Remus Lupin anonymously. Some debts were paid in private. In the library, Hermione organized her notes for summer research projects that would take most adults a decade to complete. She hummed while she worked. In the Gryffindor common room, Neville wrote a letter to his grandmother. It said, "Dear Gran, I'm coming home. I had a good year. I stood when it mattered. Love, Neville." He didn't explain further. She would understand, or she wouldn't. Either way, Neville knew his own worth now, and no one could take that from him. In a rented cottage in the south of France, Arcturus Selwyn sat by a window and stared at the Mediterranean and tried to imagine what his life looked like without the wanting. It was terrifying and, in a way he couldn't quite admit, liberating. The boy had won. The legacy was his. The artifacts were dust. And Arcturus Selwyn was, for the first time in 30 years, free to be something other than a man chasing a dream that was never his. He didn't know what that something was yet. But he had time. In a forest in Albania, a wraith that had once been Tom Riddle drifted through shadows and plotted and raged. The boy had cost him a Horcrux. The boy had healed the void he tried to weaponize. The boy was the heir of 4, and the castle was his, and everything Voldemort had built his identity on, the supremacy of Slytherin's bloodline, the power of dark magic, the inevitability of his own victory, had been shattered by a child who chose compassion over conquest. The wraith burned with hatred. It was not a hot hatred, it was cold, patient, calculating, the hatred of something that had all the time in the world and intended to use every second of it. 6 Horcruxes remained. 6 anchors to life. As long as they existed, Voldemort existed, and as long as Voldemort existed, Harry Potter was not safe. But neither was Voldemort. Because somewhere in a castle in Scotland, a boy with green eyes and a lightning scar was preparing for war, and he was not alone, and he was not afraid, and he had already proven that the darkness, even the oldest, deepest darkness, could be met with light. The story was not over. It was barely begun. But tonight, the castle was warm, and the stars were bright, and the heir of 4 was home, and that was enough. That was more than enough. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.